Of course, Ark, looking lovely as always. A pleasure to cast with you as well. And how are you doing today?
Doing great, man. Really, really excited. It's been a very, very eventful year so far with Brawl, and I expect nothing less today. Teams are very competitive this year.
I can see you like a kid in the candy shop at the moment. You're so excited getting ready for this next game and all the series coming up here. But first, before we go into any of the matches, have a look at the leaderboard here to see how things panned out. But I think the number one talking point here, I know it's funny enough, the fact that Tribe Gaming are first, is the fact that they went on a 26-0 streak. I know there's a few teams which have already qualified, don't get me wrong, but there's still notable teams there like, Na'Vi, Zero Zone Spain, Noble Elite, Trio as well, like some very, very good teams with it, and they still did it in a clean fashion here. Reply Totem just scraping by for that 9th spot.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe stole the day, didn't they, really? They bumped it back. And some big upsets as well. Code Magic, Blood Diamond Rush, who had a fantastic month last time round. Bunker Rook Esports as well, just not scraping it in to today. So, yeah, there's been some big news. And Zero Zone Spain as well, commendably, got a 6th straight win streak on Wednesday. So, definitely fighting on hard to make it today.
Yeah, they're hovering in that top 16 kind of area, didn't play much, and they were just like, we're just going to come in the last week and just, make some crazy changes to the elo of some of the actual teams there, and it was just balmy how well they did. And, 6-win streak, you can't complain there, as we do have the bracket. It will be a double elimination bracket, starting off with FA, Trio versus Reply Totem, Galaxy Jupiter versus Zero Zone Spain, Na'Vi versus Esport Empire, Noble Elite versus Blood Diamond EU should be an absolute cracker as well.
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of really, really good matchups for me. Navi as well. At the moment, I was just performing exceptionally well. But straight up, FA Trio versus Reply Totem. I've got to say, I'm really looking forward to seeing what way that one sways. Because, FA Trio did beat Reply Totem twice in the lead up to today. So Reply Totem definitely going to want to get their revenge on that.
They certainly will indeed, but the question is, I think a lot of us talk about it all the time. What kind of totem are we going to see? Are we going to see the one which gives, tier 1 teams a run for the money, or struggle against tier 2? We just don't know. They're the sort of people who run our predictions under the bus because we can't predict exactly the outcome or what's going to happen. We may get an indicator, like, some ingredients and some flavours to know exactly what they're going to be like. But before I go into that, talk just a little bit about Trio here, Mark.
Yeah, FA Trio honestly have had a fantastic year so far. They're going from strength to strength right now. Matt, Calvin, and ASAP. I've got to say, it's been really, really enjoyable to watch them come onto the scene and really give it their all this time round. And, I've seen them just perform exceptionally well to some really, really strong contenders. But again, on the other side, so have Reply Totem. And this is the thing where the Titans are about to clash. Soida, Bressa, Maru, and Maori, they've got such great synergy and really, really aggressive playstyle, which, in my opinion, goes a very long way.
Yeah, I feel like Maru and Mori are a very good duo. They work together so well. Their baiting and switching definitely excels compared to a lot of the other teams. And Brazer just literally a hoover, isn't he? He's on clean-up duty quite a lot of the time. He tries to get to the front line if possible, but he's such a good player, individually skilled to the max. It's just phenomenal to see some of the stuff he pulls out here, there, and absolutely everywhere. So very excited to see how Totem will play out. I do enjoy watching this team, not when they're having an off day, and I think a lot of people can say that as well. So we'll have to see what happens here, as we do have the maps and the game modes. So we do have bot drop, we have double swoosh, and we have Snake Prairie as well for Siege, Gem Rush, and Bounty as well. So some interesting maps here, and what do you think here, Ark?
Yeah, Bot Drop's a really nice open space map to start things off, to get a bit of a control, kind of like slower pace into things. So it works really well with their first game mode. Going into Gem Grab second, I think Double Swoosh, a fantastic Gem Grab map, one of my personal faves, and I think it has a lot of great brawler advantages with, brawlers like Tara, which can really come in and turn the game, or Gene with the magic hand, depending upon the bans, of course. But I do like that rotation. Snake Prairie must be said as the third and final mode. Being Bounty is a bit more of a, questionable one. Sometimes it can go your way, sometimes it doesn't. So, but I think a good lead in nonetheless.
Yeah, I think they were going to be glad to not playing like SK Gaming or something on Siege, because their record is just ridiculous, to say the least. But they've already qualified, so I don't need to worry about that at all. So yeah, that's the main thing. And the fact that Tribe Gaming is not here as well, because they already went 26-0. So a lot of these teams know got plenty of options. If you guys have only just joined us, welcome. This is ESL Mobile Open Plains for Brawl Stars. We still got 5 teams which have qualified. We still need 3 more teams to qualify here in order to make it into the challenges. So it's going to be interesting to see how things will pan out here going forward. And still, a lot of these teams can definitely make or break the situation to who can actually qualify. So I do feel like it is a matter of how Totem plays on the day. We talk about their inconsistencies quite a lot, but they are a very, very strong team when they hit their peak, but it's completely random. It's like literally a lottery at that point.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. Like, there's a history there as well to consider. You know, like it was actually replied to more than a 9 streak until FA Trio came along and shut that one down for them. So, you know, they're gonna have to look past that and kind of put away that kind of background history and just treat this like any other day and just kind of like, you know, ignore that fact in that respect. I think what you're rightly in saying that you know, Tribe Gaming not competing today is going to be a bit of a sigh of relief for some teams and a chance to kind of focus on the goal at hand. But either way you look at it, some really, really competitive teams, but a great opportunity at hand for either of them to capitalize on.
Oh, I can guarantee all 8 of those teams are sweating all the sweat off the eyebrow, just wiping off like, yeah, okay, that's one less team I don't have to worry about, and one less team hoping that I don't get in my winner side of the bracket so I can at least slide on through to the winner side and qualify. Because, you know, there's so many great teams. Even looking at who's qualified so far, we've actually got quite a few, as I'm just going to quickly check on through. I think SK and Clash have already qualified as well, if I remember rightly, and we still got Big as well for the Benelux Championships as well. They qualified as well as EXO, who won their first ladder. So all these great teams. You know, some people probably wondering, they're like, where's SK? Where's Clash? Where's Big? Where's EXO? Where are they? Or where have they gone? They are in, but they already qualified earlier. So, you know, sadly we won't see them until, you know, a slightly later date. But it'll be exciting to see who else is going to join them, because it's going to be some tough competition. And the EU has been definitely, you know, huge over the last course of time, you know, in terms of the skill gap, really like rising by every single time, and it's great to see.
Yeah, honestly, the standard this year has just gone into that next level phase. Brawl is exploding across the world, and the European scene really are that kind of territory which have just taken it and just, you know, just gnawed on it and chewed on it, and it's just great to see this level of competition forming. And just, you know, today what I'm looking for really is kind of like having those good decision-making processes be quite clear, some good brawler choices, and some good brawler bans as well. I think it's going to go a long way here as teams will be placing them down as we speak. And, you know, that for me is the thing to consider, is like the top contenders to eradicate for me right now. You know, Belle is in a really fantastic spot. I think even still, you know, she's been in the meta for a while now since coming into the game, but ultimately do not underestimate that particular brawl. I think Gina Max is a really strong combo that we're seeing time and time again at the moment as well. I think Stu has kind of been sitting in this place where he's still relatively strong, and sometimes it's better to eradicate entirely. So that's what I'm looking for today. Good decision making and good brawler choices.
Even Trio, like just overall on the leaderboard, they went 31-5. You know, that's quite a lot considering the circumstance of any teams had to play. And the last couple of losses has actually been to Tribe Gaming both times. And I think they felt like they had to at least beat Tribe Gaming twice to get that elo to get to first place, because there's absolutely no way they can catch up. They're both going to play, you know, the same amount of teams. They're both going to, you know, win, and then that's it. You know, because of there's been a 100-point gap minimum, there's no way they can do it. They have to at least beat them twice. They did plan to beat them twice, but, you know, last Monday they lost, and then Wednesday they lost. So Tribe Gaming made sure that Trio could not take their first spot and be able to qualify straight away, because it is actually very important, because going through a grueling double elimination bracket, now you've only got 2 chances to try and get one of the 3 spots. It's very heavy, to say the least, and this is why, you know, teams like Tome will have to really try and step up their game and make sure they've been grinding and hitting that peak before they actually enter some of these tournaments. So I hope for the best for them as well, because they only scraped by that 9th position by 12 points. But I think we kind of knew that with some of the teams around week 2, week 3 in the ladder, like we saw Bunker Esports, we saw Zero Zone, and we saw Totem as well, they barely played, and we knew, I think you knew, I knew, a lot of us knew, and I'm sure D-Man knew in the background, just making sure that with these teams, like at some point they will have time to play, and when they do, it probably will be on the last ladder week where everything's just going to go like absolutely crazy. And it did go crazy. You know, Zero Zone qualified in the end after that 6-win streak you were talking about before, and a couple of other teams here and there managed to scrape by, going from top 16 to top 9. It's just a matter of time, and you can see a lot of teams, or some of the unknown teams we didn't know in the top 9, had a feeling that, okay, let's try and get all these points now before other bigger teams will start, you know, taking these wins and, you know, gaining the elo from them.
You can be very careful of those things that like lie in the bushes, is much the case in Brawl as well. You got to be, you know, very much, you know, on your case. Everyone wants that golden ticket, right? And that's what Tribe were able to do so successfully well, and be as consistent as they have been this year. And you know, there's a lot of giants in this competition. Again, like you mentioned, SK, you know, Clash, Big, Tribe Gaming. This is a huge competition, and everyone is going to want to make their mark. So today is a really important day for a lot of these teams, and they're going to have to to really make the most of that. A bracket scenario is now what they've got to get through, and they're going to make sure that today is what counts for them. So bans are actually coming in as we speak. FA Trio banning Stu and Poco. So that for me as well, I think is a pretty decent shout. Obviously looking to eradicate the kind of like heal, maybe the double tank heal idea there as well. Stu, a brawler that we know can just dash around the map, be a constant nuisance and go on the super aggressive. So definitely I would say that aggression is what FA Trio are trying to shut down. As we were mentioning earlier, that is something that Reply Totem do pretty well.
Yeah, we don't get the standard bans. We haven't seen like a Belle. We know she's quite, a bit more versatile compared to the, the Piper, the Brock, etc. Even though, there's also not in terms of damage, but in terms of the range, it's now the same. So the versatility, I think people have been a little bit more cautious, but at the same time, don't see it banned as much. I think during the first week of the patch, people weren't really too sure like what was going to come off it yet. But I think now it's established a bit more, they kind of realise, when Belle should be banned and when she shouldn't be banned. So at the very beginning, she was still banned because they weren't really too sure how things were going to change after the patch. So it's good to see that it's not banned as often, because I swear in every single series arc, it was just ban every single time without fail. So it actually makes a nice change, seeing like things like the Poco, etc. being banned instead, as we will be going into our first game, into our first set to see what they can do here between Trio and Totem.
I hate to break it to you as well, but Reply Totem came in with the Bell ban anyway, mate. So by Reply Totem, they weren't taking any risks. We're not going to see our lovely lady, unfortunately. I'm ashamed to see that actually, because I do like to see Bell, especially on bot drop. But I think that there's going to definitely be that kind of traditional Max and Jean combo. Then I'm actually surprised that neither team have decided to ban one of those two brawlers actually. But Jean, Max, and Crow here is going to be the go-to. Mirror on both sides, it must be said also.
Yeah, defense was not too bad. Normally, on average, you see about 0 to 30% on the first bot. That was a level 4 as well, but we'll have to see what's going to pan on through. 20% though, not looking too bad here. Is Totem still on the back foot? Mario's looking to push in, and Brazer is trying to go in, charming as well if he can. Does take down Mamat, and ASAP is trying to hide away, trying to push in that right lane. Doesn't, a shame for him. Calvin does manage to stay alive, trying to show a little bit of map presence, but also weaving in. But Mori actually takes him down, so they have huge numbers advantage, trying to collect the rest of his bolts. And you see they're already managed to overtake, and a level 6 siege bot coming their way up.
Okay, well, looking at the bolts, I mean, 4 in the pocket is not the worst scenario, but it is to be said that Reply Totem are closing the gap with 3. They've got to defend this push to stay in this as the jump. Oh, nice ball from Calvin, as we said, to try to delay things. A couple of shots being conceded then by Reply Totem. But, 50% or 48% damage is not a bad place to be. But really now we've got to see a pushback from FA Trio.
Yeah, that was a really good defense considering the circumstances they had to put themselves in. But Calvin takes that one. Maru actually takes down ASAP there. But look at that though. Mamat gets taken down by Maru, and what a pull there. Mori takes down Calvin, and there we go. That's full map control. They've got no numbers advantage in the slightest. ASAP is on the front lane with Mamat as well to see if he can push it on through to inflict a little bit more damage. But it's already way too late. They've already got the bolts. That's pretty much said and done here in Arkham. What a dominating performance from Totem.
Honestly, I've got to hand it to them. They were well aware that, potentially we could have seen a bit of a comeback from FA Trio if they were able to re-establish control and positioning. But, Reply Totem just did not let that happen, and they're going to seal the deal early on, and FA Trio are going to take the first blow then.
There we have it. Totem, definitely a dominant performance there. And I have to say, though, even for the side of Trio, okay, they've got no bots, but it was still a very good defense on the first 2 bots. And they're probably thinking, right, as long as we get this third one with a decent bolt lead, we should be fine here. Totem are like, nah, you're right. Nah, we're gonna clean this up nicely. We're not give you any kind of advantage, shape or form. But yeah, very good. I must say, Totem definitely took advantage of any kind of small window of opportunity there, and it's great stuff to see. So very dominant start. We can see if Trio can now adapt if possible. They should be able to here. They've had a good defense. They know that sometimes that one bot could do it in the second or third bot phase, but we'll have to see going forward.
Yeah, and honestly, the game can sometimes be won in that first initial moment. Getting that first push can really give you that momentum to continue locking down the hatches and barring off both left and right hand side lanes as well as the mid. And coming back from a push is a very difficult thing to do in Siege. So for me, if FA Trio can kind of make that first opening moments count a bit more, maybe double side the first bolt on that push and just get that first bot, it will give them a little bit of a chance to kind of get their flow. At the moment, Reply Totem are going in guns blazing, which I think is the way to approach this, and just try to keep the morale as low as possible, as early as possible. As going back to what we were saying earlier, FA Trio have been doing a pretty decent job of putting Reply Totem in their place, leading up to today.
Yeah, certainly have done indeed. It's just they've got to be very careful with Trio. They make this the tiniest little overextension that's just getting them taken down here, there, and everywhere. We saw at least on 3 or 4 occasions where they could just re-heal, just wait for their teammates to regroup and re-coordinate straight afterwards. But I think they kind of get a little bit, the panic button does initiate sometimes on some of the occasions. I saw it a few times from Mamet as well in that right lane, and it's a matter of what they can do here. I can understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to deal with the damage or at least show some map presence whilst at the same time trying to get his team to regroup. So he's trying to be proactive, I'd probably say, but he's proactive as much as possible and then be able to push on from there. But sadly, it took his own life quite a few times in that period, and it was just such a shame, just having to wait for those extra, few seconds here and there. But we'll see what happens in this next game, and it's already Totem. 2 of the players already get taken down. That's a very heavy hitting start there from Trio. This is exactly what we like to see. Mario does actually get taken down in that right lane. ASAP does clean him up beautifully there. As Maurice and see if he can push up on that left lane. He's trying his best to, but still getting picked off quite a bit here as, you see that Briside gets taken down as well from ASAP, and ASAP managed to take down more in the process, so good 2 for 1 there.
That's exactly what I needed to see from FA Trio here, just going on the aggressive early on. It's a nice attempt, actually, must be said, with the Stone Toxin gadget from Soil Press to slow that pace, but he was so low on health when he did it. He eventually went down and just became a 3 versus 2, and this is more what I expect from FA Trio. Much better control, looking to maintain their positioning and use those supers and those speeds and those magic hand pulls to really great effect as the aggression is really starting to shine. Soil Press are forced so far back here, he's going to have to heal up.
I just noticed his name was Braysad instead of Brazer. Literally, I just clocked on. I was like, is that the same person? But I was like, oh yeah, it's just an extra A. Yeah, it's fine. As already now, level 10 Siege bot does come in. Calvin takes down Mori. So numbers advantage again, as well as the bot coming towards it, man. Now they're going to continue that map control. We'll collect some bolts, and there's still going to be a decent bolt deficit afterwards, depending on how much damage they want to inflict it. But good defense so far from Totem, as they're trying to keep the bot at bay as much as possible. So 7% arc, that's not too bad considering what they could have put themselves in. And now they're looking to all push this left lane and try and get some kind of flank going, but you can see already Trio are more than prepared. ASAP takes down Mari and Mori and Brassard. Oh my goodness, this is just ridiculous. And look at that though, complete opposite end of the spectrum, and Trio looking really good.
I just love that mirrored crow jump there. It was perfectly coordinated between both teams. But yeah, this is honestly a much better performance from FA Trio, and they're starting to gain their momentum and their flow, and their level 12 coming in. But not to take anything away from Reply Totem, it was a pretty valiant defense, that's got to be said. But now with all 3 pushes, I just don't see any way they're going to be able to come back from this, and surely FA Trio will tie this one up.
Yeah, surely this is going to be it, because they know holds bar, but there's nothing they can do here. Already done a fair amount of damage. It's going to get taken down eventually, and that's pretty much all said and done, just delaying the inevitable. As Brazer did look pretty good in some areas, but that was a literal night and day performance compared to what we saw from Totem in that last game.
Yeah, which is a really great sign for me. Learning from mistakes and just constantly evolving with the competition, and not taking anything for granted, I think is a really important attribute to have. FA Trio played it perfect. They slowed the pace down of the game. They placed a lot more emphasis on that first initial transaction for that first bolt to get that first push, and from that point on, they didn't drop the ball. Now Reply Totem have got to respond and show that they can come back from these kinds of pushes when they're inbound.
It was a very aggressive start strat as though, just pushing straight into the middle and just focus on the right and mid lane. And you saw there, I think even whoever was on the left lane, if it was Maru or Mori, not really too sure. But by then, they were too spread out, they couldn't support each other as enough as they would like to. And that's why they got such an early siege bot and then continued on the trends of the strategic aggression. And they just looked very good, very solid. But, that's not going to work every single time. They may be able to get away with it a second time. I don't know. It depends on the mind games on how Totem's going to work out here, if they're going to be so spread out or not. But still, very good start strat. And I think it's a nice way to reply to Totem, just the fact that a very aggressive push. It was simple but effective here, Ark.
Yeah, I kind of wonder whether we'll see any kind of changes. I don't think so, but ultimately now would be the time, to go in with something of a shock pick kind of idea. We actually are going to see a few changes. I think Carl is a decent pick from Reply Totem. That slowing toxin from ASAP straight off the bat, I think was a wise decision there from FA Trio, just to kind of, it places Carl in a very exposed position to be on the slow there. So I think that was the right play to make, and I think as a result of that one play there, we are going to see the first push be in favour of FA Trio.
Yeah, Carl's a great pick, just in a lot of compositions, really. Not even just this one, but just overall. It's just, ever since he had the increased projectile speed, it's been a real pain for a lot of players here, as the first bot is going to go to the side of Trio. And you can see so far, you know, not really anything done. Good defense from Totem. Very strong start. And they're trying to do the same strat again, just pushing all in that left lane and then pushing on through. But Trio are just ready for it every single time, Mark.
Yeah, they are looking very composed, as must be said. They are doing the right thing and hunkering down underneath the star power, that healing puffs from Calvin. Speed coming in now as well, and the aggressiveness of ASAP as he goes in. Maru's forced to heal up here, but obviously whilst he's ticking, everyone can see where he is, and there it is, the follow-up as well. This is really, really great from FA Trio, it's got to be said. Next siege is in balance, a level 6 this time round.
Oh, this is looking pretty rough, but Mori does take down ASAP, so it's going to give him some leadway, but that wasn't the time to get the kill. It could have been a little bit earlier on, but Totem did have a very good defense. Will he be able to do it again as Mamet takes down Maru in the process of keeping that bot away? But look at the damage it's done. Nothing. Again, a very good defense from Totem. It's a rare occurrence, Ark, but you've got to love it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the advantage of Carl. You can really just make so much use of the pickaxe with that quick return whilst facing it against the bot, against the wall. But the question now is, can Reply Totem get enough bolts to get themselves a push? They showed a fantastic... Oh, it's a great pull from Calvin, and the bolt rewarded for his troubles. And this is the problem, you see. Despite the amazing defenses of Reply Totem, they're just not able to get the push.
And look at this, they're pushing so far up here and already got those 10 bolts. And yeah, let's be real here, Ark. You know, we'll have to see if it does take it down. I think it's not going to be able to defend it as well as last time. Plus, they can just push in and say hello. So we'll have to see here. But saying so, though, 15 seconds left. And now the players are just waiting for the bot to go on first and use that as shield. Mori takes down ASAP. But yeah, it's just too much here. But good comeback, good reply, good retaliation from Trio there.
I gotta say, I liked the approach there from Reply Totem at the end, with that gene pull on the bot to bring it right down to the bottom right-hand part of the map. That can actually make a huge impact and can turn things around in favor, but it just wasn't enough. Sometimes it can delay things to the extent where you might be able to defend 100%, but at the moment, you know, FA Trio have got momentum now. That's dangerous for Reply Totem.
It certainly is indeed. Well, whatever happens in this series, every team has a second chance. It is a double elimination bracket, so not too many worries here and there, but it's just worrying how well Trio adapted against Totem. Like, considering the circumstances of that first game compared to the last game, just opposite ends of the spectrum, just ridiculous stuff. But again, great stuff from Trio again. I'm interested to see what things they can pull out the bag.
Yeah, and also like kind of what brawlers we're going to see. I mean, we saw like just a ton of mirror comps in that matchup there, and I think that might change going into double switch. I think that you know, teams might experiment a little bit. Obviously, you know, it's best of three. There's not much time to do so, but ultimately, you know, I think there's a lot more variety potentially on the cards for double switch. I think there's a few more brawlers with different gadgets and different kind of abilities which might come into play here. That might be something which could turn the tides of Reply Totem here, as a lot of brawlers still are available to play on this particular map despite the bans in play. So kind of, you know, they're going to need to do something, it must be said, to be able to turn it back into their favor. And I think they've got to go on the aggressive. That's what they do so well, and that's what we haven't really kind of seen so much in that particular game mode.
Yeah, we saw it from Trio, but just not from Totem. Like, when they did it, it seemed perfectly fine. You know, I felt like their fundamentals and mechanics was actually better. And then all of a sudden, when they were playing on the passive and on the defensive, it seemed a little bit different. I do like the fact that they were coordinating on that left lane and trying to make something happen. But the problem is they saw it coming every time. And the worst bit is they did it a second time around, hoping it would work. But I felt like even if it did work, it wouldn't matter, because they're still going to stand their ground. They're still in the middle of the map, and they're just going to do some damage straight away off the bat. So I don't think it would have worked overall, even if they did succeed. And maybe for a split moment Trio would have been unaware, but I think they still would have been okay.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to just be a bit more composed. I think, you know, they had a really, really good start, and then they just kind of like found themselves being on the defensive too much. I think that's where they don't necessarily thrive, in my opinion. So if they can go on the aggressive here, then this will go a long, long way for them. And I do like that Ems pick. Got to be said, Ems is a bit of a underrated brawler, I feel, in terms of the meta. But look how much Soda Bressa can really shut down this left-hand side lane on Calvin. But he does go down with the double take, the double approach from Mama and Calvin. So that's something that obviously FA Trio are aware of, and are shutting down very early on.
Yeah, the Shadow's not really making too much of a difference, but did push them back ever so slightly, as you can see Brazier just been an absolute pain in the backside in that left lane, but doesn't matter though. Calvin's put a stop to that and gone, nope, I've had enough. You know, I've been putting them back for so much, I'm going to make sure you get your comeuppance. As now Mori still on that right side. Maru just playing that duo just to see if he can try and give him a little bit of a helping hand. But you saw there, Maru really heavily pushed on through, but didn't really get too much done. They've really taken too much damage here. As you can see, the pool, Mori gets taken down as well. And, you know, Brazier is the last one left standing and also gets cleaned up here. That's a fantastic start from them. 8 gems up, and it's looking pretty damn good here for Trio.
I've got to give a lot of credit to that first ball from Mermat as well, because it means that now Soy Nebraska can't use that ability to just hide in the bush. You know, FA Trio can see where he is at all times, and that's a really key quality to Ems, and you really want to know the positioning of that as the countdown is inbound, and Mermat has pull. Mari does not have pull on the right-hand side, and look at that! What an amazing connection there from Mermat, despite the fact that he got taken down. His teammates will come in for the save there, but that was a really, really long range to gene pool right there.
Oh, they're going to be at a heavy numbers disadvantage now. There's no way they can. If they take this Brazier down, that's going to be more than enough here. Brazier has to pull back, but he has to push. He's only got 5 seconds here. Will he be able to do that? Maru's actually... Oh, he actually does in the end. So now things are almost tied up. ASAP takes down Mori. Brazier, Maru just running for dear life, just trying to survive in that middle side. Countdown starts again. ASAP takes down Brazier. This is balmy here, Ark. What's going on?
I mean... Yeah, FA Trio got to go on this super aggressive here to get this final countdown. I mean, but, you know, it's got to be said, Reply Totem are making a lot of opportunities for themselves. They're just not getting it when it counts, and that's the thing there. They had a chance to really kind of get out and level the game, but they were just not able to hold onto the gems long enough. And Mermat was hitting some insane pulls that game.
It's just, I think it was the respawn cycle by the end of it. As long as they can just keep it switching every single time once they get the countdown started again, then at some point, some way, you feel like Totem would just delay the inevitable at that stage. But, you know, when you're in that kind of boat, you have no choice, really. You have to push on up on your own just to inflict a little bit of damage. Just at least be proactive in some way in order for, by the time the rest of your teammates can go, you can push with a slight advantage and then it should be okay. But, yeah, it was very, very difficult. It's very situational when you're in that kind of position, especially when you're outnumbered and you've only got like 10 seconds to the countdown. You kind of feel like you walk into no man's land again, but it has to be done sometimes. It just happens to be done. But Trio, though, up 1-0 in this set, looking pretty good so far, and it looks like there's continuing the trend from the last set.
Yeah, it does look like they're not sort of faltering, and I gotta say that they were very quick to isolate on that left-hand side of the M's. I was kind of like actually kind of rooting for Reply Totem with that pick. It's not one that you tend to see too often in Double Switch, but one that I think works particularly well. But just shutting that down early on, you saw the way that FA Trio was very quick to both have focus the 2 attention side lane there, and that went a long way. Being able to break open that side and just be able to keep a tab on Soy Nebraska at all times. I wonder then whether we'll see some change-ups on the Reply Totem side, that they'll deviate away from the M's idea and go with something maybe more like to break open the bush themselves and sort of isolate FA Trio in that respect.
Yeah, I kind of feel like now that Trio are just doing a better job exploiting some of the mistakes they're making, like, you know, some overextensions. I think they're just trying to catch them off guard, but they just seem to be very well prepared for any kind of scenario they have to face during each of these strategic moments here, and it's a little bit worrying, which means that now that Totem need to try and heavily adapt, or they could be going to the elimination bracket. Is so far this is the quarterfinal. If you're just joining us, we've got 3 other quarterfinals in hand as well being played, and this is between Trio and Totem. Trio is currently up 1-0 in the series in this best of 3, and it's currently match points now for Trio.
Well, I do like the adaptations. It must be said. I mean, you know, FA Trio have dropped the Amber pick. Soy Nebraska has picked that instead of the M's, which I think is a great idea to be able to break open the bush, like I was saying before. Something that would be able to expose FA Trio there. Taking a ton of damage as well on the right-hand side. Ace up with the pickup, putting out the spirits then to just push back Maori. 2 gems in the middle. ASAP has got his black portal there as well. The black hole is ready to hand. Maori, though, looking to pull as well. Does show the first hand. Gets ASAP taken down.
Oh, that was great stuff from Mori there. Brazier just being kept back with the Amber. Can't really do anything as of yet, but now could be his opportunity. But no, he's still taking a fair amount of damage. But Maru does take down ASAP there. Mamat is trying to pull back if he can, but Brazier just manages to clean him up before he gets away. ASAP is on the spawn, taking out the shadows and still trying to push the rest of Totem at bay. This is much, much better from Totem, but how long can they hold it for? 9 gems now, looking for that last one, hopefully. But look at all the gems scattered here. They just need to pick up a couple. They should be able to start this countdown. And now what are they going to be able to do here? 15 seconds, and it's not looking pretty good. There's already every member of Trio is only on the halfway line. He can just hide in the bushes if he can, as Mori actually backs out finally, just in case, just to be safe rather than sorry. Should be able to take this no problem, and does tie the setup. So much, much better here from Totem.
Yes, this really is the glimmer of hope that they needed at the time that they need to do it. Like, you know, having that bit of momentum now going into the next matchup will go a long, long way. I like their changes. I feel like they were looking much better with them in play and doing something a bit more traditional in terms of the meta there. And just, you know, making sure to hold control, which is so important. When you've got that bit of a lead in gem grab, you've got to remain on the aggressive and you've got to remain in position.
Yeah, Soldier Brazier, I feel like his methodical approach in the left lane compared to what he was doing before was much better. It was a bit too aggressive, trying to, you know, really force the situation to happen and force out the first mistake on the side of Trio. But it's been a lot defensive with Amber, just, you know, using Amber's ability just to make sure he can try and corner some of the players off. And he did some great pushes, very calculated pushes, and it just seemed like a completely different player compared to that first game. And maybe if he sticks to that change, maybe it could be okay. Hopefully he won't go back on his previous pick, because that worked out much better for him. I don't know if it was the brawler change or just his mindset, you know, just trying to readjust into that left lane, but it definitely looked 10 times better than before.
Amber's a solid choice. I kind of wonder now whether we might see, you know, FA Trio going back to that brawler to try to side lane it off, actually, because it was what they were and it's what they were doing before. It makes sense to go back to what they were winning with in the very beginning, and yeah, we're going to see that exact same mirror matchup now. So it's going to come down to skill and who plays it best, who gets the better positioning and the upper hand over their opposition. Like this position from Calvin here, getting some nice little cheeky shots from the bush onto Maori, and there for support healing puffs, not quite enough, and it will be Calvin who goes down.
Yeah, Brazier again with a lot more of a defensive approach with that Amber seems to be working in his favour. Mamat is just trying to look for him if he can. Done a little bit of damage, has found his location, but needs to try and push up if he can. But Brazier has to back away. There's nothing more he can do. Just needs to chill for a little bit, try and recover. But at the same time, though, Mario on that right lane pushing up a lot of the players here. Calvin actually trades him out in the end after Mario took down ASAP. But still, it's going to be a 2v2. The Gems have tied here, and Brazier looking to push up ever so slightly. But they are worried about that left lane. They don't know when Brazier's going to push.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, both Calvin and Soldier Brazier have got brawlers which can do just those moments there. As we saw Calvin with a takedown, they're taking your opposition by surprise. And now Calvin is hunkering down. I wonder whether, although we'll know now, I was wondering whether the reply system knew that he actually existed there. As now, look at the pressure though from Soldier Brazier. Gets the takedown on the left-hand side. The key moment then for reply totem. They've got to keep this aggression, as Mamat missed a very important pull there, which is going to deflate FA Trio's ability to control this situation.
Oh, wow. You saw it. Brazier so much damage to Mamet and Calvin as well, and I kind of feel like they're too distracted with Brazier, so it gives Maru more breathing room to kind of excel into that right lane, like, and extend as far as he'd like to. They're on their side of the map. Goodness, you know, there's a lot more aggression from what we saw, and if they make sure that Trio don't take any more gems, they can just run away with it. If it's on 7-8, then they will have to keep map control, which is understandable to stop them and resetting the countdown. But it's looking pretty bleak here, as Trio's doing it a lot better, but still taking a lot more damage. So they're the ones who are on the back foot. And you can see Brazier again, just after anyone. Not going to happen though. The pull comes in, Mamet takes down Brazier, and now it's going to be a 3v2. The countdown has started for Totem, but they're all trying to pull back. And will they be able to though? This is the next question as the countdown starts again, but it's just not going to happen. As Mori takes down ASAP, you can see Brazier just trying to back away if he can, but 10 seconds left. It's looking pretty damn bleak here, Ark.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Reply Totem have earned it with some great play, some great awareness, and look at that, turning their tides under the amount of pressure that they were in. I mean, that goes to show a lot of, you know, how resilient Reply Totem can be when it matters most.
Yeah, it was just not just a methodical approach from Brazier, but you can see him and Mario were working together very well. Yeah, she's on the opposite ends of the map, but the whole point of Brazier's, you know, what he was doing in that left lane is not to be a bit more defensive, but, you know, just have as much map presence as possible. Be just a huge distraction, even without even pushing up, because, you know, the small moments he does push up, he does take advantage of it, and, you know, the windows of opportunity creates for Mario to then push on that right lane, because there was times he tried to push, but there wasn't enough distractions for him to, you know, cause the, you know, awareness for Trio to dwindle, and then won't be able to retaliate on what Mario's going to do. They were a lot more prepared for that, but the preparation just wasn't as stable as it was in that first game, and Totem are looking 10 times better.
Yeah, it could have gone either way, it must be said. There was some amazing moments from FA Trio, right? And, you know, one gene pull here or there can make all the difference. But I got to say, I mean, you know, Snake Prairie is our next map, and I don't think we're going to see any of that same kind of Gene Max comp. We haven't seen anything other than it so far. So the question now is, you know, like, what's going to happen when both of these two teams are likely to drop those two brawlers, which have been like such a staple diet in terms of the meta, right? I mean, Tara, I think that, you know, everyone's kind of a bit more warmed up to, and I think that would make sense to me. You know, Tara, Bo, and you know, probably Nanny or something, or Piper along those lines can make a more staple diet comp in Snake Prairie. But I just kind of wonder, yeah, like, what's it going to be like when both teams have to drop that kind of like what they've been cradling so much onto so far in this competition?
I have no clue in the slides. It could be anything with the variety we've seen so far with the compositions, but I look forward to it, you know, because this is going to go down to the final set here between both Totem and Trio. It's currently 1-1 in the series, and we're going to see which one's going to move further on into the winners' semis, or who's going to drop down to the elimination bracket. So every team's got a chance anyway, nonetheless, 2 chances. It's not single elimination, anything like that. So if any of these teams do drop down, they've still got a second opportunity to try and qualify for challenges. So it'll be interesting to see how things pan out. It's just weird that, you know, neither of these teams, we've seen a lot of convincing wins from both teams in a lot of these games, and it's been on a rare occasion where it's been pretty close. So you can see the adaptability from both teams have been really strong considering the circumstances they put themselves in some of these maps.
So much to consider, so much to, you know, sort of adapt to, and you know, in real time, and, you know, the way that Brawl is designed to be is like your reflexes, every decision counts, every little microsecond, every little communication here, or every communication that you didn't give to your teammates can go such a long way to changing the outcome of these matches. So you know, it's a real testament to the players and teams that are able to really make every single moment count. And you know, I just love to see close games. That, you know, regardless, for me, I try to stay as unbiased as possible. I just love to see close games, and what a great way to start today with this matchup. I'm really curious now to see who is going to take this early lead. Oh, look at this pick from FA Tree, going in with the Rosa pick, trying to bully their way in. And unfriendly bushes for me would be a gadget which would be ideal for Calvin to have here, as it will be able to stun and slow. There it is as well, showing up all positions as Calvin goes in. The jump away is there, but the takedown of Soyda Bressa was the story of that play.
Well, you know me, Ark, I'm not a big fan of the old clean sweeps, but who is? As you know, it's nice to see a final set in the first match of the day as well. It's already Brazier now pushing in on that left lane. Calvin was just waiting for the opportunity, but that's dwindled down massively as Mori actually took him down there. Brazier, Mori looking to push on up if they can, as Mamet still take a fair amount of damage, but so has Calvin. They're both trying to bait and switch to see what's going to happen. ASAP takes down Maru. So now, even though that numbers disadvantage, we haven't got a clear indication if they're going to push or if they are going to sit back. I don't think Calvin expected them to push up there. I think he waited for one of the players on Totem, Maru, I believe, to actually rejoin the fray until otherwise. But look at this, though. This has been a lot of pressure at Brazier. Is he going to be able to get away? Yes, he does.
I've got to say, I'm loving the fireworks out of the gates between these two teams. I mean, often, you know, Snake Prairie can be quite a stalemate kind of affair as teams hunker down behind that bow totem gadget there to earn their supers faster. We're not seeing that. We're seeing a really healthy back and forth. However, it must be noted the blue star is in favor of FA True. In the event of a draw, that blue star will be absolutely vital to decide which of these two teams is ace up on the right side, gets the takedown, quickly responded to by Soyda Bressa, who's then taken down himself. I love it.
Oh, what is going on? 24. So this is this map in a nutshell, though, isn't it? You know, you never see any stalemates, or very rare occasions you do, because one of these teams are going to have the advantages in terms of stars. I mean, eventually they're going to have to push on through early rather than never. So we do have 15 seconds. It looked like, a little bit of an issue there, but it seems to be fine. It's going to continue. 19 stars to 12 in favour of Trio, but how are we going to be able to deal with it? Should be perfectly fine there. Brazier's the last person left standing. Will be up by 8. Actually takes him down thanks to ASAP, and a nice clean little victory there. You know, it was a little bit chaotic, a little bit of a mess to begin with, but managed to stabilise towards the end of that game.
I really like the Rosa pick. I think that was the perfect brawler to bring out at the early stages that they did. I wouldn't be surprised if they drop it going into the next game. But it caused a ton of problems for Reply Totem. But I just loved the aggressiveness. I love to see how much both teams were really fighting for their place to continue on in the upper bracket. It just goes to show how much it means to them. Often, like I said, you know, Snake Prairie can be quite a slow-paced game. This was not the case. This was Snake Prairie at its most aggressive, and I just absolutely loved everything I saw.
Yeah, it's so important, like, just to stay in the winners bracket. Not because you've only got one more chance. It's just, the stamina you've got to have to go from the very first round of elimination bracket all the way up. How many times have we seen a team get to the final hurdle and then they need to win one more match to qualify or win or something, and then literally it just all falls down? Like, we've seen it on so many times over the years, and I'm pretty sure both these teams know that, have experienced that, and know that staying in the winners bracket isn't the fact that you've still got a second chance. It's the fact that the stamina it takes out on you is so much. It's a massive difference between scrimming and the mental fortitude you have of being in a tournament format. It's just ridiculous to say the least. But so far so good for Trio though. They're the ones who could be staying in the winners bracket here and now are on match points again, the second one, or third one actually technically, considering they won the first game of set number 2. And still though, Totem will have to see how they retaliate here, as it could be their last chance now to stay in the winner's side.
Yeah, they're going to drop the Rosa. I think that was wise. So now, really, it's kind of all level here as both on the right hand side. Oh, look at Mari's awareness there. The result of that psychic enhancer ability, from both Taras there. Everyone could see everyone. And it was actually Reply Totem who got a really nice snipe in that moment. As now, FA True trying to respond. Mari again with a follow-up snipe. Oh, Mari! There's no stopping him.
There literally isn't. Look at the HP on all these players. If only Mamak knew as well. Oh, it actually does take one down in the end, but Mori's still looking to stay alive here. Mari's on the right side, so just pretending to, push on up with Mori, but if I don't know Mori's on that left side, he's still got 6 stars to his name, so if he gets taken down, that's going to be huge for the side of Trio, but he has backed away. He's playing it safe. I completely understand. If you've got 6 stars to your name, one of the last things you want to do is push on up that fast. So they are up 9 stars to 2. This is kind of what we expected, to see if they do continue to push and be a bit more aggressive or not. But look at this. So with a 7-star lead, it makes perfect sense that Totem are standing their ground, and they've got some good positional advantage as well here.
Yeah, Solar Press will have the star power for Eagle Eye there to just open up much more of a visual awareness in the bush, as is Mamat on the left-hand side. So the bow's sticking to the left. Calvin popping a homemade recipe is just a hit and hope there into the dark to see whether he would connect. He did not. I've got to say, I feel like FA3 needs to go on the aggressive. They're going to go, obviously, for what seems to be a final push here, as ASAP has a super as well. But I feel like they kind of need to go more on the aggressive right now. They could have maybe had 2 pushes in that time, but obviously they know that they just need to get taken down Maori, and then one other follow-up kill, and they can turn the tide here. Here's the push going in. Super from ASAP gets to... Oh, Maori's so low, taken down now. Maori on the left-hand side, the left untouched. 7 stars still chomps the final mine. He is untouchable, Lethal.
Literally, they'd have to take out the entire team of Totem without taking any deaths, and if they didn't, then that would have been it. So they were looking for a clean sweep. I think that's why they were being so cautious about, the attack they were trying to make, but they just kept, throwing a bit of, a tickle of damage here and there just to make sure they got any kind of disadvantage on that push, and it just wasn't happening, was it? It was just way too open, and there was no way they were going to get a clean victory over them.
Yeah, the momentum was just there, and by locking down that left-hand side, that jump from Maori to then make sure that they could focus all their attention on either the right-hand side or seeing who was going to be coming through the mid. I mean, that's a really key component when you're trying to take the advantage in Snake Prairie. It's just locking down your lanes, making sure there's gaps where you can see players cross over. And once Reply Totem had that lead, they just held on to it. And Maori, for me, was the pinnacle of popping off in that last matchup. The guy was just flooding with stars.
Trio on, this is their 4th match point now. Surely this is it. I know it's third time lucky, but 4 match points, I swear, if Totem take this, it's just demoralised is an understatement here. Momentum's definitely in Totem's favour because they've been coming back again and again and again. But, this is not the map you want to do it on. This is probably the last map both these teams want to play on to try and go for match point. But we'll see so far, as Mamat has already taken a little bit of damage in that left lane, but so has Braze. He's backing away just a little bit, but done a fair amount onto the left side. ASAP actually gets the first takedown there on Mori.
I was going to say that I promised I was going to say this, that FA should go back to the Rosa pick, and they have done that, and now the question is, will Reply Totem be able to keep Calvin at bay? A nice suck from ASAP, but actually gets taken down for his trouble there, and that will give a 2-star lead plus the blue star in favour of Reply Totem. But Calvin is going to be the problem here. Mari knows that, and if you can find him here, get a really quick early black portal with a bit of support, they might be able to get the takedown here. Calvin's still there. Here it is coming in, and the full support of Reply Totem for that takedown on the right-hand side.
Oh, as if he found Calvin in that right lane. Calvin was waiting for such a long time just to wait to exploit a mistake on the side of Totem, and they didn't. They played that perfectly, just checking every area of every bush and every crevice here on the map geometry, and so far it's looking pretty good. Maury just firing a few shots to see if he can find anyone. Calvin is in that middle ground, just looking to try and push on up. He could make a big play here if he wants to. Still trying to continue on up, but Totem is backing away. They've still got 40 seconds left though, and Calvin is going to push on through. Does use that super, is completely understandable. Still taking a fair amount of damage. Actually gets cleaned up there, Arcus. Brazier takes down ASAP, and Totem are looking fresh here. 30 seconds left.
There is a serious need to clean up aisle 5 because Reply Totem are making an absolute mess right now. My goodness me, they are just responding so well to this aggression from FA Trio. And again, like just being so resourceful and resilient under the pressure with only 10 seconds remaining. Reply Totem are doing what we just thought was not going to be possible under the circumstances. And they are just continuing to go from strength to strength. They will go forwards through in the upper brackets and push down then FA Trio to the lower bracket.
As if Marvin got away with that near the end as well, almost. Like, even with a trade, that's still huge. And yeah, again, they needed another clean victory at the end. That wasn't going to happen. So well done to Toto for bringing that back. Four match points, Arc. 4. It's just one of those things. But certainly that's enough for the first match. Still got plenty of matches to come here at ESL Mobile Open. So we'll see you very soon.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
I'm Inso. I'm the coach of Reply Totem, and we are an Italian team representing an Italian organization.
Is there a way that you'd be able to describe your team's play style?
For sure, we are a really aggressive team, probably the most aggressive one. So we take a lot of risks, and sometimes they pay off.
Well, you're currently 12-2, which is an amazing record, by the way. But was the decision to not play as many matches, was it a tactical decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important week of the open ladder is actually the last one. So we were trying to play this one, but unfortunately, as I said earlier, we're having some problems. So maybe our plans could go wrong.
Well, your only loss in the last 10 matches, right, was to FA Trio. So have you adapted to make sure that you don't make any of those mistakes again?
Yeah, actually, I think the match was kind of close. We were tied 1-1, but unfortunately, there was another tournament upcoming, and we had to forfeit the last set. So it was. Well, I think we could even won that game, but GG's to them.
Well, there's always next time, isn't there? But what would you like to say to your opponents, if you could say anything before this week?
Well, I would wish good luck to all of them because, of course, they all deserve to be there. And let's see who gets the top 8 and who qualifies.
And is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans who've been supporting you throughout this whole journey?
Well, thanks for the support as always. We really appreciate you. And we're proud to represent Italy, and let's keep going, guys.
Well, best of luck with this week.
Thank you very much.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a resilient performance from Reply Totem to come back every time against FA Trio despite all those match points and come out and win it. Ark, that was an incredible game to start things off.
I know, right? We're just getting started. I mean, like, I get to reserve some energy because if the games are like this for the rest of today, I'm going to be absolutely knackered by the end of it.
I mean, the worst part is that was a best of 3. We're on to best of 5s now for the semi-finals. Let's check out the brackets to see how it's gone out because we've had some pretty crazy results already. So, as you can see, Zero Zone, they 2-0'd Galaxy Jupiter, I'm also about to say Galactic Jupiter, and Na'Vi going down 2-0 to Esports Empires. And the reason I mention this was because both Zero Zone and Esports Empire basically went on a tear on Wednesday, just this week, to get into these qualifiers, and they have come in and 2-0'd both of their opposition. Incredible stuff. And of course, Noble Elite also taking down Blood Diamond EU 2-1. It's not over for those guys yet. They're all going to go down to the loser bracket, as you can see here. So they are in their last chance games effectively. But wow, Blood Diamond EU versus Na'Vi as a last chance game is pretty scary in itself. And of course, Galaxy Jupiter, FA Trio, they're going to be kicking themselves that they're in the lower bracket. They've got to get a mental check going on here, Ark, to sort of get themselves back in it because they had so many opportunities to be here in this semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, and the lower bracket, you know, it is one of those areas where you get squeezed. You know, you've got to be really then able to dig deep to be able to survive on. And, you know, credit to anyone that can. I know that, you know, I definitely, you know, can't myself. Those days are long gone now. So, you know, I mean, there's just some really, really great stories developing. And again, it just goes back to show how much the teams want this.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's been in that position, right? You lose a game that you feel you should have won or a close game and you sort of like mentally check out but these guys have got to be on it. They've got to be straight back in there, straight back in for the next match. And speaking of the next match, we're obviously going into the winners semi-finals now. So it's going to be Reply Totem versus Zero Zone Spain, a game that I don't know whether either of them knew they were going to be facing each other. Reply Totem, we know what they've got to show. We just saw it right there. Fantastic performance from Maru, especially in that one game, really pulling off some huge plays to get Reply Totem into this semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was just a joy to watch, and you know, but you know, the question now is, are they reserve some energy for this next matchup? Because honestly, you know, Zero Zone Spain, they know how to deal it out. You know, they're very, very good and you know, very, very resilient team. Fady, Jaime, and it's Ruby on the there, but yeah, actually, it's normally Alice as a J actually, so maybe he's not playing today. But you know, honestly, you know, Zero Zone Spain will absolutely be giving Reply Totem a run for their money now.
And Ark, I don't want to break it to you, but once again, the bans are kind of coming in, and I don't think we're going to see Belle today again. I really don't. She's banned out once again. Same as Stu, Poco, and Sprout being banned out by Zero Zone Spain.
Again, I mean, this Poco ban that we're seeing recurring, I kind of see why, actually. I think it's you know, a lot of people kind of say, oh, well, why are they banning Poco? I actually really do vouch for the Poco ban. I think it eradicates a lot of comps rather than a specific brawler. So I kind of like that for myself. I think Sprout as well is a good brawler to get out of the mix. Not too sure whether we'll see any real plays from Sprout and Kaboom Canyon, but potentially, you know, a brawler will be used in Split or Super Stadium. So I've got to bear that in mind, the big picture there being the entirety of the rotation. But Stu and Belle, I think, are wise bans for sure.
And of course, we'll see how it works out. As you know, we're going to be jumping through pretty much all the game modes: Heist, Brawl Ball, Hot Zone Bounty, and Siege, if we get there. It would be a big if, because obviously this being the best of 5, the first best of 5 of the series, all the winner bracket from now on will be best of 5, both semi-finals and the main final. Of course, low bracket will all be best of 3. So last chance saloon for the teams that went down, but for these teams here, this is a real opportunity to get into the ESL Mobile Challenge, which obviously is all about getting there. $45,000. We already know 5 of the teams, I believe it is, that are in there. We're looking for the final few here to just see who can cement their place. It's there's a lot up for grabs, and maybe that's just the pressure we saw in those first quarterfinals that started to kick in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these teams are no stranger to pressure, but ultimately, you know, it's all well and good, you know, but when you're there with the game in your hands, you know, kind of getting the sweat, then things can sometimes go wrong. You've got to be as composed as possible, and, you know, even just what you have for breakfast is what I always say can make the difference between a good or a bad day, right? So, you know, teams have got to really, you know, dig deep and make it count at a time of today, and looking forwards here, I'm not seeing Byron and Colette, which is kind of interesting to me, from both sides here, actually just not going with with the Byron pick. I've got to say, I mean, Byron Colette is a real force to be reckoned with, and it's just kind of interesting to see how things are evolving to the place where it's not being relied on as much now.
Tell you, I got a story. I walked the dog this morning, and sure enough, there was a crow right in front of me, clawing away. I walk down through the next park, there's another crow. And what do we get in the first game? 2 crows. I tell you what, it's fated to be here right now. But this is a great start already at the moment. You can see it is Reply Totem trying to put the pressure down. Maru doing what he can on the crow there, but it's Zero Zone that are looking good. Wow, aggressive stuff from Maru. That backfires on him, though. Went a little too deep.
As long as they weren't wearing leather jackets, D-Man, I'm sure you were in the clear. As we go in now, a pretty decent start, it's going to be said, from Reply Totem, just able to hold the control there, and definitely some signs to me, at least, for good communication there between Maori and Maru there to get that takedown on the left-hand side. Fady does come out on top, but quickly taken care of. Maori has an amplified shot here as well, so that next one will pack a sting, but he doesn't connect, and that'll be a chance really for Zero Zone to get this takedown and take it back control of the mid.
They do still have that little bit of damage. I mean, he only got a 1%, but he keeps on diving through. That was a nice hit there. The super coming through, being able to dive down. You can see still no damage for Zero Zone Spain here. They're trying to start getting control of this middle area of the map now and to try and bully them down a little bit, but they've got to look to try and get one of those kills, get things started off there. And at the moment, it's Fady that's looking to go for it. First amount of damage for Zero Zone here. You can see the Amber Super coming off, trying to get the damage down on the side, but gets picked off. And now Maru's free and through. Who's there at the top? Brissach managed to get all the damage down, and this is just a free hits coming through now. This is a big problem for Zero Zone. 30 seconds to go. They finally get the kill down, and now they've got a little bit of opening there. But you can see 75%. They've still got so much work to do.
Yeah, but if they can hold this position, there is a chance. A nice though from Maori, followed up by, oh, this is fantastic from Reply Totem here. The clear up there. Oh, fantastically well done. That was exactly what they had to do, because honestly, Reply Totem were not in a bad spot, but now really much on the back foot, and they can just continue to keep this pressure cooker going here on the right-hand side. Maori, yeah, and look at that. Zero Zone Spain have just stopped playing because they just know there's no way to come back from this.
Fantastic first start there, Reply Totem, coming straight off the back of that, mentally testing first quarterfinals. Absolutely, the motivation, the momentum effectively is with them right now, and looking fantastic there. And it all started off so strong. Looking at the replays, you can see where they sort of kicked off. They did get that little damage earlier on, but it was simply a case of defensive work paying off for them in the end.
Yeah, they were really composed, and again, it's a difficult thing to do. It must be said, look, can you, without a healer in your team to really kind of keep you in position? So gotta give credit to both teams for that, because ultimately I think that a lot of teams do lean on that kind of Byron kind of like supportive arm. Without that in play, you can't go on the aggressive as much. So I've got to say, I really liked what I saw from both sides, and I think that it genuinely could have gone either way. Zero Zone at the end had a bit of a chance, but just the resourcefulness of Reply Totem to respond so aggressively the way they did, when they did, very, very important stuff.
I'm just wondering what sort of adjustments they maybe try and make here. It's not really, Kaboom Canyon is not really a map that favors the bruisers effectively. You know, you just can't, because you can't get in. You got to close that gap, got to close that distance. So maybe seeing something changing. I don't know whether we're going to get a tower out there or something like that. Just a little adjustment, maybe a max, obviously, to see if they can get just something going out there. Honestly, I don't really think it's more about the picks they had, just more about how they executed it is the word I'm after.
Yeah, I think that Crow here for me is a go-to pick for sure. I think they absolutely stay with that. The Slowing Toxin gadget can come in really clutch as well when needed. So if you're affecting your position with that, and you can pop that gadget, it will make everything slow, and then everyone can start to hit their long-range shots with brawlers like Colette in the mix. For me though, I've got to say, Byron's not a ban here. I would absolutely go with that. I think having some more support there will go a long, long way. I think that a lot of the bans are good for me, but that brawler not being on that ban list is a standout one. So I think that the team which do that decision-making process might come out on top. But having said that, I do like the brawlers we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of very consistent and good choices today, actually, all round. It must be said.
Well, we're going to be jumping into the second game. Let's get it on your screens as we start off once again. See whether Play Totem could start off as strong as they did. You see, I called it. I just saying, you know, I might be fairly new to custom Brawl, but, you know, I kind of got these brawlers down in my brain here, and it is a great start already for Reply Totem. Now, with one down, Fetty also down. That's going to be a completely open shot for Breezeside there. Will be able to get himself some damage down. You see, he's down to 13%. The respawns come back in for Amy, and that is going to work out well for them. But Reply Totem, they are just bruising and dominating here.
Yeah, Fetty needs to really kind of, you know, get that speed in for his team to be able to evade these shots. And it's good that Reply Totem are shutting it down as well as they are early on, because they know that that is a potential threat. Mari as well is going to counter that speed with his slowdown from his super. So, and there it's right as we're speaking into effect. So I do like the positioning stronghold that we're seeing from Reply Totem here, that they can maintain this. It could be a very quick game here.
Yeah, this is looking it's pretty much rinse repeat right now at the moment, actually, in fairness. Maru got himself covered off there. Oh, there we go. Ruby's being picked off, opening the door. Maru just going through and saying, thank you very much. Let's just get all the damage down as much as you like. We'll get picked off. It doesn't matter. Job done. 53% and counting here as Mari gets himself another shot off the side there. Mari doing some great work. Fetty, the last man standing at the moment, as the respawns will come through, but that's going to be Reply Totem once again dominating control of this middle area.
Yeah, I mean, the Max just outranged by every brawler, so it's a kind of like one of those things where you have to close the gap with that speed. So if Fady can earn super here, Maori standing still a bit too long for my liking there. Maybe he just had a little bit of a disconnect, but back in the mix now, it seems. That was definitely an opportunity which could have been capitalized on by Zero Zone, but as a result, only a little bit now on the back foot. Sort of Rest coming in for a clear up there as a jump onto the safe on the onto the Reply Totem safe. There's some damage coming in, but look at the difference in the percentage. It's a huge amount more in favor of Reply Totem right now. Bit of a base race going on. Surely, yeah, look at that. 1%. Hang about. There it is.
It's that classic moment. They just leave it on the 1%, like, no! But no, Reply Totem once again showing their strength in this second match. So fantastic stuff from them, honestly. Here on Kaboom Canyon, they seem to have it on lockdown.
I've got to say, I'm still dumbfounded why no one went to the Byron pick. It's been such a prominent brawler in Kaboom Canyon to have with that Colette idea. So just very, very surprised to see. But, you know, Max was the pick. It just didn't work out well, though, for them. Again, like, you know, if a team were able to shut down your limitations, and that being the one for Max, it's just the range. Not having range means that you can't get used to it, which means you can't get your teammates into the mix. And Freddy was a sitting target that game.
Yeah, and he is obviously getting slowed down a fair bit. Really accurate stuff from Reply Totem as well. As you mentioned, there was that small moment where it did look like Mari maybe had disconnected, but he was straight in there. They didn't capitalize on it, and Reply Totem come out on top. So 2-0, great start for them on Kaboom Canyon. Super Stadium, Brawl Ball, okay. What are we thinking in this? Are we going to see some changes? Obviously, last time, I'm trying to think of last time we saw this. Are we going to get Jeans in there? Are we going to go full brawlers? Are we going to get Rosa? You know I love me Rosa. Hello.
we got you know, fight for our fellow Brits, right? Yeah, I'm a huge Rosa advocate also. I would say that Rosa could be a good shout. I don't know whether we'll see it necessarily, just in the respect that, you know, Gene Pool can open a lot of this map up, and I think Gene would be a go-to here for me. I think the Stuban in play is an important one to bear in mind, because he would be a very dominant brawler to see on Super Stadium. But ultimately, you know, you can't go wrong with Max. Max is, especially in Brawl Ball, you know, one of the game modes where, you know, a good heavy charge with a lot of speed can go such a long way to getting a really quick goal, getting an early advantage also. So, but overtime's a consideration here too. You know, if teams want to play the slow game, you want to have a brawler which can really survive in overtime. I think B, as we've already seen Mari kind of like getting already warmed up to that brawler, would be a consideration for sure.
I'm just trying to think, you know, any sort of one that maybe an off pick, maybe just a sort of an off meta pick that maybe could throw them out there. Do you think? I mean, is this now the time? Probably not really. I mean, you're in a semi-final, you're in a winner bracket semi-final, and you know you're a real chance of getting through. But in game 2, probably not right now to pull it out. I don't know. I'm just trying to think if like Zero Zone maybe have something in their pocket. Look, let's face it, they just had a magical charge on Wednesday. This week has been theirs, so clearly there's something that's been working for them.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Mortis. I think Carl works here actually particularly well. Also, we have seen some deviations towards that particular brawler as well. And I like the Ems pick. Yeah, that was another one that I was. Mortis as well. Yeah, I like this. Now, Sword has to be cautious though, because ultimately, he is quite vulnerable to a Mortis dash. So, just gonna have to see how Reply Totem do. They don't respond too well to it. So it seems as though the first takedown is in favor of Zero Zone Spain. Okay, then Fader going in more aggressively, continuing on. Mari goes down, however. This could be a chance for Reply Totem to get a shot off if they can get this takedown.
All right, my headphones decided to get yanked out of their I'm not too sure what happened there. But either way, great start for Reply Totem. It definitely caught me off guard, that's for sure. But it's going to be a quick start. Ooh, almost a quick second goal here. Mari's just going to go straight through. It's going to be a quick 2-0. What are they doing? They don't even need to score. They're just having a great old fun time here. And well, we were talking about the potential fun picks of Mortis coming out there, but that just did not work this time around. That was a dominant start for Reply Totem.
Hey, it didn't have time to get your wires back on me. Not messing about. I gotta say, I did worry seeing the Mortis pick, although it's one that I do really quite favor here. Ems, you just see how much value you can gain there, and also by applying Max, that ability to close the gap is a very, very dangerous thing when it comes to Ems. As long as you're aware of the threats and the direct counter to her and can get that taken care of, I really, really like the strategy.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Zero Zone obviously did make changes, and they need to make some adjustments, it seems. It was a quick 2-0, and it wasn't even a close 2-0, let's face it. That was about a 30-second game and done and dusted. And they are in danger of going 2-0 down here. Now, Reply Totem coming off the back of a real arduous match against FA Trio, looking like they're in strong form this time around. So Zero Zone need to step up their game. A little bit of maybe discussions in between the game to try and sort of go, guys, come on, this is slipping out of our grasp too quickly. When a game like that happens and you lose in a quick 2-0, you're kind of like, okay, we need to reset here a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't think necessarily they're doing anything that really stands out to me as being a big problem in terms of like their decision-making process. I think it just comes down to kind of like their coordination as a team more than anything else, and just kind of making sure that they've really covered an area or have got that support that they need to apply when they need to apply it, right? The brawlers that they're choosing are, for me, pretty good. I mean, going here with some adaptations, however, I think Barley's a good, solid shout. I like, though, it must be said that the Reply Totem have gone with the Mortis pick themselves, and look at that, Maru not wasting any time to show why maybe that was a consideration that Zero Zone Spain should have kept for themselves. Nice pull there from Maori. Maori coming in again with more support. Again, look at this. Reply Totem right now are just absolutely cracked. Not wasting any time. As soon as we've gone through Brawl, we are going to be going away from Brawl Ball. My goodness me, what an amazing display from Reply Totem, showing no signs of slowing. And Zero Zone Spain just don't really know what is going on, what way is left and what way is right now. I'm just absolutely in awe of this, and at the moment, Zero Zone Spain are in a big world of trouble. D-Man's disconnected. We're going to be coming back to him in just a minute when he's able to get his connection back. But we're in difficult times as we are from home here. We wouldn't be seeing this in the studio, if put it that way. But again, I really do like the way that we are seeing Reply Totem continue this similar aggression that we've seen them doing all day long so far, being so resilient. As that first initial round was a bit of a troublesome one for them. They're now well into their pace. Wouldn't you agree, Lethal?
I definitely agree. I've actually transformed from D-Man to Lethal, which is good, isn't it? It's good. It's all right. See, lucky I was here, wasn't it? Lucky I was here. It was all good. But don't worry, D-Man will be rejoining us very shortly and momentarily. So don't you worry. We won't be missed too much. It won't be too long until we see him soon. So it's all good. But yeah, that was ridiculous stuff here. Commonly complain what was going on here in this series. It's just formidable stuff here. And yeah, just Totem just riding up momentum from that last series. And that last series was only, 50 minutes ago? So those inconsistencies haven't cropped up yet, have they?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, as the way this is going, I mean, this is going to be done and dusted so quickly if Zero Zone Spain do not make some changes and start to kind of really hone in on what it is they're not doing right. And for me at the moment, Reply Totem are just super aggressive. You've got to kind of go towards some brawlers that can start to slow the pace down and really focus on control, because that's the main thing that I see. Reply Totem are not giving Zero Zone Spain a look in.
Yeah, it's crazy. Zero Zone Spain are like a very strong team. It's surprising how Totem are doing here. I did see him in another competitive tournament where Totem, there'd be this one day where they actually managed to reach top 4, and it was just ridiculous, to say the least, how well they actually performed overall, and no one really expected it in the slightest. And it's nice to see Totem doing it again. All these teams realise it is their last chance, and Zero Zone Spain aren't a walkover at all, in the slightest. So for the fact that they're in a commanding lead here, I think it's 2-0 series in the scoreline now. So again, one more, and that's it. All said and done here, and then Zero Zone, they won't be laughing anymore. They'll be laughed away down to the elimination bracket. But Totem looking very good here. I'm just glad to see them at their peak from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, in the best of 5 phase is a chance to kind of be able to experiment a little bit, more at least than the best of 3 phase. So you kind of hope that they would be able to sort of have a bit more back and forth than this, really. And Zero Zone Spain are not showing much sign of that at the moment. There's still a little bit of time, but it must be said there's not much time, and they really do need to make some changes quickly. I'm not sure whether it's the bans that are maybe throwing them off a little bit, and maybe they were hoping to play some of those brawlers, or whether it's just that Reply Totem are just coming out so aggressive early on. They're not able to adapt to that kind of play style as well as you might hope. But again, they want to be out of the competition following a loss. They will go down to the lower bracket, but that's not really where you want to be. You want to have those second chances in the bank for later as much as you possibly can.
Because I wasn't here for the previous game, so I was going to say, what do you feel like Zero Zone are doing wrong? Is there anything major which could be... Actually, to be fair, you did say that their adaptation seems to be struggling quite a lot here and there, but we'll see if it continues as we go into this third set. As Reply Totem are up 2-0 now in this best of 5, and still momentum swinging in their favour quite nicely, as Freddy does actually take down 1. So a good start here from Zero Zone, but how long is it going to last as Maru still holding his own in that right zone?
Yeah, I've got to say, though, having a hot zone in this particular moment in the series is not the worst of scenarios to be in. It can actually be the thing which might give Zero Zone a fighting chance, as they are showing good signs of shutting down the left-hand side lane. But at the moment, not really making much of a play towards the other zone as well. It's going to come down to both sides being capped, and then a bit of a scrap for the next, it seems.
And it does indeed. Some of the map geometry has been smashed to pieces on that left side, which means quite an open block now on that left zone. But Maru's still holding the right zone like an absolute trooper by 3%, so still quite in it between both these players. Quite close between the two here. But finally now, trades are going back and forth. Mori and Brazier just tagging along here, just trying to keep Freddy and Booby at bay, as well. Maru's rejoined the fray with Brazier as well, looking to push that left zone. But looking at Jamie still, trying to survive. He's only on 224 HP. Brazier actually does clean him up. Beautiful stuff there. Now 2 for 2, going to get the third as well. That's going to be an entire team wipe here for Totem and Art. They are looking pretty solid.
Yeah, and Zero Zone Spain had a really good amount of control going. Fady is, I think it's pretty smart. I was waiting to see whether he was going to respond. He was probably doing the right thing there, actually, to not fire and give away his position, because he was massively outnumbered. But then made the mistake and did so. As Zero Zone Spain looking like they're going to take this loss, but still in high spirits with a little pin there, dropped on the right-hand side. Reply Totem then moving on to a really strong position over them. Not much time now to change things up, and Reply Totem looking so fierce.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. Anyone come up against them next, I'd be worried. He's seriously right from what we've seen so far. Now it is match point for Totem. I don't think they're going to pull a trio and have 4 match points and fall through, towards the end of the later stages. But yeah, Totem, again, like you said, looking very solid, just continuing the trend the whole time, and it's going to be very difficult to kind of predict exactly how or what Zero Zone can do it. Sure, don't go on, you're absolutely spot on, adaptation and all bits and pieces here and there, but even then, though, sometimes a bit too spread out to support each other. The bait and switching's been a little bit off-key sometimes, and, it's nothing really being much or too much to do with comp picks, because fundamentally and mechanically, they have been defeated quite a few times, and you can see there's been a huge amount of map presence for Totem, and they're just riding the wave, aren't they? They're riding the wave and could ride it all the way to the winners' finals.
this is a really important thing to note, is that I don't feel, exactly like you said, that Zero Zone Spain are choosing anything that's not working. They have got the right brawlers. They just haven't quite got the ability to match the aggressiveness and also the way that Reply Totem was so able to control the situation. But Tick could be a good counter to that. Being able to disperse a lot of Reply Totem and avoid that kind of clustering up. Combining that with Jesse, I think it's actually not a bad idea to counter their strategy here, but they've got to apply it. And at the moment, Reply Totem have got that momentum behind them, so that's going to go a lot in their favor here. So bear that one in mind.
And he will indeed. Maury takes on Jamie in that right lane. Maury just doing a great job just holding that side as well. Mara's now going to be dropping in, giving a wave, a little bit of hello, a little bit of a sprinkle damage here from that right side. Jamie looking to rejoin the fray and try and put some aggression in onto Mara. He's clearly not happy about the last engagement he put himself in. Freddy takes down Brazier. So this is the opportunity now to flank round and try and pencil him if possible. But Mara's just doing a great job, just holding his own on that right side. And you can see there, Jamie's trying to look for him, does find Mara in the end, but Maury also gets a kill. But Brazier, if he cleans up one more opponent here, that's going to be a team wipe. But it looks like he has backed off, but actually gets almost taken down in the process as Brazier still takes down Freddy. And when the other player's also taking a huge amount of damage, Maury does clean him up. One person left. It's going to be Jamie on that right side. Paul comes in. Good stuff from Maru. And now up by at least 10% here, Ark.
Well, there's a glimmer of hope, but at the moment it is Reply Totem who are capping that left-hand side zone, and look at this pressure now being applied. It has to be applied because this is their last chance for Zero Zone Spain to hold on in this upper bracket. Maru coming in, Soda Bresser as well for support, but taken down. Jaime is the only one left alive here. This 1v1 is won, though, by Soda Bresser of Reply Totem, and surely now, as the support comes in, they'll be able to hold this left-hand side lane.
Oh, this is absolute madness. What a dominating finish if they can continue this, which I'm sure they will. As they do everything they can. Jamie is trying to push on in as well, but left on 252 HP. But only need 3% more. Maury goes into that left zone and captures it. Beautifully done there from Totem. Great teamwork, coordination, synergy, strategies, the timings, the attacks, the numbers of finding everything there. Which just all the pieces just went into the puzzle there. It was just great.
Fantastic work. I mean, Reply Totem today looks so strong. Is anyone going to be able to take them down, as they just seem to be going from strength to strength?
Only do indeed, but we do have a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Still plenty more of the Brawl Stars action to come. See you soon.
Ready for it.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I managed to make it back from oblivion there. Apologies to Ark, leaving him in the lurch. He's all right. He's been toweled down in the background because he had to solo cast that one, but he's fine. He can do it in his sleep. And thank you very much for Harry for stepping in. But Harry, wow, what a game. That was ended up being a quick 3-0. I mean, we were talking about it even with Ark in the first game. It was a quick 2-0 straight away on Kaboom Canyon, going over to Brawl Ball, and bam. You know what? Honestly, Reply Totem are looking pretty darn hot right now.
It's like you said before, yeah, like, you know, there's a lot of inconsistencies with Totem, but in a good and bad way. Sometimes they struggle against some tier 2 teams. Against some of the tier 1 teams, they look formidable. They look really, really strong, and we're seeing them at their peak performance today. Even that last set as well, you can see everything was coming together, their coordination, but it's their hesitation. They limit it to, you know, a very small amount of time. When they see a win of opportunity, they exploit it straight away, and that's what's made them, you know, control the, you know, dictate the pace and the tempo of the game. They just look so good right now.
It's interesting you talk about their inconsistencies against lower teams, because I do wonder whether that's like maybe something when off-meta picks come into it, but it's something we can debate. And you know what, if they get to the ESL Mobile Open Challenge, they're only going to be playing top teams because they're all absolute belters in there. As you can see, Reply Totem going through in what was a really tough first round against FA Trio, but then they dominated Zero Zone Spain, and they are through to the grand finals, and they're going to be advancing obviously on to Challenge. So congrats to those guys. Now, Esports Empire Noble Elite, they're going to be facing in the next semi-final best of 5. And in the lower bracket, you can see Zero Zone now falling down. They will face the potential winner of Blood Diamonds EU versus Na'Vi. Honestly, it's something I didn't expect to see there. With Na'Vi down, they're obviously getting picked up and performing so well in the play-ins before. So, before we get on to the next game, let's talk about, obviously, an interview. Let's listen to someone from Reply Totem. We've just talked about it. Welcome, buddy. Fantastic performance straight away after what was a very tight game with FA Trio. You just blitzed the semi-finals.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me. And yeah, for sure, the game versus FA Trio was really hard. I mean, they were number 1 in the seeding, so of course it was going to be a tough matchup, but we managed to win. And then we beat Zero Zone in the semifinals with quite an easy victory, and we're happy to be in the league.
Yeah, just a question from me as well. Like, nice to see you again, Inso, as always, continuing to work really hard with your team and progressing very, very well. And what I wanted to add as well to that is the fact that, you know, you're going to the winners' finals. I saw a couple of names have already dropped to elimination brackets. So already Na'Vi have dropped down and Blood Diamond as well. That team, you know, does that give you a little bit more confidence going into, you know, the next round? Because, you know, obviously the next round, if you win this, you will go into challenges. It probably makes you feel a little bit more comfortable now. I
mean, for sure we are a bit more comfortable because the stronger teams are out of the upper bracket, but we were against like the number 1 team, as I said. So in order to win it all and to qualify, we're gonna have to face strong teams. We faced them in the first phase in the quarterfinals, and there's like no difference between facing them at the start or at the end of the tournament. We just have to prove we are the best.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations and well played. So a quick 3-0 semi-final. That was like the dream for you guys. I wish you all the best in future matches.
Thank you very much. Have a nice stream.
Thank you very much. So yes, I mean, honestly, it was a confident performance in the semi-finals, no doubt about it. And as he said, you know, they knew that their first seed match was going to be the real tough one against FA Trio.
Yeah, it certainly was indeed. And even then, with Trio, like we thought it was going to be a one-way struggle bus after we saw that first set in the first game. We're just like, you know, this could be the team we don't expect on the day. But Inso's obviously, you know, kept them calm, collective, going through all the strategies and everything that needs to be done without hesitation. And it's looking much, much better. And look at this, Esports Empire, just definitely a team, you know, I don't really know too much about here, Lee. But the thing is, you know, Berry, Kevin, Lena, I'm very excited to see how things will pan out between the entire squad due to the fact that they took out Na'Vi, and Na'Vi have been making making a huge amount of progress over the last few weeks. It's a shame that, you know, they now have to battle in the elimination bracket, but now they've got to play against Noble Elite. Still a very strong team. I'm very curious to see how this entire series pans out.
Yeah, for Esports Empire, it's been a fairy tale, I would say, for them. You know, 6 wins on Wednesday. Thank you very much. Gained 100 ELO.
Wow.
Launched themselves up into the qualification spots, and then going 2-0 Na'Vi in your first game. Hello. Talk about making a statement here. So, yeah, looking very good. Obviously, Noble Elite coming into this one, they've sort of always been there and thereabouts. They were sort of hanging on in at the bottom of the ladder at one point as well. So it's going to be a tough old matchup, of course. We're going to have same game modes we just saw in the first semi-finals. We'll be kicking things off over on High Sun Kaboom Canyon, then of course into the Super Stadium as we just saw, and then the hot zone will be split, and if we need it, if we get there like we didn't in the first semi-final, it will be into dry season for the bounty, and Siege will be olive branch. Will we go the distance this time, Harry? That's the question. Will we get further along? Because I'm very interested to see what Empire Esports could bring into the table after 2-0 in Na'Vi.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's a statement. I didn't expect that in the slightest. I thought, okay, Na'Vi are probably gonna, you know, take Esport Empire down, move on to the semis, play against the next team. But I don't know too much about them. They could be a much better team than I anticipated, or maybe what I'm describing right now. But still very curious to see exactly how things will pan out in this series, because it's not like they've been a walkover. Like, saying to be able to beat them 2-0 is, like I said earlier, like, you know, a bit of an impact to continue on into this semi-final, and whoever wins this will play against Totem in the winners finals. And it depends how they come out the gates, you know, in terms of the woodwork. You know, how strong are they going to be? Is there any start strats which they might deploy, like with a lot of aggression? You know, how are they going to do in terms of the bait and switching? How spread out are they going to be? Is there enough support here and there? There's so many little things, you know, there's going to be a lot of ingredients into their gameplay to work out how strong they could be against Noble Elite, because Noble Elite, of course, you know, they're not a walkover, but still a very strong team indeed, as we will get this first game of set number 1 in the series to find out exactly what Esports Empire are all about.
Absolutely, let's get things going, because it's Kaboom Canyon, and we're seeing a Piper for Lino, by the way, here. Something that I was wondering about, you know, in the previous matchup, we were talking about obviously Max coming in, but the Amber, obviously we know all about that. The Max on the left-hand side, it's interesting to see how that's going to work out, though. And with Piper, I mean, Piper just kind of removed their own cover there, which I'm kind of curious about, Harry.
Yeah, it's a strange one. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's like it can be advantageous and disadvantageous at the same time. I think it depends on what he's planning to do. I think he's planning on a little bit of early aggression, but he's getting a little bit fed up just hiding behind some of the structure here and there, which is a little bit understandable. Even with the Amber as well, you see they're Berry on the right lane. He's just taking so much damage. But so is Andre as well. So it's very, very, you know, in terms of a stalemate situation, it's very equal in terms of damage. You can see, I'd say Esport Empire got a slight, I'm talking about like a 1 or 2% advantage in terms of having some map presence, but that's literally about it.
I'm interested without the Crow pick as well. Crows was so strong for, honestly, both teams in the previous matchup. And here we go. Here comes the push. Esports Empire. That's a nice push to get around the side there. Melanie goes down. Can they get Andre down in the corner? Yes, they can. Berry will finish that one off, but I think we're going to get some shots. It's all about Lino, and you can see there's the shots coming through, getting them down on towards that safe, and he's working well. Already managed to pick off, and now they could just step away. Damage done. Just step away. Keep the pressure on, and he's buying all the time. Every time Lino gets a reload, going straight up and getting that shot down.
Yeah, this is the problem you see. You know, on this map especially, it's very hard to get any objective efficiency in. Once you've taken at least 2 down, then you can, you know, make some kind of execution onto the safe and then do a little bit of damage. You know, another match you can probably see about 60-50%, but this time around it's not as much, which makes perfect sense. But Lino does take down 1. Baby takes down another. This is a room for opportunity now to push on up. That's a huge, and he takes down Melanie in the left lane as well. Lino doing so well, but look at this though. Dizon's already taken so much damage. He's only on 280 HP, still trying to reheal as much as he can, but you know, with only 10 seconds left to go, will they be able to do it? Berry still looking good. They just need to have a strong defense here, but they've kept the structure well, and you can see Dizon just trying to make something happen, but it's not going to happen, and the safe wasn't even touched early. It's now down to 76%. Great start from them. Very, a lot more dominant than I expected.
Honestly, Lino, I'm not too sure which way to pronounce it, but Lino was just hitting every shot there. War star player of the game there as well. No surprise there. The only thing that he did and she missed the totem that obviously wasn't moving. Was doing all these perfect prediction shots and then whiffed on the totem. He's like, how did you just miss that? But it's obviously that's the play you do. Sometimes you're obviously walking away and you just miss that shot. So used to do the prediction shots, but wow. And obviously managing to get the damage down onto the save as well. So it's working out well. Lino. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see the same from Esports Empire here. Definitely going to have some adjustments for Noble Elite, who themselves are no slouches. You know, they took down Blood Diamond as well 2-1. So they're certainly got it in them to try and step up and deliver here.
Certainly do indeed. It's just a question of is there going to be comp changes? If there are, like, what's it going to be? I still think Lino did very well without Piper, you know. Even though it's very heavily projectile based from that kind of range, his predictions were very, very good in terms of his shots and what he wanted to do there. So it was much better than I expected. It's very, very difficult at that range as well because you're always playing from long range in those kind of stalemate situations. It's very tough. And even trying to get anywhere near the safe or anywhere near in range, have at least like 2 or maybe even 3 down. That's the only times you actually push on that because the respawn's so close to the safe and then so easy to like regain and map control. It's so tough.
And I want to keep my eye on it because last time Lino took out our own cover here with the super, which we questioned at the time, weren't too sure about it. It actually worked out well because obviously gave her the opportunity to step forward into the middle much easier.
Yeah.
While someone like Berry, who's obviously down the left side, is very low on health at the moment. Here's the adjustment though. Andre picking the Piper up himself. So definitely turning it around and working for them straight away as they get Lino down. And then comes the Maney, immediately putting the damage down. Couldn't quite hit the safe though. Didn't quite get the range.
One of those anything you can do, I can do better kind of scenarios it looks like. We'll have to see if this mirror matchup will we have to change anything. It's all about fundamentals and mechanics here, especially considering Andre's pushing up massively into that middle lane. Lana has to pull all the way back, completely understandable, doesn't want to take any more risks as every single member of Noble Elite's pushed all the way up and Andre's taking down Lino, Berry's taking down Melanie there, and now he's trying to get away, but Berry does clean out. This is going to be the window of opportunity again to push on that, but Dizon with the Amber just making sure they keep them at bay, left on 280 HP, is really healing and should be okay. It's just going to be back to another stalemate situation.
Much closer game, but still only 5% damage done. So in terms of while the dominance kind of worked out well for Noble Elite there, they didn't really get anything for it, which is the worry for them because immediately Lino's pushing through that middle, lands 1, 2, 3 shots perfectly, and that's going to absolutely open the door of opportunity. They do manage to get the damage down. It's just a trickle there, more coming out from Amber than anything else on Berry there. So, or Berry on Amber is more the point, but you never know who's on who because they've both taken each other down on the left side, and it's back to the sniper battle. Piper on Piper, and it's on the moment with Lino that's been working out well.
Yeah, it's been definitely working out well indeed in his favour. Still back to that middle ground now. And look at the percentages. Again, not really too far off. Only 8%. One team wipe can change everything. And we're going to find out now. Lana's still holding his ground. Kevin takes down Melanie. This is going to be his opportunity now to push on. And that's 2 down. And Andre's only on 392 HP. Still does a bit more damage to the safe. Not a huge amount, but any amount, nonetheless. Even if it's just a bit of a sprinkle here and there, Lee, it's going to make a massive difference, especially towards the end, if they even get anywhere near fair safe, as there's a 10% deficit. Both teams still going back and forth. It's just a matter of who's going to out damage who and make that push. Who's going to be initiating exactly. Dizon's going to push on up into that right lane, and we do need to go. Dizon does take down one, and this is where the push is going to come in between Andre, and will he be able to do it though, as Dizon's going to push one all the way through, and look at the amount of damage done to that save. That was a clean push there, D-Man, and wow, that was incredible. Wow. What a way to finish out the game.
They knew they had to go for it there, and you see Cindy on the Amber absolutely paying dividends. I'm about to get a cat go across my screen. He's really trying. I tell you can't see my hands, but honestly, I'm fending him off right now. But yeah, honestly, we were talking about 15 seconds left. It was you can see it was down 95 to 85%, so they were trailing behind. So they absolutely had to make that push, and it paid off. Here, they catch Kevin off guard in a moment on that right-hand side, and it's Cindy that managed to make it work, and then that's it. Hit that ulti, hit that super, burn down the safe. Worked out so well.
Yeah, that one massive opening, that's the kind of situation you're going to put yourself in, and you saw it from then onwards. Noble Elite did a much better job. I still feel like it was kind of a replica of what we saw earlier on, but I think compared to what we saw before, it was definitely a lot more different. Kind of like what you're going through now.
You won't believe the persistence of this cat. Really wants to get across my screen. I don't know where he wants to go. There's nothing over here. I don't know where he's going to go. But you know what? He wants to do it, so I'm just going to let it happen. I'm just going to hold his tail. So there we go. He's out of the way. And we're going to get the game back on your screens. That's it. That's the beauty of not being in the studio and having to cover it from home. But it's 1-1. It is a tight game, and that's what we want to focus on right now. Is there adjustments? No. Okay, so they're sticking with what worked because Noble Elite pulled it back brilliantly here. And I do feel still the battle is very much between Lino and Andre, as if to punctuate my point. They land a shot on one another.
Definitely been an interesting series both on and off the server. D-Man is now Berry's pushing into that left lane. But still, look at the amount of damage Dizon did to him. And that's already 2 down now for the side of eSport Empire. Still didn't do a huge amount, but, you know, it will dwindle down ever so slightly, down to 85%. So at least they've made a little bit of a start here, as Andre is on that right lane, with Melanie still going back and forth with the bait and switch, and Kevin's already taken a huge chunk of damage, with Berry trying to inflict a little bit more onto Dizon to keep him back.
As my cats decide to take him on off the field as well. They're going for one another. But either way, Cindy is the one that's trying to make the push up here. And it is eSports Empire. They're in a little bit of trouble now. Still plenty of time, though. No need to panic. Very even battle between them. Lino takes a couple of steps forward, looking to try and get the pressure onto Miney in the corner there. And you can see it's Kevin that's kind of coming out on top in that duel at the moment as they take a little stand. Both supers come out from the ambers of Berry and Cindy. And both do just about the same amount of damage. And Lino, though, just took a big hit from Andrew. And now he's got to try and get through it. At the moment, honestly, they're really struggling to make a headway in towards Noble Elite's team.
They certainly have done indeed. Berry now, you can see, trying to force out the situation and force out the first mistake, but it's just not going to happen. As now Noble Elite, they're the ones with the advantage of the 15% deficit. It's not about the percentage, it's about the fact that they're the ones who can just hold this setup and, you know, force the side of eSports Empire to make a play. They have not really much of a choice, but still a couple of players have been taken down. I don't think they want to try and initiate a push. I think they're just being a little bit more cautious, maybe another team wipe in order to push onto that safe. And you can see both players are not really too sure when the best time is to try and execute this kind of plan. But 25 seconds left there, D-Man, until that's going to happen. But Berry is still so weak in that left lane. Does manage to survive. He will have to re-heal before he forces next engagement.
That may be it. That may be enough. Big double there from Lino, but Lino gets quickly sniped out as well. Cindy and Melly actually working out in a beautiful crossfire, and that could well be the difference there. They've managed to get the wipe. Now they're going to push on. You can see Andre immediately going in, getting that shots down, and that is enough. With just 1 second left, Noble Elite with the comeback will take it on Kaboom Canyon. Fantastic performance, Seb. Great adjustment to basically equal and get that mirror match off and say, you know what? We can play that better than you.
Yeah, that was simply just better adaptation. And yeah, when it is a mirror match, it does come to mechanics. And if they feel like they're a little bit more sloppy than before, then yeah, that's where it's going to create some issues. Now, I know he's got a good shot on him, don't get me wrong, but sometimes he was a little bit out of position as well. So it's like a mix of both worlds, really. You know, individually, he's got, you know, great aim. Sometimes his game sense was a little bit too off, or maybe a bit, you know, overextending a bit too much, overstaying his welcome here and there. Just very, very tiny mistakes, which he can easily rectify. It's not something you can, you know, you don't have to do overnight. You can do it here, no problem. And you just got to try and like calm himself down a little bit in some of those engagements. But yeah, you're right. You know, good stuff from eSports Empire. You know, they tried to do their best, but in the end, Noble Elite did come out on top in that first set. And I'm a little bit surprised because I would have said that Na'Vi is definitely better than Noble Elite in terms of how they play and everything. But it seems like it's a kind of a rock paper scissors scenario. But it's still early days. Yeah, it's only been one set.
I mean, it can also be down to adaptations, right? I mean, if you were to look at the first game we just had there between Noble and eSports Empire, you'd be looking at it thinking, oh wow, eSports Empire are gonna run away with this, because they kind of did in that first game, and the adaptation worked well for Noble Elite. I just wonder. I mean, it could simply be a case of Na'Vi were coming into this thinking we're so much better. You know, almost the you know. The pride angle, effectively. It was like the ego, I guess you could say. We don't know. I mean, I didn't get to see the match, so I can't speak too much of it. But sometimes if you don't make that adaptation quick enough, if I could put my teeth in, then obviously, you know, you can get caught napping. And that maybe was simply what happened. In a best of three, you can definitely get caught out very quickly.
Yeah, it certainly can done indeed. It just shows how, you know, it says the Brawl Stars competitive scene, how things can change so much. You know, for some teams and other esports, it can take months, but for these guys, it's weeks. You know, you can't really predict how certain outcomes will come, you know, considering circumstances of some of these players and, you know, some of the matches they behold previously at different tournaments. So it's just quite crazy to see. You know, Na'Vi just already in an elimination bracket. Don't get me wrong, they got a second chance, and that's perfectly fine. But nice to see a team like Esports Empire just to find out what more they can do. They've still got plenty of time yet. It's still very early on in the series. And, you know, Noble Elite, they're strong, but, you know, they're not like, you know, crazy good or anything. You know, you've got to try and put a dent in the armor in order to, you know, force something else to happen. You know, they're still quite good, but they can definitely be toppled. It just depends on, you know, what map, what game modes some of these guys play on, and of course the comps.
Well, I would say honestly, right now, all the teams that are in this tournament are pretty even.
Yeah,
like, it's not like anyone's got a sure foot in the door, apart from obviously the one we've already seen go through. But Esports Empire here, I mean, let's not forget, this is for a place in the Esports ESL Mobile Challenge. So $45,000 tournament. You know, whoever wins out on this tournament will be there. So this is quite important. Now, Brawl Ball start looking very good, I was about to say, for Esports Empire, but Kevin does get caught out, went a little too aggressive there as Berry tries to put the damage down on Maney. They do manage to get a little control on the board there, but Andre, the magic hand being pulled in from Leno, taking him down. So Genie versus Gene, and it's Leno that works out well.
I'm not surprised we're seeing a car as well, so nice composition here. We're just waiting to see exactly what Esports Empire are going to do and what their next plan of action is. But you can see Dizon just pushing the ball onto that right side. So if they do get team wiped, it's going to have to, you know, another one is going to be required in order to push on up. But it's been so even in terms of map presence and damage. It's quite hard to really not just dictate the pace of which team is going to come out on top, but in terms of what, you know, the plan of action is going to be for Esports Empire, because they're always on the back footing every single time. And I do feel like they're getting out damaged ever so slightly, and you can see they're just waiting for the right moment at the right time, and that is not going to be it. Melanie takes down Berry there, and this is going to be an opening, you know, taking that numbers advantage as Dizon is going to push on up. But won't be able to do much with the ball as of yet, but it looks like they're just going to pull back and try and wait for another opportunity.
In the shadows there, Kevin doing as much as he can to stay defensive as is Berry, basically pushed into the goal. Oh no, got caught out. Andre with the magic hand there, goes straight in. Berry goes diving in, but it's not going to be enough. Noble Elite will get the ball over the line. Actually, I don't know how he managed to sneak it past, because there was two there.
I wasn't sure either. I don't know if it was because a pull came through or anything like that, which is why it went over the line. It was pretty close to say the least, but Kevin is already pushing up on that right lane. He definitely wasn't happy about that in the slightest, as Dizon does actually take down Kevin, and now they can regroup and now push on up and get a little bit more, you know, some kind of positional advantage. Still though, only 30 seconds left, so it's Esports Empire who need to force out the situation if need be, as Melanie has taken down a fair amount of damage in that left lane. Berry looking to potentially push on up, but with two players just standing there, you know, begging him to push on up. It's just not going to happen. Melanie takes down Berry, so that's a left lane open. Are going to try and push on up, but it's just not going to happen here, Demon, as now Andre does take him down. Melanie's going to push all the way up. Will he be able to do it? Of course he will. It's going to trick shot it, but pass it to him anyway. But let's be real, the damage has been done, and there we have it. As you can see, Noble Elite winning the first game of the second set.
The thumb down emote coming out there. He's like, no, I wanted to score a second goal. He got in the way of it. Yeah, so Noble Elite, starting where they left off, honestly, there. It did seem that it came down to basically Melanie versus Berry on the left that kind of won out both times, really, and that put them in that position, or the pressure position, really, there, as Melanie managed to get Berry off there, which is what set the goal off in the first place, and then just like, I wanted to score a second goal. It's not fair. But honestly, they look good there. So now it's role reverse, right? Role reverse from Kaboom Canyon. Obviously, last time we saw Noble Elite, the ones that need to make the adjustment. This time, we'll see whether Esports Empire have got it in their locker to make adjustments and figure out what they need to change.
Yeah, you know, from Noble Elite, I just feel like there's a lot of patience and there's a lot of discipline, you know, on their side of the map. Like, even if they've got numbers, they still are very cautious about their, you know, what could happen next eventually. You know, they've only got a few seconds to make something happen. And I think they just get a little bit worried where, you know, sometimes they'll take one member down, but they're taking too much damage as a team in the process. So they can't push on up. And they know that even if they're in a 2v1 scenario or 3v2, they're just going to get cleaned up anyway. So it was just, you know, a lot of scenarios there which they, you know, took into account and realised that, yeah, okay, let's just wait for a little bit longer. Let's try and regroup, let's re-coordinate, let's try and make him a slightly different push later on. It's a bit of a pain in the backside for them sometimes when they do, win some of these 1v1s and some of these engagements. But I can understand why they've been a bit extra patient compared to what we normally see in some of the other Brawl Ball matches. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the second game and to see exactly what Esports Empire can do coming up next.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how the battle's playing out, because in the middleware, the Andre versus Lino has been working very well. Obviously, both times they were both Pipers before. This time they're both going on Gene, so it's the sort of magic hand who can land that super first, really, and who can come out on top. While obviously we got the two side battles going on, which are also mirror matches. Certainly the double tower face off on the right hand side is working out, but obviously we'll see whether we do get Carl come through once again, or whether Esports Empire do make some adjustments. And wow, yeah, okay, here we go. And actually it is a mirror once again, but there is adjustments. Obviously, straight away, left-hand side, Melny got the better of Berry both times last time around. We'll see whether this time it's going to pay off.
I love how they both switched to the Barley as well. Barley, it depends. It depends. It's very situational in terms of how you want to push. There's going to be less aggression onto the team, but there wasn't really any, aggression required. It was just, a bit more range and a bit more damage required. And I think it's going to be definitely going to do it for both these teams.
It's a brawl that works so well on this map particularly, because obviously once you've got any of those sort of areas where you can just hide behind, Barley can work so well, can just lob it over the top, obviously, or any of these throwers work so well for them. So that was the adjustment. Interesting that they both read into the same adjustment as well, though. But Berry did manage to get the better of Melny this time around, but you can see Respawn Ball didn't really make any ground. Kevin just having to dodge out from the cards at the moment. And been a very, very edgy battle on the right. Kevin once again going a little too aggressive, I would feel, and he's going to get caught out. Yeah, they doubled up on him, Andre and Cindy there, and Cindy working out. But it does make the time for Esports Empire just to shift that ball over to the left-hand side. Plenty of time, though, minute 14, but already one game down, 1-0 down. They're going to want to get themselves a goal early on here to get that confidence back in action.
Yeah, you can see with Esports Empire, they're testing the waters a little bit now, pushing up a little bit further on certain sides to see how aware Tasada Noble really are. But they are very aware. They're just patiently waiting for them to make that first big mistake and then able to execute straight after. So the ball is in their court, and it's just a matter of what they want to do here. Berry's done that on purpose to see if he can delay any kind of pushes in case they get teammates by any means. Andre and Dizon on that right lane looking to push on that. The pull comes in. Beautiful stuff from Andre. This is the initial push they've been looking for here, as Melny has been backed off and needs to pass it to Andre, pass it to Dizon, but has left it on that right lane because, again, that respawn cycle is pretty quick, and you can see that as well. They're trying to regroup if they can, but look at the amount of damage Dizon's taking. The pull comes in. I don't think pull was really required. I think it was just in range. I wouldn't say it was a bit of a waste because you can get it quite quick anyway, but Andre takes out another player. They were taking down Kevin. 15 seconds left, and looks like we could be going to overtime here.
Looking to try and clear the terrain. Obviously will get cleared as soon as he goes into overtime, that's for sure. Melny's in a position to try and set it up. Now, they were almost looking for the pass there, and it didn't work out for them. And now, well, Noble Elite gives Esports Empire the ball and says, come at us. Let's see what you got. So interesting to see that change. Also, the big change is the fact that both Berry and Melny have both switched over to the right-hand side now as well. So they kind of just roll reverse. We've got the two double tower face-off on the left-hand side as well.
It does indeed. Just both teams they're actually playing very aggressively. They're just trying to really establish map dominance or some kind of presence, but they just can't do it.
Magic hand
player actually going into the front line, and Andre does take down Berry, so that could be massive for him, considering because 25 seconds left, still a little bit of time left on the clock, but already as well with
there's another one.
It's actually rejoined the fray as well. He's trying to back away, but it's just not going to happen. This could be a tie here, D-Man.
Yeah, they managed to get the magic hand onto him there. Now, Andre's low. Almost got taken out, but as you say, there's no time to get the goal. Got to push in for it now. Berry's looking for the pass, wants to get in the corner. Can't work out for them. Andre just boots the ball away, and it will indeed be a tie. So we will get ourselves a third matchup here. So draw comes through. Well, okay. What are they going to change? What are they going to change? Because obviously the adjustments came. They managed to change it up. They did manage to go in there this time around. I wonder. Now, they've both looked at it and thought, okay, they mirrored each other. It didn't really work out. Kind of... What do you think? What do you think? Are we going to go a bruiser? Are we going to get a bruiser in here, or are we going to get Brawlies once again?
Oh, I'm not sure at this moment in time. I kind of feel like it's just not even just about the comps. It's also about, how they're trying to inflict, some kind of map dominance on each other. I kind of feel like Noble Elite are doing fine. It takes a little bit of time, but they find these openings and they hesitate too much. And I kind of feel like on the other side with Esports Empire, it's a completely different story. It's like, they can't find any openings. They can't push on them. You could see they were testing the waters with the right lane quite early on and found nothing. And, the problem is the fact that if you do want to execute some kind of plan, you've got to be very, very quick in order to try and push on up. But yeah, I kind of felt like both of them, you could say that with Noble Elite, they are the better team at this moment in time mechanically, but it's not really stating the fact that, they've got to stop hesitating so much and be able to push on through, because it's happened time and time again. But still, though, I feel like Noble Elite have been the better team so far in this series, as it will be a replay of the second game to find out what they can do here. Noble Elite are in the lead in this set, if you're just joining us as well, up 1-0 in the series, so we'll find out what they can do differently.
I did just wonder if it was going to be maybe, if the bit of mind games could have worked in there, with the Barleys, whether they could have come in with a Mortis and then maybe just sort of counting, because that would have definitely changed the game.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Would have definitely worked in their favour, but it's not. As you say, it's a mirror match once again between the two, so we'll see how it works out at the moment. Esports Empire are trailing 1-0 here in the second matchup, and immediately it is a counter. The Barleys taking each other out.
What a shame, what a shame. It's going to be 2v2 anyway, though. T-Zon does almost get cleaned up. Yes, he does. Kevin manages to...
Well, Magic Hand, that's a good one.
Ooh, yeah, that was a great pull as well from Lino there on...
They cleared the middle.
And yeah, that's going to be the perfect opportunity now to see what they can do. They're going to push on all the way up, but T-Zon's already on the respawn and they can just abuse this structure on the defensive line, but not with that Barley. They need to try and spread out, but they're in such a disadvantageous position. They're trying to figure out what they can do. Maybe with the Barley, they can push them back a little bit further, which they have done. So that's what I mean with the Barley. Sometimes it could defensively and offensively, even though it's quite a passive baller.
Oh, the good Magic Hand again, and this is the problem, right? Because they've made this open, and the problem is they don't have the ball right now. Kevin's looking to get in a position. Lane wanting to get across and try and push that pass. They're trying to go ultra-aggressive, and it's just backfired on them. Melny working well, and it's actually put Esports Empire on the back foot while they were the ones trying to be the aggressors.
Yeah, this is looking much better. It's a lot more chaotic than what we've been used to over the last few games.
It's a good ult.
And now it's 40 seconds left as Melny has taken down Kevin. This is going to be their window of opportunity here. Will he be able to do it, though? And he doesn't have enough HP to dribble it in, but the shot does come in, and D-Zon finally manages to score the first goal in at least 5 minutes now, minimum. And Berry does get the pull, and you see D-Zon cleans him up beautifully there. And Melny takes down Kevin, and Lino's the last person left standing. He's trying to back away and regroup, but look at the time left, though. 15 seconds. And he can't really do too much. They all need to push together as a group now. They're not happy. Kevin's just like, okay, yeah, you've won 1-0. This is pretty much done.
It was Lino's Magic Hand that just completely backfired on them. He pulled them into the goal line, and then 2 of them died because of that. It's just almost like a "what are you doing" moment sort of thrown in there. We already had the Barley ulti down on top of them, so they really couldn't stand around there. And as soon as that Magic Hand came in, I was like, no! It was one of those moments, when you see the super come off, it just backfired. And it looked so good to start with for Esports Empire because they got the Magic Hand. Lino got that Magic Hand down. He cleared the cover in the front of the goal. So that's why they went aggressive in the first place. That's why they went hunting for the kills in the right-hand corner of the pitch. They thought, okay, if we can get in there, clear them out, we could have got an easy opening, pass goal, job done. But it just backfired, and they were on the back foot ever since then. So suddenly they find themselves 2-0 down here after Brawl Ball, and in what was looking great for Esports Empire to begin with. So now they have to make some serious adjustments.
Yeah, again, night and day difference, like compared to their style of play. You saw there as well from Noble Elite. They've gone from hesitating too much to now barely hesitating at all and just taking their advantages, straight away without any train of thought. And that's what you need to do. You need to have the similar game sense together with the rest of your team and sync in place. And they did it much, much better in comparison. Even though it was a bit more chaotic, it worked in their favour a lot of the time. And Noble Elite just did not expect it. They were thinking, okay, yeah, another stalemate situation. We'll just wait for the damage control and stuff. But no, that was a completely different style of play. And this is exactly what we need to see from them. Just to try and dictate the pace and control the tempo of the game in their favour.
Absolutely. So, well, okay, moving on. Let's see what they can do. It is still a best of 5, don't forget. So there's a chance for the big comeback, but it is going to have to be a heck of a comeback. We didn't actually mention the bans at any point in this? I just trying to remember now. It was Poco, Stu, Max, and Bell, by the way. So Bell's still being banned out there as we would expect. But moving on, obviously into Hot Zone now. It will be split, so we'll see how this works out. Esports Empire chasing the game now in what is a very, very tough map setup. Obviously, both with either side, and it's going to be Kevin that goes aggressive straight away, working wonders. This is the start Esports Empire needed.
I was going to say, with that last game as well, it makes sense why I didn't see any Poco double tank composition. So it makes perfect sense now. As we're seeing Dizon pushing on that left lane with the Ruffs. He's at a disadvantage, but Kevin's just been very, very patient. He's got the zone control. He's doing the objective efficiency, which he's so desperately required. Just needs to bide his time and see what Ruffs is going to do. But so far, so good. He's playing this very, very well. All he needs to do is waste as much time as possible. But he's actually in the lead, or he was in terms of HP. But took a bit of time, but Dizon finally takes him down.
Well, of course, the Sprout managing to get himself as much cover off there. It can kind of block them out of the hot zone, and that's what we're seeing. Kevin immediately goes in, tries to go aggressive with that super, doesn't work out for him. That may cost them because suddenly it's going to turn against them. Ruff working well for Cindy there, so that's going to turn it. You can see all that built up, that 58% that they built up at the start after a great little opening has completely gone against them now. But you can see Cindy forced to back away. Oh, so close to getting their kill there. It doesn't quite work out for them. They do still hold both zones at the moment. You can see Kevin's doing some serious work here, but he needs his teammates to step up on the right hand side. He gets himself the kill down onto Cindy. That's working well. Melny being picked off as well, and Kevin just forced away from the hot zone. It's going to be very close here, Harry.
Yeah, Dizon's done so much work on that left side as well.
That's a great pull.
Push up as well. That was fantastic. But will he be able to clean him up? He's left on 140 HP. Lino's going to still stay in that right zone though. And look at the objective efficiency of both teams. Still only a 5% difference. They need to make this initial push now.
He's stuck. Barry can't go.
And he won't be able to do anything as he has been completely barricaded off. And there we have it. Noble Elite with another game in their favour.
Oh, wow. Melny just blocking him into the corner. Poor old Barry's just shooting like, no, why can't I do this? Oh, so close. And after such a great start for Esports Empire, honestly, you're going to be kicking yourself coming out of that one and just get blocked out. Kevin did fantastic work against Cindy, by the way. That worked out well. Great to see some differences here. Now, I just wonder, is there going to be an adaptation? Because this is a map that can favour a booster, but there's Barry. Look at Barry. He's like, I'm stuck. I can't do anything. Oh, frustration, no doubt about it. But it's not over yet. But Esports Empire, they're going to be feeling it now. Match point for Noble Elite here.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to see what's going to happen here. I don't think there's going to be too many changes in terms of the composition because I think it was very even throughout the entire time. I kind of feel like, you know, right until the very last engagement with the blockade and everything like that, of course, whoever's playing with the Surge isn't going to push into that 1v3. You're basically, you know, knocking on death's door there. So, yeah, it was a little bit... Oh, how should we say? It was just not that it's a favourable position, but just a little bit unlucky. Just with the fact that they've actually timed that really well, and I don't think they even expected that to even happen. So we'll see what happens come up in the next game. But you're right there, match point. This is kind of what we expected, predicted for Noble Elite, and it was quite hard to, you know, decide at the same time because with Esports Empire doing so well against Na'Vi early on, you kind of, you know, scratch your head thinking, well, you know, if they're better than Na'Vi, then surely they should be able to take out Noble Elite. But it's like I said earlier, that rock paper scissors scenario where take down Na'Vi, you know, an extremely strong team, and then somehow lose to Noble Elite. So yeah, very, very strange. I'd love to see a rematch maybe later on if possible, if they do both end up in the elimination bracket. That's depending on how this next game goes. So you're right though, D-Man, it is going to be Noble Elite on match point. Let's see how they start off in this next game.
Big Frank coming out from Melny. I was talking about maybe a big bruiser coming out, and that's probably about the biggest you can get. Kevin this time not going to quite have so much fun around this corner because every time he pushes in, he's going to get bashed in the face, and that's really just about how it's going to work. Lino getting picked off straight away, working well for Cindy. Cindy adjustments coming through as well. Remember, it was Cindy last time that was up against Kevin on the left-hand side. This time, not the case. 54% already built up and counting. This is looking great for Noble Elite, not so good for Esports Empire to be joining the ESL Mobile Challenge. But Lino and Barry do take control of the right, but they have to clear Melny out here because it's already at 83%. They've got to go aggressive, but now they're in a 2v2, then they've effectively split 1v1 defensively, and that does mean they're not getting enough hot zone. Andre comes through, pushes them out of the zone, 90% and counting. Big Frank comes in, but he can't do anything about it. Now they need to hold.
Oh, that's such a shame. He had no choice though. He had to push. You know, there's no doubt about it. If he didn't push, that would have been it. Doesn't have time for the rest of the team to regroup. On 95%, 5% more now to then continue on forward into
98,
the
99,
finals. And it's
they've
just a
done it.
matter of time, and there we have it. Noble Elite looking much better. Again, adaptation very, very strong, and they'll be playing against Fly Totem in the winners finals, D-Man.
Well, they won't. As far as I'm aware, that's it. They're through to the challenge.
Okay.
We don't actually play the final, as far as I'm aware, because it's simply a case of getting the 3 teams. So congratulations to Noble Elite, obviously joining through into that Esports Mobile Challenge. Fantastic stuff. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll be going down to the lower bracket.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Plains for Brawl Stars, and we're already nearly at the halfway mark here. Joining me is Ark, as always. Always good to have you back, Ark, and we've got another great match upon us here between Blood Diamond and Na'Vi.
Yeah, this will be a big one. I mean, again, this is like the last chance for these teams to really make it through now, so they're going to be giving it their all, and 2 big titans for me absolutely here with Blood Diamond, EU and Na'Vi.
Yeah, we were talking about Esports Empire earlier. I said I didn't really know too much about him. I just wanted to know how much you knew about him, because, you know, taking down Na'Vi is a pretty heavy feat.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big story, it must be said. Esports Empire are kind of like relatively newer, at least to my knowledge, on the scene, and they've made a few waves this year so far. So, I mean, it's still early days for them. I don't want to sort of take anything away from them, but they are definitely one to keep an eye on. It must be said they are showing good signs of promise, and that's always a really important thing.
Yeah, I was just a little bit surprised. I just wanted to discuss it with you as well in case there was something we didn't know, because I looked at the names as well, the players, just to double check, and I was like, I'm not really too sure I know too much about them, but just what I'd love to see, an underrated team out of nowhere to maybe, make a little bit of an impact. So we're going to have a look and see and have an interview with the team to find out what they thought for the entire course of that last series, and so we've got quite a few questions to ask him. It's not going to be too long of a Q&A session. I don't want to keep it too long for him, but congratulations once again, and just how are you feeling after that last match?
I feel really good actually, because finally our work gets rewarded, and that's all.
Go on, I'll pass it to you. I'll let you have one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a really, really important victory there for yourself. So, how have you been preparing for today, and how much has it meant to you to get to this stage?
Last week was really hard working. We screamed a lot, played a lot, and we got an insane result, and we keep working hard.
And I was going to say the last question from me to you. It's just the fact that you probably noticed as well, Esports Empire actually took down Na'Vi during the first round of the winners bracket. Was you a little bit worried or sceptical on what they could be like when you play against them?
Yes, we was really, not scared, but anxious to play versus them, because they beat Na'Vi, and it was a really good team. But we did our best in these matches, and yeah.
Yeah, because it's important as well, because you had, didn't really have too much information on them, but you just thought you'd play your A game and then see what happens. But congratulations on the win once again. That was a convincing victory, and we'll see you very soon.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was pretty chilled, weren't he? It's like, we
composed,
won that 3-0, he's not sweating at all. He's all right. He should be fine. But yeah, I think he made a valid point though. He was a little bit worried, because it was like, okay, they just took down Na'Vi, and it was like, a 2-0 victory. Of course, we didn't see how the sets went in terms of games, but still though, that's definitely, defeat one of the heavy hitters coming into this. They were probably like, okay, well, I suppose we better start sorting ourselves out a bit. But it might have been just a rock, paper, scissors thing where Noble Elite just played a little bit better on the day and were able to stop their path of destruction.
Yeah, I think at this point, of the year as well as the competition, teams are definitely in that position where they're not taking anything for granted, and every battle has to be sort of looked at upon as being a real threat, as they are. So I think that's the right approach, and I'd like to see a cool and collective mentality for sure.
Yeah, gotta love it, gotta love it, as we're gonna now move on forward to Blood Diamond EU's roster. Javi, Rafa, and Blackski as well. Tell me a little bit about these guys, because I've not really casted these guys a lot, so I'm sure there's a lot you can describe about them.
Yeah, well, Javi and Rafa are the two that I know the most. Blackseed kind of relatively new to me this year, but I like what I'm seeing from him. Definitely very, very strong players. I've been looking at a lot of their performance this year, and they have a lot of strengths. Very, very aggressive play styles. There's very much an accuracy, play style as well. Very, very on point. But Navi as well, it must be said, are making a lot of strides at the moment in the European scene. Jason, MMA, and BBGs. Honestly, this is again, and I feel it's going to be another very close matchup here, because both of these two teams are making waves this year and are going to be wanting this equally as much. The question is, who's going to be picking those brawlers on the day, and finding that sort of niche in terms of the comps, and making every moment count.
Yeah, every single one of those players on Na'Vi, it's just very, very heavy hitters. They're very good individually in so many different ways. MMA, with him, is a bit of a showman as well as we're very individually skilled here, as we're going to go into the game mode. So it will be for a bit of bounty shooting star, it will be siege on factory rush, and then if we do go to a third set, it will be a bit of gem grab on ice fort. So, just a little bit more Na'Vi as well, just the fact that, I have to say, last few weeks, they've been looking very good. Some teams progress ever so slightly, but in small increments here and there, but they made a big stride a couple of weeks ago. They were looking very, very solid and seemed to be, some formidable opponents. And last week it looked a little bit, not as good as what we expected. So some elements of inconsistencies are there, and sadly for them as well, they have not had the best of starts coming into this. This is a team you'd expect to be able to make it into challenges, and with Coach Org by their side as well, you'd think it's basically a recipe for something really good. But we are going to go to the first game of the first set. Remember, whoever loses this will be out of the competition. Whoever wins is obviously will continue on into the elimination bracket. So very excited to find out which one of his teams are going to move on through.
That's a really, really solid point. Yeah, we are in that phase now where there are no more second chances. Bans came in, by the way. They are Stu and Amber on the side of Blood Diamond EU, and on the Navi side, they are Poco and Jean. I've got to say, those 4 brawlers not really standouts to me on Shooting Star. This is exactly what I would expect to see. The Nanny, the Tick, and the Piper Lane. Tick coming in. Javi goes down to it. An early lead then in favor of Navi as a result of that pickup.
I like that from Navi, getting a little bit leery at the start. This is exactly what I like to see, because Navi just on that left lane, waiting for Jason to push on that with the Piper. But not really doing too much as of yet, just biding his time, waiting to see if Java does push from that left lane. But already one of the players had to pull all the way back. And Rafa's still biding his time here. MMA still in that right lane. Just again, just patience is a virtue here. Jason does take down Rafa, so as time progresses, things are getting a little bit worse here and there. And also they've got a lot more map dominance in possession in comparison, just trying to get any kind of positional advantage. But Rafa, though, he's thinking, well, I'm going on the front line. This is definitely an opportunity for us to push on through. Only 2 stars behind, and see if they can make any kind of difference in this matchup.
And with the return to center, next Jason down to 600 HP there. So watch out for that one. Jason having to heal up now. But I do wonder, actually, whether Javi will swap lanes and make it a Piper v Piper, because Jason's going to struggle on the left-hand side against him there. As you can see, Javi just getting some nice shots, forcing him back. But 15 seconds remain. 1 kill is all it will take here. The blue star in favor of Blood Diamond E, but they are on the back foot as Jason goes down to the return to send a lovely pop of the gadget there from Javi. Can they maintain it for the remaining seconds? I think they might just about. Oh! What?
We must have barely missed it. I even mentioned about MMA, how he can be a little bit of a showman here and there in terms of like on and off the server. But yeah, there we go. Speaking of Devil, he's the one who gets the last remaining takedown there. It was by what, 1 star? So I suppose it didn't really matter. If they take down anyone, it would have been perfectly fine. But yeah, what an ending. It's definitely not the first time we've seen it. Won't be the last either. But yeah, what a way to start things off here, Ark. Madness. Absolute madness.
I would love to see back that moment to see how that exchange occurred. But I've got to say, it's a difficult thing in Shooting Star when you're behind to reclaim the lead at the right time, to not get caught in a spawn trap, on that defensive side. So, Blood Diamond, he did really, really well, in my opinion, to retake the lead. But yeah, just that last little second moment where they just dropped the ball. A good start for Navi, but we're still in early days.
It is early days. It is the first game. I kind of feel like we've gone through 5 sets because of exactly what happened during the final moments. Like, blood pressure's like getting to me at the moment. I'm getting to an age where, anything can happen. So, just don't do it to me, guys, for goodness sake. So we are going to look in this series so far. Like I said, still very early days. Kind of seen a little bit, a few elements here and there of what both these teams are going to be up to. But we haven't seen enough to kind of, we haven't had enough flavours to decide who's getting the better of each other yet. Because that was still very, very close. As Jason still continues to play on that left side to see what he can do against Jarvi as well as Rafa, but Rafa just holding his ground there with that tick just to see if he can push them back. But, usual stuff in the bounty, especially with a composition like this, pretty even.
Oh, how it goes down the beat. Pop the return to center there in the way of going on this super aggressive as Rafa here, just dancing in the middle of BBG's ticket going out. Last hurrah was timed, I thought, a bit early, but actually was played out well, and Blacks with a nice pickup there on the right-hand side into the mid there will give a 4-star lead in favor of Blood Diamond EU and the blue star as well. Jason might have to consider a jump here. He's very low. Couldn't have come at a better time as Javi almost capitalized that one.
Very different start. You can see Blood Diamond really giving it this time round in comparison to what Navi were doing early on. Basically, opposite side as sort of the coin, you could say, in terms of the start strats and what they wanted to implement further. Jason now took a little bit damage on that left side. Oh, what a shot as well from Jarvi. Sadly, he couldn't get away from that homing, but never mind. MMA trying to pull back if he can. He's only taken half damage, but trying to recuperate if he can. As Rafa and Jarvi both in that left and middle lanes to see what Jason is going to be up to. And full well that Navi are going to have to make that push at some point. 40 seconds left, but the question is, when is it going to be?
And now MMA is just completely out of position, pops a return to sender on the defensive, but I've got to say, Navi here are going to have to do so much to be able to come back from this one. This is a dominant lead, 10 stars ahead. I mean, that is going to be a dominant statement that they're going to have to respond to in this next matchup.
Yeah, I don't blame Navi at the end. Didn't have enough time to, regroup me, how to push it on through. And you saw Jarvi just right in the bottom left corner, just literally just hiding, making sure nothing happens. It's understandable. You've got to do what you've got to do, haven't you? When you're on the defensive and you've got a lead like that, makes absolute perfect sense. But yeah, in terms of the first initial push, very, very strong from Blood Diamond, dictating the pace straight away rather than Navi actually doing that. And it's nice to see a bit more flair coming from Blood Diamond here.
Yeah, that's a really, really good sign for me, especially in this kind of early stage, just making sure to make those moments count. You kind of want to play a little bit of a mental game here as well, in your minds of the opposition. You don't want to show them signs of weakness too early on. I mean, at the later stages, that's not necessarily the worst case scenario because, you can come back in certain game modes. But in this early outset of Bounty, when you have the ability to go back on the defensive, really slow the pace of the game down, it's a really big statement to make that you can show you can keep up with the pace.
Yeah, I'm seeing more aces up their sleeve, and I can understand what you're trying to say. It's like you don't want to turn around and go, "Well, here's my hands. What are you gonna do?" Like, so early on, it just why would you do that? It makes absolutely no sense because they've got plenty more matches to come. Whoever at least takes this series is Rafa now still in that middle lane, looking to push on up further. This is even more aggressive from Blood Diamond for what we saw compared to that last game. The first initial push in the last game was good, but you can see there that on the back front is now MMA hiding on that right lane, waiting to see when Blackski's going to push up with that Piper. It's looking to see if there's an opening here, but it might have overstayed his welcome ever so slightly and overextended as Rafa does take down MMA there. Good clean up from him and do have that 1-star lead.
Yeah, I really, really like this start that we're seeing from Blood Diamond EU. It might be something that now you might want to consider popping a few gadgets here. We are going to see a return to and a follow-up as well on the right-hand side there. Lovely takedown from MMA. The ticket coming in takes care of that one as well. But here we still see Blood Diamond EU in this relentless position in the mid. Rafa holding firm. The Nanny actually will miss on the left-hand side onto Jason. But still, despite there only being 1 star in it, the aggressive stance that we are seeing from Blood Diamond EU is nothing to be trifled with.
Yeah, they can't give up positional advantage here. They've got to be so cautious as MMA now still in that right lane, still trying to keep him at bay, taking damage in the process. But, during those last 15, 20 seconds, they can't take any more. It's already been pushed back, kind of treating it like an ice cream scoop, just, scooping away at them to push them into the back corner as Rafa and Javi still in that left lane. But they can't really get anywhere near them here. It's 15 seconds left. This is the turning point now. This is where they need to really make some kind of opening here. But this is a great chance with Jason when he's weak. Oh, actually, he was taken down. Rafa has to clean him up. He can just pull all the way back, and they're not going to be able to do anything, especially with the ticket close ranges. BBG trying to do something. Actually, MMA does get it. It's not going to happen again, surely. He does by 1 star. Oh, unbelievable. Don't go on, that was great by Na'Vi. Congrats all round, but you can't do this to me, guys. It's third time in a row. This is just ridiculous. But yeah, great stuff on them. Na'Vi really deserved that, especially right at the very, very end. It looks so bleak there, Ark.
It was a really clutch play from MMA. Yeah, it was a peep that went out and actually connected with Blackstone, who had no super at the time there. So that's a really, really important observation there to capitalize when there's no ability to evade the kind of return. So really, really good observation. And you gotta say, Navi were on the back foot pretty much that entire game. I mean, there was times when Jason couldn't do anything at all, completely blocked on the left-hand side, shut down so well by the ability to control both the mid and left-hand side lane on Blood Diamond EU's side. But they were able to come back, and this is what I worry and fear when it comes to Navi. They are so good at just being patient and playing the long game, and that's something that's very, very greatly overlooked in the EU sometimes.
Yeah, MMA has been very cheeky on numerous occasions. I can't believe he actually got away with that. And twice as well in one set. That was just ridiculous. But well played by him and the rest of the team. Even though I think what you said is absolutely right. I did feel like Blood Diamond played a better game. Positional advantage, good coordination. And even then, when he took out Jason, they were just waiting for the vital moment that one of the players are pretty weak or getting out damaged as an entire group. Then that's going to be the initial push. They were very, very patient. A lot of discipline comes into that. People can easily panic and one member could overextend. But when they saw Jason was trapped with that pipe in the top left corner, that was pretty much said and done. That should have been game over there and then. And MMA went, no, you're right. I'll just quickly do that and get another start. And then there you have it. MMA just doing miracle work once again. How dare you? How dare you actually catch it up twice, in 3 games? Ridiculous. But Na'Vi, you can say it again, 1-0 in the series, looking much better. I think this is a best of 3, I believe. So now they've got to be a lot more cautious, not like a best of 5 like it was previously.
This is exactly that, and players now are going to have to really think things through, be very cautious. Again, Navi have shown that they are able to turn the tides quite quickly and at the very last minute when it matters most. And that's the thing. You're ready to save up a lot of those kind of tick gadgets, the last hurrahs, to tank a lot of those peeps coming in. And credit to Navi to really hone in on the areas of weakness when they were there in Blood Diamond E. But Blood Diamond have been in this place before. They are definitely no Boy Scout when it comes to Brawl, so they will absolutely be looking to turn things around. As already Rafa gets in with a flying hook very early on. We are going to see some Bell actually, which is again, go back to the bands. There was Stu, Amber, Poco, and Jean. So Bell actually going to get some playtime today finally.
Who would have thought it, eh? Who would have thought it? It's been a strange day nonetheless, and just choosing Bell just makes things even, not even worse, but even funnier. But yeah, Jarvi is going to be pinned in that left lane as BBGs does take him down. Beautiful stuff from him, lift on 694 HP. The level 2 bot is heading north towards the side there, and you can see the rest of Na'Vi just trying to keep him at bay as much as possible, but it's not going to do a huge amount. Shouldn't really take too much damage. It depends on the circumstance of how much MMA can delay this push. But look at that, bro. That was a beautiful defense there from Na'Vi.
Defense, they're going to have to be able to push through here, and the speed from BBGs will go a long way in helping to do just that. Flying hook from MMA on the right-hand side as well will give him a nice position and force back Rafa just a little bit. Blacks with the speed to get Javi out, and there she survived the scenario there. A nice ice block from Javi. My goodness me, he timed that to perfection, considering that he was only on 52 HP.
Yeah, it was really cheeky there. It's already Jarvi, and I think that's BBGs. Yes, it is. The Max just on that left lane. Still just waiting patiently here to find out how they're going to be able to take down this level 7 siege bot. Still though, fair amount of damage, also delayed the push as well, so good stuff from them. And this is going to be another very good defense. We know with the map structure it's a little bit easier to defend, but once again though, it's still only a little bit of damage, only 16% damage taken, 30 seconds left until this next siege. And you can see there, Blood Diamond do have that 1 bolt lead, and will collect a couple more just to add insult to injury, might make matters even worse. Tongue-tied there as Rafa now still being able to push him back in that left lane. BBGs is not going to survive. Looks like they will be able to get this last siege bot, and that is going to be pretty much it for Blood Diamond.
It was great area control from Javi, and you know, Lou is not the most common of picks, it's got to be said, and something I didn't really necessarily point out too much at the beginning, but making it work, that's what matters the most. It's just like, you know, going in with a strategy, as long as it works, no one's really going to argue with it, and that's what we saw. Blood Diamond EU were able to really stay composed, despite there being not really much damage. Getting consistent pushes in Siege puts your opposition really much on the back foot. Just constantly having to deal with something can go a long, long way, and this is exactly what Blood Diamond EU had to bring in to Siege to be able to slow the pace, bring it back in their favor, and just remind Navi that yes, we are able to beat you. We will continue to do it, and despite there being not much time left to do it, I gotta say I like where this is heading for them.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying for Na'Vi. The fact that they lost all 3 sieges is you know, in terms of what they were trying to do, I think it was more the fact that Blood Diamonds were only supporting the bot ever so slightly, and they were more focused on keeping that map control and keeping that bolt deficit, you know, keep making sure it's a huge lead, because you only collect, what, 9 or 10 siege bolts for the last bot anyway, and as long as they keep that deficit wide as much as possible and keep that advantage, they should be okay and be able to inflict all the damage they need. So now they need to try and figure out what they want to do here, because they haven't really got any, we haven't seen any much counterattacks from them, not really much adaptation either, and we said it in the last set as well. I do feel like the Blood Diamond were the better team, but Na'Vi still came out on top. So we'll have to see if this, you know, trend will continue here. As BBG's almost got taken down already, left on 1736 HP, but on the other side though, Jason does take down Rafa, so we're going to see if help is at hand, as Jason's going to be pushing in ever so slightly. He's actually quite weak himself, doesn't really want to overextend. He's pretty damn tempted. He was very, very aggressive, but you know, it all worked out in the end, and they do get that siege bot.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Navi seems to be very aggressive. I like the really quick call to attention from Jason, and getting a really quick stack of as the result of that aggression. But this is not the result that Navi really wanted on the first push, to be already so early on, having to be on the defense yet again. I like the surge pick. I think that Jason just has to keep stacking, and he is doing that well. So if he continues to keep this up, then maybe he'll be able to gain some range, some speed, and really start to bring things back. But at the moment, Blood Diamond EU continue to bank these bolts from the mid, and MMA just not stop Blacksy there either, so it's quite tied up right now.
Yeah, BBGs is really giving it in that left lane. He's been playing ring around the rosy with a couple of the players and still took 2 down in the process. That was great stuff from them, and believe it or not, are we actually going to see the first siege bot for Na'Vi? We actually are. That is unbelievable. I was we're not going to get 6 in a row. Come on, surely not. But they had a lot better map presence in comparison. But MMA has taken a Rafa, Jason taken down Blacksky as well. There's only 1 player left. That's Jarvi, just trying to stay alive. But, you know, what can he do here? As maybe at least he has to delay the bot, gives the opponents a little bit more time to respawn for Blood Diamonds, and still doing a fair amount of damage here. They might be able to successfully be able to get away with this without taking too much damage, and still looking pretty good, just taking out a fair amount, only by 4%. So this siege bot is really going to account for both teams coming up next.
Insane. Absolutely insane defense. Javi there to do what he did. He had to gain super just a couple of hits that were actually fed to him. I think now we could have been a bit more cautious around that because Lou, honestly, on defense can be an absolute beast. Look at the ice block as well to stop that advance on the left-hand side. My goodness me. Javi MVP for me. Blood Diamond EU will get the final push and surely take this set.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, you're not wrong at all. There was a few star plays there where like, okay, you've just pretty much saved your team's backside winning this next game and completing the set. That's fair enough. Well, good on you, mate. Now just do it for the rest of the series, you'll be fine. But no, you're right though. Like, you know, some 5-star quality plays there from him, and it's good to see them make a much better comeback. We saw a lot better, you know, fundamentals and mechanics in that last set anyway. So hopefully Na'Vi don't feel like, okay, you know, we got pretty much slapped in that last set, and you know, and we still managed to come out on top. But this time round, it could be, you know, a slightly different story. Maybe the game mode doesn't go in their favour, I'm not sure, but we'll have to try and see more from Na'Vi if possible, because they had some good defence here and there, but couldn't really, you know, get the bolts they're so desperately required.
Yeah, they were just very, very good at controlling the mid and making those early moments count. We mentioned earlier today how important that first bolt can be in that race to it and that support needed to obtain it and bank it. And that's what I kind of felt I saw more from Blood Diamond EU for me. I'm really happy with this turnout because it means that we're going to go all the way here. And that for me is exciting. I think that these are two teams that at the beginning I mentioned were so closely matched, and we are seeing that evolve as we speak. And this can really go either way now. We've seen that kind of ability to respond to that early aggression that we saw from Na'Vi and that slower pace, and now they've responded in turn with that, with some aggression of their own. So now it's going to come down to this third and final set to determine it all, and again, we are no longer in that second chance phase. The loser will be leaving the competition today.
It's crazy to think that Blood Diamond or Na'Vi could have knocked out so early on. It's absolute madness. Like, you couldn't make this stuff up here. And I would feel really bad for Na'Vi, especially considering, you know, all the great things we've said earlier on about how much progress they've made in the last few weeks. And I do feel like the last week has been a bit, I don't know, like, you know, it's been a little bit questionable or debatable. But, you know, I don't know what happened before. Like, you know, the flair they had, the hesitation was next to none. You know, this is what made them such a fantastic team. There's so many little things to their play that made such a huge impact against some of the top teams in some of the sets in other competitions. So I'm hoping that if they do take down Blood Diamond, which we're not really too sure, because Blood Diamond seem to be, you know, they're looking like the better team here. We'll have to, you know, try and find out as we are going to go into the final set into the series, and either Blood Diamond or Na'Vi could either get knocked out of the competition or will continue their path going into the next stage into elimination bracket. We'll have to see as MMA does get an early takedown on Rafa, and you can see Blacksky just trying to stay alive and does actually take down Jason in the process, but a trade does come out from BBG's.
Yeah, I really like the quick ability to get to that bottom left-hand corner from MMA, because that's a really important place for Rosa to be on this particular map. But look how well Blacksky can respond to that. And if he's able to keep shutting this down and cycle accordingly, then that's a good thing for him. But ultimately, MMA is a thorn in the side of Blood Diamond EU right now. They've got to deal with him before being able to contest the mid. Now they've done that, and the speed from Javi will go a long, long way in getting Rafa into the mix now. But honestly, Blood Diamond EU have got to be very, very cautious of MMA. And keep all eyes on him. Oh, look at this from Jason. Has to phase shift away. Can Blacksky close the gap here? 7 gems going down on the left-hand side, but can he get out with them?
Oh, as if that happened as well. And yeah, MMA is going to try and push on through. He's actually really weak from that last engagement as well. He has to back away just out of range. Java was so close to taking him down, but MMA is making a really good play. He instantly called back, making him think that he went all the way back to recover, but he didn't. He's using the super to push on in. Even his map presence now is going to be massive to them as he can continue collecting these gems. Just a couple more will do it so they can run on back. And he already did his job. Even though he didn't get the kill, he's still able to do it, but will he be able to though? It's still... Oh, baby Jesus, hiding in that bottom left middle side here, Ark.
Yeah, I'm looking thinking he's got super and he wants the gems. He actually settled in the end for Javi, but he honestly was in a good spot to really place that pressure. And Blacksky knows he's gone to the right-hand side now, which makes a lot of sense. But BBG's has super yet again, and all this time that Blood Diamond EU are not able to contest the mid, but gems are being banked by Na'Vi, and they're only 1 away from countdown now.
Oh, give me strength. It's so close between both these teams at the moment. As MMA, Jason do have the map priority now. They've got the gems, but you can't run away. You need to stay at your guard and keep lane. But look at this though. Blacksky does come in with Rafa as well. MMA came from behind. That's going to be absolutely huge, but we need to try and keep him away in case anything does flare up, but still only need one more gem. Not going to happen, and good first game from Na'Vi. This is what we expected, but sadly for them, it's going to be a little bit different for Blood Diamond now, because Na'Vi are now on match point. This is what we wanted. You know, I've been saying it from the first set. I was like, where are they? Like, what is going on here? But, you know, they're back on the server, really giving it now, Ark, and it's great to see. This is Na'Vi what I wanted to see in this set compared to what we've seen in previous sets.
I gotta say though, Blacksy, I've got to give him a ton of credit because he was the ideal candidate to really deal with MMA, and he didn't really miss the mark for me. He was very cautious when he had gems. He was very good to use his super at the times when MMA really wanted to push and go on the aggressive there. That one gem at the very end played such a vital role, and had he had a bit more support to obtain that, I think we would have seen possibly even a different story there, because ultimately M's a really tough brawler to push away from the mid once you've got your super and you're knuckled into a corner. That was a lot closer than I think we might see it go another way. I think that the Rosa pick was a bold one from Na'Vi for sure, at the right time to bring it in, but they're going to probably, I would imagine, deviate away from it just in terms of keeping Blood Diamond EU on their toes going into this next game. And Gene is the banned brawler here to make note of, really. So without that brawler in coordination with Max, there's definitely some deviation there still to be found. And they are going to do that, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like you're absolutely spot on with that prediction as BBG is pushing that left lane, but Rafa knows is also there. Both of them pretty aware with their scenarios in terms of what they want to do. As Jarvi takes on Jason, that's going to be a good early start there for Blood Diamond. As Blacksky now still holding that right lane, just, hiding in the corner to see if he's still there. But the problem is with Blacksky, don't get me wrong, he's doing some great stuff. Just, it doesn't even need to really do much here. Just, showing that map presence there, just being a nuisance in the corner is great. But he's kind of doing the same thing and again, and it's like all this repetition. It's going to, make Blood Diamonds a bit more predictable. Need some more unorthodox plays, or maybe play in a different position. But Jarvi, though, managed to take down another one. So you can see Na'Vi are up by 2 gens, but haven't got the map control. As Rafa still holding on to that middle side. All 3 members are in the middle, actually. But look at this, though. BBG is trying to pinch if he can, but it looks like he won't be able to as of yet. He needs to back away. Only on 577 HP. One of the shadows will not be able to clean him up there. As Jarvi just, trying to do what he can and inflicts a sprinkle of damage onto that left lane.
Interesting, black portals to start power being run as well by Rafa, which is unusual. You tend to see more of a healing shade, to be fair, but I like the aggressive idea that Blood Diamond EU are running with here, and it makes a lot of sense with a lot of the bush. Nice takedown as well on the left-hand side. 2 gems will be dropped, and that is going to bring a countdown in favor of Blood Diamond EU. We could be going to match point.
Of course we will. I wouldn't have had it any other way. It's Jason now pushing that left lane. BBG's going to push him through as well. MMA's going to try and continue if he can. They're way too far away. But saying that, though, he might have to do something. No, he will not. Match will be over. Now we have 11 gems to 1 as Rafa got that last kill on Jason. But yeah, I didn't. There's no point jinxing it because it was going to happen. Ark, it wasn't it? It's would have been rude if it didn't. As we saw Blood Diamond with a dominating performance. I can understand what Na'Vi were trying to do sometimes halfway through that game. We're trying to create some kind of pinch. You saw BBGs do it a few times in that left lane, but they just couldn't get him out of the middle after a certain period of time. And it was just good map control from the entire squad of Blood Diamond.
Yeah, and I think Havik did really well to always be there to support Blacksy, because ultimately, Ems has a lot of weaknesses. If you're able to close the gap like brawlers like Max can do with the use of the phase shift, the gadget, and other ways of closing that gap, then it really does leave Blacksy very exposed. And as soon as you take down one, it becomes a 3 versus 2. I like the awareness that, for me, Blood Diamond EU was showing. And the question now is, do Na'Vi go back to the Rosa pick? Do they kind of bring in another brawler like Sandy, who's actually quite a decent idea, although having a shorter range than Ems could be a chance to provide some unpredictability. Same comp from Blood Diamond EU is going to be, and look at this, actually Na'Vi are going to bring out Ems of their own.
Ooh, okay, interesting. Let's see how this is going to pan out. Now Jason's just going to back away a little bit, so is MMA, taking a fair amount of damage, but Blacksky's actually so weak. Jarvi also on 1926 HP, and Rafa's just getting out of it. He's like, yeah, I'm having absolutely none of it here. BBG's going to make a sneaky play in the left lane. Oh, you can see Rafa more than aware, just making sure that he fires a few shots in those bushes on the left lane to see what he can do. MMA takes on Jarvi here, so they've actually got full map control. Rafa needs to back away. He can't continue this fight. Even though he was winning that 1v1, he knew that Jason would come out and try and support BBG's if required. As Blacksky now again taking a lot of damage. A very, very aggressive push from the entire squad of Blood Diamond. Good approach there from them, and now they've regained the map controls. Rafa's taken down Jason. Rafa's also going to take down BBGs, and Blacksy may be able to take down MMA. Yes, he will. That's going to be a team wipe, and it's not looking too good now for Na'Vi. They need to try and stay alive. They haven't got the numbers advantage. I'm a little bit surprised of this attack here. As you can see, he's trying to clean him up, but that was, I'll say, a little bit of an overextension there, Ark. It's not looking too good for Na'Vi.
They can hold the mid, though. They got a bit of a positioning of power here, but look at that, though. The return from Ruff and the support from Happy will put a shutdown to that idea very, very quickly. And again, look at the ability of Blood Diamond need to really take things back. But MMA on the right hand side with a lot of aggression and a well-timed use of Super now will slow the advance. And that is a crucial time to do it, because Blood Diamond, you need one more gym. Without that, they can't get on countdown.
Oh, this is ridiculous. MMA finally gets taken down by Jarvi, but actually gets cleaned up there. Good trade there from Jason. BBG is just trying to stay alive. He's not in the best of spots, but at the same time, he's got a little bit of cover from that one fence tile there. 424 HP. BBG is still alive. He's trying to play Ring Around the Rosie. No, they don't want to play anymore. Rafa's actually managed to clean him up in that left lane. Is Jarvi still trying to stay alive? And look at the comeback from Na'Vi. Is Jason MMA still trying to stay alive in the middle ground whilst waiting for BBGs to rejoin the fray and try and re-coordinate again? But you remember, though, because of the amount of gems both teams have, they can't just, play the passive, structured runaway game. This is going to be important as Blacksky looking to try and push on up, and MMA is knocking on death's door, just trying to stay alive in that bottom right corner in that middle half. And BBGs does manage to clean him up here. That's going to be absolutely huge, and now they can back away here, Ark.
Look at the use of that black portal. The Blacksy can't do anything about it, and that's the reason why it's a good star power to run here with Tara. And Navi have absolutely run away with this. 5 seconds left. I don't know whether they're going to be able to have time to do it. The turnaround from Navi, unbelievable.
How long was that? Is that the 4th time, 5th time, or something like that? They've done that now. It's just ridiculous. But congratulations to Na'Vi. Commiserations to Blood Diamond. That was such a good series. Between these two teams, you'd see that in a final. So there's a little bit of a surprise there. Great comeback from Na'Vi, but that is going to be this series all said and done. We do have plenty more matches coming for you in the ESL Mobile Open, as we'll catch you in a few minutes.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Привет, I'm Auge, the coach of Natos Winkere Brawl Stars for 1 month now, I think, probably.
Can you describe your team's play style, just like in one phrase?
I think since we joined Na'Vi, because we have been before that with Zero Zone or like Zero Zone Russia, I think since we joined Na'Vi we are very confident and we have a lot of synergy and try to make the game very quickly with brawlers like Stu, Max, Bell, something like that.
Well, just touching on what you've mentioned about joining Na'Vi as well, you've had such an impressive run this week in particular against a lot of the teams that are in the top 8, so how confident are you feeling?
I think for the playings we can be very confident because probably Tribe is going to qualify, so that means that like the top 4, top 5 teams of Europe are like already in, and I think with the other teams we can probably win against every team, but in the end it depends on one match, and we still have to win the games, but I'm very confident.
Well, 19-2 is your current record, which is absolutely incredible. So what's your strategy for the final week before the play-ins? Are you going to kind of ease off and see how it goes, or are you going to try and get as many points as possible?
I think we're going to ease off because this week we still have like 3 upcoming very important tournaments within the play-ins. So I think we are quite too far away from Tribe Gaming right now to claim the first place. And I don't know if we're even gonna play a lot. I think we're probably gonna look a little bit for seeding, so that this goes well for us. But in the end, it's not the aim to go rank 1 anymore.
Well, you've mentioned Tribe Gaming a couple of times. So would you say that they're your rival in Ladder 2, or is there anyone else in particular that you're trying to beat? I mean,
there are a lot of top teams, and it's only a best of 3 format like Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming for sure. I think they're going to qualify. FA Trio from France. Those are like the 2 other teams that I will see in the qualifiers for sure, winning a lot of games. And I think like since one team is already going to be in with the first first place, it's not going to be a big deal for us anymore.
Okay, well, is there anything that you'd like to say to your opponents ahead of this week?
Well, I don't know if I'll wish you all the best of luck, and I hope to see no stew buns.
And I think more importantly, is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans who've been supporting you throughout your whole journey?
Yeah, I'm very happy with our community since we joined Natus Winkere, and I would just want to say thank you for the nice welcome in the org, and I hope to see you supporting us in chat.
Well, best of luck this week before the play-ins.
Thank you.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL Mobile Open. It is the play-ins 2 for, well, what is now the final team to make it through ESL Mobile Challenge. We have 7 teams confirmed. We're waiting for the final team. We've already had Reply Totem and Noble Elite from today who are going to be joining. Obviously, the 5 teams have already gone through. And now, of course, we're going into Esports Empire, who started off on an absolute tear, taking down Na'Vi, who we just saw go through, against FA Trio, who were the first game of the day. And I got to feel a little unfair, maybe, that they lost in that. They did have, what was it, 3-4 match winning moments against Reply Totem, but they still lost it. So they're really a tough team to face.
Yeah, they showed a lot of perseverance. They didn't quite make it all the way through. Reply Totem just able to just stand their heat, I guess. But ultimately, I think that they are still a very, very strong contender. I think Esports Empire have to tread very, very carefully.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Reply Totem saying, look, they're the number 1 seed. They're the toughest team in the tournament, and they managed to take them down. Like, it was basically comeback every time. It was FA Trio that led it all the way. And guys, they are free agents. So if they do get through, they're looking for a team. Just going to put it out there. Obviously, we've already seen Na'Vi collecting themselves a team. Here are the teams. If you missed them earlier, Esports Empire, what a story it's been for them in the last week. Berry, Kevin, and Lino managing to work their way up, gaining 100 ELO points in the last week to qualify for this tournament, and then taking down Na'Vi in the very first upper bracket matchup, sorry. But then, of course, they just kind of got swept aside by Noble Elite, and my worry was that they didn't adapt quick enough. For FA Trio, they are, no doubt about it, probably one of the best teams here. Mamat, Calvin, and ASAP, or ASAP, whichever you prefer, are going to be a tough matchup here for Esports Empire.
Yeah, and Esports Empire have really impressed me, I've got to say. Like we saw in the previous matchup, just how well Na'Vi can really hold their own and, just continue to turn the tides when you least expect it, right? And Esports Empire were able to beat them today. So again, I'm loving the way this bracket is occurring, because every matchup is just honestly super close, and that's what I love to see, just super close games.
So we got some bans coming through as well. Becoming regulars, in all fairness. Stu Poco, Bella Max all banned out, and as you can see, it's going to be starting off Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mines, and then we're going to be going over to Hot Potato, and if we need it, we'll be going into the Backyard Bowl for Brawl Ball.
Yeah, I do like Hard Rock Mine to start. It's, again, another classic gem grab map, and a chance where players can just kind of ease into things. It's not so quick to be over as, potentially, Brawl Ball can be. So that's a good way to lean in. Hot Potato is one of my favorite highest maps, and I'm not just saying this. This is genuinely probably one of my favorite lineups of game modes and maps here. Hot Potato, a really, really nice map in the way that it's located, and having brawlers like Rico in the mid can go a long way there. I like the bans. They're smart. I think getting rid of Stu, getting rid of Max is a big one for me. Gene will still be able to be used here, but maybe not to as greater of effect as if Max were on the cards.
Yeah, we almost saw Gene backfiring earlier on. I think it actually was Lino. It was Lino that, wasn't it? It was Lino that did the magic hand pull and actually broke away the barrier in front of her own goal. His own goal, her, I don't actually know. Their goal, we'll say that. We'll stay politically correct, and we'll see how this one works out. But as you say, we just had a magnificent gem grab game, no doubt about it. Blood Diamond EU are going to be feeling a little aggrieved if they watch that replay back against Na'Vi. They'll be thinking, how did we lose that one? Because they had the control, ended up 9-9. It was like, oh, he's going to come out on top. That is always the beauty of gem grab, right? There's always that little element of like the comeback ability is much stronger, I always feel.
Yeah, it can be such a back and forth affair, and absolute banger that last map. I've got to say, like, to watch that play out the way it did was, just so impressive to watch. But that's the level these players and teams are at this point in the competition. Like, this is what it takes. You've got to, like, play until the very last second and never drop your guard. Never underestimate your opposition as well. And that's something that I've got to say FA Trio have got to be careful of. As, Esports Empire are slightly newer to the scene and slightly, sort of slower in terms of making their mark, but they cannot be underestimated here. If they do that, then they might then drop their guard too much.
2 Carls coming out. We were talking last time in the play-ins how he was starting to come into the meta more and more, and this time it's way too aggressive there as Calvin and ASAP take massive control of the mid, but Lino has managed to collect himself 3 gems early on, but has to back away from that one. And obviously playing as the G, nearly taking a face from Calvin there. We'll have to be very cautious now.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited because I don't tend to see Rico being played on both sides in Hard Rock Mine at the same time. Normally it's one side that will go for that pick and go, oh, a nice pull on the right-hand side there from Lino there. Makes it count as a follow-up from Kevin, does connect nicely with ASAP. But Calvin using that rubber, I think it's the rubber retreat star power that he's running there to great effect. No, actually, no, he's not. I thought he had additional speed, he did not. But ultimately, I like the positioning there, the way he's shutting this down, getting a ton of control, goes down for his troubles. But look at the way that this is so back and forth already. 6 gems, now 7 gems to fall.
Yeah, ASAP just holding that mid control, and you can see Mamat just causing himself so many problems. Hits that super spin to win. Kevin goes down, and they have full control now. FA Trio 8-4 and counting. Just 2 more to go, and here goes Mamat once again, diving in the back line, but it is all just buying time for ASAP to collect that 10th gem.
Oh, what an aggressive position, stronghold there from FA Trio. Now on the defensive, they're going to be cautious. ASAP is a slower moving brawler here as 8-bit, so he's got to be very cautious in that respect, but not going to be contested as such. And therefore, those gems will be safe and sound.
Calvin really getting those bouncing shots working wonderfully there, just stopping any chance at a comeback for Esports Empire. So the first game will go to FA Trio. Of course, this is going to be best of 3 overall as well, but going into Gem Grab, that was a great start from them. Both teams reading it pretty well. What sort of adjustments are we maybe expecting here? Obviously both doubled up with a Carl, which was successful in fairness for Mamat, but not so much for Esports Empire.
This is a couple of brawls I was surprised not to see. I think that for me, Colette here is quite viable, as well, especially compared with a pairing of Byron. I know I mentioned this earlier when we were watching Heist, but that is a very, very dangerous combo. Not necessarily as strong as it used to be compared to the Byron 8-bit idea, but it's still a really, really solid option. Brawlers like Rosa can go a long, long way here as well. I think the Rico pick might deter that idea a little bit, but ultimately there are still some adaptations that can be made, but we're not going to see too much of it. We're not going to see an 8-bit though on the side of Esports Empire, as they seem to like that idea that they took, obviously, from FA Trio going with it earlier.
Straight mirror in now. I did wonder maybe we could have seen a Mortis, because there's a lot of areas where Mortis could dive onto that sort of back line and cause a lot of problems. Obviously, you can maybe counter it with Carl, but only to a certain extent with that super up and running. Speaking of, it's a Carl face-off at the moment, and Mamat was losing out, but Berry just took a faceful of the boomerang, and that's got him in problems. Still nobody able to really get in and get those gems. ASAP sneaks in there, and now we see FA Trio kicking off. Super versus Super. Mamat will just step away from that one, just waiting for Berry's super to run out. Will get taken down, but it's 7-0. A massive, massive dominant start from FA Trio.
He's in a good spot though. He stayed alive here and is therefore able to help with the help of Lino to get that takedown there. He's going to come back to heal, but that was actually a bit of a saving grace, as if he hadn't have been there, maybe there would have been a different story. But now, honestly, Esports Empire have got to use this opportunity to control the mid, and there, Kevin going down is not going to help it too much. Moment with a flying hook to get in position. Barry on the response with another flying hook to counter his position here, going in even more so on the aggressive to clear up the scraps. But ultimately, one more gem will be all that stands between FA Trio and Countdown.
The Rico battle on the left-hand side. It's like watching Space Invaders back in the 80s. Like, wow, which one do you dodge? It's bouncing left and right, but it is FA Trio that do get themselves the gems. 11-0 right now. You can see there's 4 down there. Mama almost just baiting them in there. Boomerang catching both members and goes in with the super. Nothing Nick Esports Empire can do about this one. FA Trio will take game 1 in Gem Grab.
Oh, what a start. It's just very rare to see that kind of brawler lineup in Hard Rock Mines, so it was like quite exciting to see. Like the amount of Rico balls that you mentioned on the map there just kind of like keeps your eyes busy for sure. But I gotta say, you know, a lot of the time, you know, FA Trio were in a very, very good spot. You know, on that left-hand side, Calvin was doing a great job of just like hunkering down and really trying to consistently keep Esports Empire onto the back foot into that spawn trap there. And, you know, ASAP did really well to hold the gems as well as he did. You know, I didn't see really any moments of weakness from there. So, you know, really great start for them.
Yeah, and polar opposites, honestly. FA Trio looking absolutely dominant there. Esports Empire, they need to show a little bit of what got them here in the first place, I feel. You know, that rise to prominence in the last week. Is it starting to falter out? I hope not. I hope to see some adjustments there. We were talking about how a bruiser may have worked previously there. Obviously, I was thinking of Mortis maybe could have gone in there. But, of course, we're moving on now straight over to Hot Potato for Heist. So, very different game.
Yeah, I mean, Hot Potato's a kind of interesting map. I mean, you know, throwers here work very well, especially Barley. We did see like a Sprout ban earlier today, I believe, but I don't really necessarily expect that to be as good. You know, if there is a Rico mid lane, one thing to mention is that Edgar can be a really good counter for that. And it's not really a brawler that we tend to see much elsewhere, but that could be something on the minds of these players. I think BB sometimes can be quite good for going up in a really kind of aggressive manner to force back. But I think safe bets here are kind of like Barley. I think Jesse's not a bad shout either. But definitely some different options available here. But the main thing to consider is how much these teams want to go on the aggressive compared to the defensive. You've really got to balance that well. And I would say that's probably the most important thing to consider, even maybe before some of the brawlers that you choose to go in with, is like, balancing that and not overcommitting sometimes, because you can really leave yourself open if you do that.
Well, we'll see. We're just waiting to get that game underway. Remember, these two teams both in the lower bracket playing for their tournament lives and, well, their careers almost, if you were. It's a bit harsh to say so, but, if you get knocked out here, you're not going to be in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and that is a big tournament. 45,000 on the line for the teams in that. And, of course, we already have 7 of the 8. We're waiting to find out who is going to be the 8th team. Only 3 of these teams sort of still standing. 4 of these teams, I should say. 3 of them. I'm missing someone out there. But either way, let's get into it.
Colt, I love to see it. This is actually a really interesting map for Colt. We don't tend to see it too often, but it's one of my favorite go-tos here because you can just completely change and reshape the map to your will, and that just makes some strategies just completely redundant off the get-go already. We are seeing, this great amount of control from Esports Empire, placing FA Trio straight onto the back foot. Despite having a Colt of their own, it seems like they've just got off to a very, very good start here.
The biggest thing for Colt is the range of that super as well, obviously in Heist, especially with almost an open area like they have in this one. But of course, that is also the danger. But with Berry and the Amber trying to back this up onto Calvin sort of landing the shots well, they've got to be careful, allowing him to sneak around the side. The rough battle going on the left-hand side does go over to ASAP as well, as we do see FA Trio starting to push now. Still find themselves down at the moment, just 21% damage done to their safe, but at the moment they'll be able to push on back.
Look how much the map's been completely destroyed at this point in time. It just makes this map so interesting in the way that you can do that. But now, looking at this, the damage coming in then from FA Trio will start to tip the balance just a little bit. Berry coming in nicely as the result of that takedown, as he has to now because it's a 2 versus 3. Goes down himself, Lino on his own here is going to have to really dig deep to make some of these shots count, to put back some pressure. But tanking those shots onto Kevin is not going to help the team that much.
Calvin just have to bide his time, get the reload, heal up around the side there. Now going for the push, looking for the aggression on towards Lino. Gets that couple of shots off on towards the safe, and here we go. It's completely open right now. He's going to put all the damage down, and that's a real problem for Esports Empire. You can see they're already down to 63%. They've got to deal with Calvin on Colt on this right-hand side. He's the one that's been putting the pressure down, and while they do that, Mamat sneaks a couple of shots through as well. 28 seconds to go. 55% advantage, FA Trio.
One other thing to mention as well is that Esports Empire are all fully buffed now as a result of just staying alive and persevering. It's Esports Empire that have been going down more, and every time you go down, those roughs, buffs will be dissipated. There's Calvin, lovely super on that right-hand side now, getting it maximum damage. All 3 members of FA Trio now all aiming their shots towards the safe, and they are looking very, very dominant now. Match point for them.
With just 2 seconds to go, they managed to get it down to 0. So great start once again for FA Trio, who find themselves in match point already here. Incredible stuff from them. And I think, what's the best word I can use? Patient play from them, because they were on the back foot at the start of this game.
Yeah, I think that especially with roughs in play, goes a long way. You've got to stay on your feet. You've got to make the use of those buffs, and teams have got to consider that in heist. You've got to stay up on your feet as long as possible.
So I'm just wondering if we're going to see maybe a change. Colonel Ruff certainly definitely worked very well for FA Trio, not so well for Esports Empire, I would say there. Every time I saw it, it was FA Trio that was coming out on top. It was ASAP that was on Colonel Ruff's on the left side there. And he seemed to be coming out in every single time they had a duel.
Well, I mean, put it this way, if they'd taken any of my advice, they'd be going with BB and Barley, and they would have been even worse off. So, I mean, fair play for them to go with that same idea. I think, and it's funny, because I literally posted on Twitter the other day, me playing Colt on this particular map, and everyone said from the person, why are you playing Colt there? And I mean, it goes to show, right, sometimes it just lends itself really, really well. I think that having both teams now shown their cards, they're going to have to consider that same prospect of going with the long range approach. I just can't see how, now that obviously both teams are willing to play the Colt card, here, they've got to go with that same long range idea. Byron, I keep saying it, I'm hoping that someone is going to bring it today, but no one is bringing the Byron Colette idea. I mean, I'm always open to the method changing, but I still think it's a very, very strong idea here that has to be considered. But I would definitely, you're going to hate to hear this, team, man. Stay away from the bruisers. It ain't going to dwell well for you to bring in a bruiser in this situation here.
No, this is too open a territory for a bruiser to get into. I mean, we were talking about obviously how it was closed, and it is closed to start with, but that gets very quickly changed out there. And as I say, the Colts very much once again in there, both Colonel Ruffs as well, and in Amber as well, working well for Berry. They're stuck with a tried and tested. Didn't quite work out for them. They did get good pressure down early on.
Yeah, I think the Amber pick's all right here, to be fair, but it's going to be outranged a little bit. So I think Berry will be kind of very cautious on what bushes they decide to expose.
That was aggressive, just straight around the corner, point blank, takes him down, gets the shot at Lino as well. You love to see it, and immediately FA Trio putting the pressure down.
Yeah, that's exactly what they have to do, and those rough sandbags are going to be a great thing for Mamat, who's just going to be bouncing shots between them, and nice pick up as well from Calvin, connecting there nicely with Berry. Lino gets the takedown, but again, I do like the way this, Esports Empire being kept really low by FA Trio, who are just being so good at staying in the mix here, like we mentioned in the previous matchup, staying on their feet more often than not.
Mamat just landing shot after shot, and you can see it's exposed. Both of them taking shots on it, also getting buried down. This is just non-stop aggression from FA Trio, working out. Calvin finally dealt with Lino, manages to catch him in a really nice burst from Colt there, was predicting his path perfectly. But Mamat once again with the shot coming through, and oh my god, Berry's in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, I'm going to buff there, but at the same time, it's just that same story that we are seeing with Esports Empire on the back foot, and again, they are facing down the barrel of a match point scenario here. One more loss, it could even happen in the next 50 seconds, and they will be exiting the competition. This push has got to be made count here. The support there is there, but the takedown is much more in FA Trio's favor. Another buff going down. All 3 members of FA Trio right now are buffed up, and they are not missing their shots.
Oh, it's absolutely punishing. Calvin does finally get dealt with, but you can see Mamat once again sneaks in, gets those few shots. Calvin, oh no, he needed to stay alive there. That was their chance really with 25 seconds to go. We'll get the respawn in just a second, but you can see they are running out of time. They're going to have to basically wipe out FA Trio and march straight in for that save. 15 seconds and counting. They're running out of time. Esports Empire, it's now or never.
No percentage of damage at all. 10 seconds. I just cannot see. Whoa, I don't know how my horses. Let's see what happens here. Berry going in, Kevin going in. I don't know whether it's going to be enough, but it was a valiant attempt at the end, but not going to be enough. FA Trio will take it.
So close, they had to do it now or never. Lino managing to get that super down. That Colt super can do a lot of damage, but it just was too little too late, unfortunately, for them there. And FA Trio, in the end, it will be simple for them. 2-0, 2-0 across both Gem Grab and Heist, and they will move on into the next round with a chance to get themselves into the ESL Mobile Challenge. We'll be back up to the break with the next matchup.
Hey everyone, so we decided to ask some of the players and the team managers a speed session of questions about their daily habits in their chosen game. What is the coolest or weirdest place you've ever played Brawl Stars?
I would say in classes.
I don't know what I said last time, but I think in a university while studying, probably.
Probably on a plane, actually, like before flying.
I would say definitely in a park. Park's definitely the weirdest place, on a park bench.
How many hours do you practice on a daily basis?
I would say six hours a day.
And right now it's like 4 to 5 hours, definitely.
I think, but as a coach, I don't really play, but I coach for maybe 2 to 3 hours a day. And I always like study sessions.
Could vary on the day, but normally about 4 or 6 hours.
What is your number one tip for beginners?
Having fun.
Stay calm, don't get toxic, and play in a team.
Just play the game as much as you can.
Number one tip would be is just keep playing the game. Trial and error is definitely a big thing in Brawl Stars, and just learning how to play the game and understanding it definitely helps out a lot.
What is your favorite thing to do when you're not playing Brawl Stars?
Analyzing Brawl Stars.
Walking with my dog.
I actually really enjoy watching Brawl Stars.
Favorite thing to do is just chill with my teammates, chill with my friends, just play other games, just stay active, and obviously go out for walks, stay healthy outside. Just keeping a good balance is really, really key.
Have you ever met a teammate in person? And if you have, what was it like?
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not in this team, but before that I met somebody, and it was like a really good experience, because it changes a lot in between you offside and of course inside the game.
One of them, and it was really cool. He wasn't actually my teammate at the time.
Well, we've planned to meet up soon and like in the past, but because of like COVID and stuff, it hasn't really happened yet. So really excited to meet them. Hopefully soon, so yeah, be looking forward to that one.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's ESL Mobile Open play-ins to see who's going to get through to Challenge. And it's, well, at the moment, one spot left, Harry, after, well, FA Trio just sweeping Esports Empire aside. They are now in the, what is effectively a loser bracket final. And the question is, who's going to join them? Zero Zone Spain versus Na'Vi. And if I'm not mistaken, Na'Vi used to be Zero Zone Russia, correct?
They certainly did, yeah. Do you know what? I still call them Zero Zone Spain, even though there's only one Zero Zone team, and I still keep doing that, but do you know what? I'm just going to keep making that mistake. Why not? As, yeah, Zero Zone will be playing against Na'Vi shortly, and this is a great matchup. Like, this is the kind of matchup you'd expect to see in a winner's semis to then get one of those qualifying spots, but no, this is actually, you know, do or die type pretty much here, and Trio are a force to be reckoned with. You know, you see their path of destruction in the elimination bracket, same with Na'Vi as well. So it'd be curious to see how it will pan out between these two teams. Na'Vi have been looking better as the bracket's gone on, but Zero Zone have been looking the same. So I want to see exactly what they can do, as both teams have been trying to, well, they have actually been clutching up a lot leading up to this moment.
When play-ins won, Na'Vi reached the lower bracket finals as well. Unfortunately for them, they lost out to AC Milan Clash, who in a pretty dominant game. In fact, it's AC Milan Clash. Yeah, they're pretty good. So I don't think they're too upset about that. That's obviously when they were known as Zero Zone in the Russian organization. Now they're picked up by Na'Vi, the massive org that is Na'Vi. So I would say, you know, because, you know, off the back of their performance in that play-in one, they find themselves in this position in play-ins two. There's a lot of pressure onto Na'Vi here.
Yeah, it's just, do you know, it would be such a shame if they end up being in the same position there was in the last play-ins, except for the playing against Trio or Zero Zone in this predicament and then lose that straight away. As that being as a final hurdle, that's not something they want to happen. But we're going to look at Zero Zone Spain first, and this is a very strong lineup. We've seen a lot of good things from Freddy, especially Jamie as well. All three members have been working together like quite strong over the last couple of weeks. But I've been a little bit worried considering their performance in the previous series. But then again, so I have with Na'Vi. Na'Vi just been looking a little bit better over the last few games, but it's not really saying much because both teams have been a little bit inconsistent. As you can see, there with Jason, MMA, and BBGs with their coach Augie as well. Every single player like on this roster didn't perform too great early on in the first series of the day against Esport Empire, but has slowly been progressing a lot better and better. Momentum's been swinging more and more in their favour. They seem to be working together a lot better as well. MMA with so many clutch plays earlier on in the series we watched back in the first elimination bracket. So I'm hoping some great things from them because they are a very solid team, and it will be such a shame if they actually miss out on the challenges.
Yeah, going to be riding high as well after their win over Blood Diamonds EU because it was such a close match. Once again, same maps as we just had in the previous lower bracket. It will be Hard Rock Mine for the gem grab, Hot Potato for Heist, and Backyard Bowl if we need it for Brawl Ball, whether we get there or not. Just talking about it, obviously it's interesting, especially with the Na'Vi team. You're talking about MMA, who has honestly been stepping up. Some immense performance, especially on that final gem grab match, and I'm thinking of the bounty games as well. But previously we were talking about BBG. Last time we had players, we were talking about BBG. He was the one that stepped up, and it's great to see when you have players like that can step up across tournaments. It's not all just on one guy carrying a team. There's always somebody in that team that can step up. For Zero Zone Spain, Jamie, Hamey, Jamie, I'm not too sure. You never know with the Spanish pronunciations of it. I know we were calling it Jamie earlier on because Jamie. I apologies in advance. Spanish J's can always be tricky, but here we are into gem grab. Let's see how this one works out. Oh, we got a Rosa.
Okay, we'll see how things will pan out here. The Mortis does come out to play,
heavy.
So that's going to be huge for them. And looking at no mucking about from Freddy, already done a huge chunk of damage onto BBGs. MMA was actually a little bit weak from that engagement as well. And already Jason just trying to flank around the side. So a very aggressive push there, and literally it's back to front in terms of how they started.
Yeah, interesting the fact that they're basically just zoning out. I was just looking at the lines, I'm thinking, I'm not sure Rosa can work in this way. They kind of need Mortis to cover the distance to get in close, and what they're trying to do, and that's exactly what is working. You can see BBG so low there. Fede working well with that Mortis, can get on towards that Max. If you can get on BBG or Max, it can put a lot of damage down. And what they're using as the brawlers to get control. That's what Jamie's going around the backside once again. Push them away, get control of those bushes in the mid, and that gives them full control. He's going to get straight on towards MMA. MMA can't do anything there. Carl just not strong enough against the Rosa.
Only not indeed, as Jamie is now looking to see if he can push up in that left lane. I think that's the correct pronunciation, as Freddy now also goes in. Challenges beautiful stuff from him, as now Zero Zone still on the back foot in terms of their positional advantage, but they should be okay now. BBG's is the lone soldier in that right lane. He's not going to take that 1v3. He can definitely abuse it with the movement speed, but MMA had to come as fast as he could, but I don't think it's going to do too much, as Freddy's going to clean him up here, and it's completely all out of sync, but it had to be done. It was a push they didn't want to push with, and Sandy, like I said, had to be done. Time was running out. They didn't have time to re-coordinate their push and go on forward. But then again, it was a good valiant effort, as we saw then. There's a good first game from Zero Zone.
Great body blocking as well towards the end here by Amy to just block off all the shots from BBG, just protect the gem carrier as best as possible. Look how close MMA's boomerang was as well from Carl. It's really close to connecting there. I do wonder whether they're going to make adjustments here though, because I still feel, while I love Rosa, I'm not too sure if it was as strong as they would have liked. Definitely was a fish out of water at the start of the round.
Yeah, we'll see if there was a comp change. It might have used up Rosa just for that one game. Maybe that initial push or something planned up their sleeve anyway. But the Mortis pick was massive. Like, the amount of damage that he's done across the board, especially to BBGs and MMA at the start, is absolutely huge. And sometimes you don't really need to get the kill. As long as you've done enough damage to put him at bay and keep him back, that's perfectly fine. That's all that's needed to be done. Let one of the other players in the front line clean up and try and finish off some of those kills, which is what they did. So that was a good start from them. It's a shame the ending didn't go the way they wanted. Without having that numbers advantage once again, it was just way too late for them to regroup and then try and strategize how to make that initial push. It's so annoying, especially on Gem Grab. We've seen it on numerous different occasions, but I'll see what they can do here, because we know every single one of these players individually have great game sense on Na'Vi. They can definitely turn this around. We've seen it enough times. As Zerozone had a very good early lead here, good start from them, and we'll find out what they can do going on to this next game in the set.
Just Brooby with a flex skin change. That's all we're going to get this time around. There's no changes on either side. They're both feeling it could have worked out, and it should have worked out. BBG getting himself the 3 gems to start things off here, trying to keep it a little bit clearer. Both teams going to be using Max to get most of those gems. They definitely don't want... Well, they didn't really want Fetty to get the gems there, because Mortis is going to be looking to dive in on that background and immediately loses out on that single gem, which could pay the difference, because Na'Vi are in full control.
Yeah, full on aggression there from Na'Vi. This is what they excel at, you know. As soon as they've got, you know, a few ballers with great movement speed, they can abuse and then be able to make sure that they can at least try and counter some of their attacks. This is what they're looking for here. But look at this, the counter aggression now from the side of Zerozone, as Jaime actually goes all the way up to the top. That was beautiful from Jason. Got them both there. Looking for the third if he can to get a complete team wipe. Will he be able to do it? At least he's going to do enough damage to keep him at bay. But Jaime's just making sure that he can at least try and, you know, keep his distance, but also be a massive nuisance on the other side of that wall. But sadly it didn't happen, but Freddy did get a trade out of it in the end.
They're doing a great job at zoning and basically keeping out of her range at the moment, but Fetty goes in, dives in, gets themselves the gems. That's what they needed. But as I say that, Mortis with the gems can always be a liability. Does lose out on 3 of them, but you can see Fetty managing to keep hold of those 5, but it does effectively take Fetty out of the game. So they're almost in a 2v3 now, looking to try and get that final gem, because Fetty, if he dives in, you can see he's looking for the damage on BBG, but instead he goes for MMA on the background there. Carl does manage to hit his super, so Fetty has to stay away. Meanwhile, Jamie will go down to Jason. Those gems get popped, and now this is perfect for Zerozone Spain, actually. Getting those 9 jobs on Max, that's exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, they're just trying to recover now, which they have done, just waiting for the touch up here, and Jaime's also pushing in there, but with the Rosa as well, the super, I don't think he's even got it yet, and yes, they already used it early on, and they're still trying to back foot. Finally, it pops, but still on an 804 HP, but he needs to take down Ruby. If he takes down Rosa, it's not going to make a difference. He's still going to look on to see if he can actually clean it up, but he actually gets taken down. MMA takes down Ruby in the end, so the countdown will reset, and MMA's just trying to pick up everything he can to get away, all the way up on that left lane, and now the countdown has started again, Eddie, man.
Ruby's chasing down, MMA catches him! Oh my word, that super from Carl paying dividends. Fetty jumps in there, gets himself the 1 down, but you can see them grouped up. They're gonna get the respawn. There's no way Zerozone can get in and catch this one down. It will be Na'Vi taking the second round here. And oh my lord, that was so tight, but the ulti, the super from MMA coming out, just got him away. It's so close.
Fetty almost got taken down right at the very end. 1 more second and the Mortis would have finished him, so it would have maybe reset the countdown again, but they wouldn't have gone from one side of the spawn to the other and have enough DPS at the very end. There was almost no chance. But
yeah, this is it. MMA comes in, and Fetty's like, oh no, I can't keep up, and that was enough. And already used to, I mean, it's dangerous that obviously he's going to dash in, but he can't dash in straight into a Carl Super's almost going to get him killed, which is why he couldn't do it a second time. Didn't have the hit points to do it, and Na'Vi get themselves out of there. It does mean, of course, we're going the distance on the first Hard Rock Mine game on Gen Grab.
Yeah, you know, good versatility there. You know, it's good to see that Carl's been put to good use. You know, like I said before, ever since the patch last week, Carl's been in a lot more compositions in comparison to what we saw before the patch. So it's nice to see Carl being used to the full extent, and he's becoming more established in the meta as one of the popular brawlers. So it's great to see, really, you know, some of these brawlers and some of the changes they make. I still think the Mortis is also a good brawler to use in this matchup as well. It's just a shame, but sometimes when you see his super as ult anyway, you know, the speed, it's just hard to contend with.
I want to see that. I think honestly, I want to see the Rosa chat. I'm the biggest Rosa player. That's like, that is my main. But I honestly, I feel it needs to change here because it's kind of just I don't know. It didn't really add much there. You saw how much basically was being completely zoned out. Na'Vi players are experienced enough to know when there's a short range brawler, they can just going to stay away from that bruiser and keep a distance. And they were focusing on the Mortis and the changes. But it's not going to be a change. They're going to stick with it. You know, it worked for them in game 1. Actually, the change is MMA takes Rosa instead. Okay, let's see how this works out. Mirror match.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's all about fundamentals and mechanics and making the right plays at the right time. We'll see what they can do. As both roses, funny enough, speaking of devil, do compete against each other in that middle lane. But Booby, Fedin in that middle lane. Jaime also looking to push up here. Great stuff and great time to use that super. Should be able to take out MMA here as well, but actually used his own super to retaliate. And Jaime is actually running out, so he had to back away. And MMA, both Jaime and MMA actually managed to survive as BBGs knows that he's still in that left lane. Needs to be extra cautious. Fedin comes in with the mortars, takes BBGs down, and now MMA and Jaime are still finding each other in that mid lane.
I gotta be honest, like, I'm gonna say it now, I question why Na'Vi did this. Gone for the mirror match, picked into what Zero Zone are happy to play. It's like a comp that they are very much happy with, and they've decided to pick into it, but that's backfired. Now, Rosa, sure, gonna be strong, but Rosa carrying the gems, not the ideal situation for them. They want to get on the max, but you know what? It's just gonna get in, get out, and you know what? I'll eat humble pie, because Na'Vi have managed to make that work.
Then he did indeed, and 12 seconds left, highly unlikely, but we'll see what they can do, just waiting to recover. And they actually expected him in the bushes, so good awareness there, but 5 seconds left. It's not going to do too much as long as both these players do survive towards the very end, which they should be able to. Not enough DPS there to do much, and Freddy was very weak as well as Jaime. So good start from Na'Vi, good response, I would say, overall. Great stuff.
Absolutely, yeah, fantastic response, comes out well. I still think they got a wee bit lucky, taking down the max there, and that's where they managed to pick the gems here. Just here, they caught Brooby off guard. He just couldn't dash away. They both managed to get there. I mean, let's face it, like, Max probably really shouldn't get caught out in range by a Rosa in the first place. So that was almost a misplay rather than a great play, I would say. I'm going to go there, you know, I'm going to say it. That's why I'm going to say it was a misplace rather than a great play. But the fact is, you know, once you got a Rosa and a Mortis on you, you're dead.
Yeah. Simple as, is it? Simple as. I understand that, though, because, like, they've just got that clutch factor, you know. They've been the game changers on so many different occasions. And, you know, from a series early on we casted with Na'Vi, they were doing the exact same thing. It was just ridiculous. And MMA was always the one causing those issues of being on the front line. And of course, Augie as the coach, you know, making those shot calls, you know, good IGNing probably from him as well to kind of help push this team together. But they are looking night and day, massive difference from what we saw at the very start of the day. They were looking a little bit sloppy at first, but looking much, much better as the rounds have gone on. They are one of those teams, well, I wouldn't call it a Cinderella story because of the fact that they're not an underdog. You know, they should have, you know, be in challenges, hopefully, at some point. But, you know, this is the kind of team where, you know, as more matches they play, they progress better and better and get better and better. And stamina doesn't really affect them too much, considering the amount of series we have today. If it was a much longer open bracket, then it would be a completely different story. But stamina shouldn't really too much be of a question here, but we'll see how things go, because when some series go the distance like this one could do, for example, then, you know, don't be surprised there, because Trio are definitely watching this, doing their research.
Absolutely. Well, we're moving on to Hot Potato, which is the heist map this time around. Obviously, it was a couple of cults, actually, that paid off last time in the previous matchup. So we'll see whether we get to see the same from Zero Zone or Na'Vi here. Whether maybe get some changes in there, whether we get to see Rico. We had double Colonel Ruffs as well. So we'll see what these two teams decide to go with. Let's have a look as we are going to load into the game. It will indeed be Colt in there, Colonel Ruff once again. And if my eyes not mistake me, yeah, Brooby as well. Oh, okay, and we got a Rico. You know, I'm just going to throw them all out there and say, okay, Piper as well for MMA. So a bit of a difference.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difference indeed.
That's not Piper. That's it's the other skin. It's yeah.
It's on the tip of your tongue. Go on.
Hey, it begins with B. Why is it not coming out of? Oh my.
That's okay. It's Ruffs now still in the middle. MMA as Freddy's pushing up in that left lane, and you got Boo with the Colette as well, just looking to see if anyone pushing on into that middle. But you know, Colette, very common brawler to be used in heist and manner. You know which map it is, so it makes perfect sense. It's Booby now still looking in that middle lane, Freddy in that left lane with the Colts, and still Jason putting a little bit of difference there with that Rico. So it's been caught off guard a little bit in that left lane, but still is in that healing process, so should be okay. And good tag there from Jason just to clean him up. And MMA's also cleaned up Jaime here, so now this is their chance to maybe not inflict a lot, but just sprinkle to some damage here and there onto that save, which they have done, but they can't push on any further unless they get this team wipe. But BBGs at the moment does take out one more player as Freddy's still looking pretty good. Match is already over, so good stuff from Na'Vi. A lot better from what we expected, and a little bit surprised there. That was definitely a lot more one-sided from, you know, the assumption we could have made early on. So Na'Vi definitely, you know, creating their path of destruction here, continue on progressing thoroughly than we expected. But I think this was the first convincing game we've seen from Na'Vi, or, you know, it would have been from either team, really. So it's good to see that Na'Vi are continuing that trend so far, making sure they are the trendsetters here to show Blood Diamond that, you know, it's not too much as they expected. It's going to be a lot more difficult. So Zero Zone are now feeling that exact same pressure. So we'll see what happens now, as they are running the Shulker Bus ever so slightly. But Na'Vi have definitely got the capability to try and close out this series if possible. So we'll find out momentarily. But so far, so good. But Zero Zone, what do they need to change up? They need to try and adapt a lot better, especially on a map like that, and consider it's on Heist as well. It's very, very difficult to kind of, you know, try and comprehend what they need to do here. Their, you know, mechanics have been not too bad. It's been pretty good, but their adaptation has slowly been dwindling over the course of each set. But maybe this map and Heist isn't actually looking too good, so we'll find out momentarily. So as you know, if you're just joining us, it is 1-0 in the series, and we'll find out what they can do here, continue on forward. And speaking of the devil, the man has returned. Welcome back, D-Man.
Yes, apologies. My computer is not happy with me right now. Whether it's the temperature, the heat, or whether it's a certain bit of software in the background that's really annoying me tonight, we will find out.
That's okay, I've got you. You know that anyway, nonetheless. But yeah, we'll see what happens as we go on through. But still, they've still got a few more games to go. But if you do feel like, see what Na'Vi can continue on forward. But that was a very dominating first game, as sadly, D-Man, we have lost him once again, but he will return momentarily. So don't you worry, hold on to your hats. But, you know, sadly, you'll just have to deal with me. What a shame. But we'll find out what Na'Vi is going to do. So, you know, Zero Zone, they've been doing like okay in some areas. The first set was night and day compared to how they progressed, but Na'Vi, it's not, you know, you can see that it's a bit more of a one-sided option. But we'll see what happens here as we maybe bring on Ark in a bit to see what he thinks of the set so far, because so far the series has been quite interesting. You know, we didn't expect Na'Vi, you know, to come out flying considering what we saw in previous series. Early on in the day, we're kind of a bit not really too sure what to expect, but we'll see what happens momentarily. And speaking of devil, here's my old mate. Hello, Ark.
Oh, you're stuck with me, mate. I'm so sorry to break it to you.
I'm getting off, and I'm not even going to bother with this. Like, do you know what? I'm done. Right, I'm back. It's fine. I'll let you off this time. Now we're going to see this next game between Na'Vi and Zero Zone Spain. You remember, Na'Vi are on match point here, so if they win this next game, that's all said and done here, Ark.
Yeah, honestly, I really like the way that they are playing right now. And but having said that, like, look at this push that's coming in. That Zero Zone have got to defend this so hard here. And yeah, the Colt is an interesting choice that I don't see that often. But they are dropping it on both sides right now, as Jason getting a ton. Look at the amount of damage early on here, Lethal, from Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is absolute madness. This is exactly what happened in the first game, just basically in any percent version. Literally that 11% dwindling down. It could almost finish it, and yes, it will. You can see that Zero Zone have pretty much had it. Another team sadly went sliding into the bin, and it was just a bit of a shame, really, because I kind of felt like, you know, Zero Zone are a great team, but Na'Vi were the ones to be able to topple them in the end. So a real shame. It was very, very close, that first set. The second set could have been a little bit more different considering the circumstances, but two convincing games for Na'Vi, and Trio must be a little bit worried.
25 seconds, mate. That's all that one took. That was quite insane. My goodness me.
It certainly was indeed. But thank you all for coming in such short notice. But we'll be back with the next series of the day between Trio and Na'Vi. We'll see you soon.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open for Brawl Stars. This is the second play-ins. We're looking for one more team, just one arc, just one, just to qualify for challenges. We've got 7 at the moment, just need one. That's all we need.
One cheeky little team.
And RV. Exactly, we don't ask for much, do we? And we are going to be between Trio and Na'Vi. Good friend of course, is going to be with me throughout the entire journey, and he's going to finish it with me as well. Dima's all done for the day as well, so thanks to him as well for being, of course, of the whole day for this journey as well. So we're going to see between Trio and Na'Vi, find out exactly who's going to come out on top and who's going to be able to take this, because Trio were looking very good and have been very solid throughout most of the tournament. But to be fair, Na'Vi have been looking better and better as they play more and more series, and they are one of those teams where when they drop down early in the loser bracket, if they win that one match, the momentum will swing in their favour, and it's been continuing on as we're just checking their paths, as sadly for them, they got knocked straight into the elimination bracket, but they've taken down Blood Diamond, Zero Zone, and now we've got to take down Trio. And I believe, because I wasn't here at the last play-ins arc, but Na'Vi, this is the exact same situation they was in before, but against Clash instead of Trio.
Yeah, they are very much a consistent team, and one that, as we saw earlier against Blood Diamond EU, so very, very good at playing the long game. That is what I take away from their playstyle, and Blood Diamond is definitely the team that gave them the most run for their money so far today. FA Trio, though, have also had a really, really great journey to get to this point. They only lost really to Reply Totem, who have gone on to win in the upper bracket. So, honestly, this is going to be a seriously, seriously close affair. FA Trio, of course, Matt, Calvin, and ASAP, they are accomplished players and very experienced, but as are Na'Vi, with Jason, MMA, and BBGs trying to stop them in their tracks.
Oh, we have to talk a lot about MMA here. How many clutch players has he made to get his team out of a hole? It's been at least 5, 6, normally 1 or 2, fair, but 5, 6, 7, you're taking the mick now, mate. You're making all these teams, giving them false hope, and then it just ends like that. It's been ridiculous, but that's what you love to see with Brawl Stars, especially with players like MMA. Both on and off the server. He's definitely a character, and he's done a lot of work here. All 3 of them, as well as Jason, BBGs, of course, Augie is the coach as well. They've done some formidable stuff, and I just would hate if they lose at the final hurdle again. And obviously last time it was against Clash. If they lose against Trio, it's going to be heartbreaking for them, because now they have to do the exact same run as they did at the last play-ins. But Trio, again, are forced to be reckoned with, and they've got to be very cautious. And I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of pressure on them now, considering, they've been waiting for the elimination bracket. That's perfectly fine, but it's going to be in the back of their minds knowing that, again, they've got one more match to try and qualify for challenges.
Yeah, I mean, we don't go easy on the teams here. we give them a good run for their money. The modes and maps are going to be Ice Sport up first for Gem Grab, followed by Shooting Star for Bounty, Super Stadium for Brawl Ball, Kaboom Canyon for Heist if we get to that stage, and again the same for Factory Rush if we get that far. Pretty decent maps. I like all those maps. I think that for me, Shooting Star is probably quite a similar story in terms of the brawler comps, but other than that, there's definitely some options. Bans are actually coming in as well. So FA Trio are banning Stu and Poco, and again, that Poco ban has been consistent throughout the entirety of today. Stu, Poco, and Jean and Bell on the Na'Vi side. So, the Jean Max comp idea going to be less effective here. I'm really, really curious. I've got to say, I don't know whether those brawlers were necessarily going to be the go-tos of either team, as both FA Trio and Na'Vi show really good signs of being able to mix things up quite a lot. So, in that respect, I think they're very closely matched.
Yeah, Poco has a lot of good synergy to create some counter comps. I think people are just a little bit weary, because you've got to remember, this best of 5 could be anyone's matchup, and we're going to see it now between Trio and Na'Vi. I've been looking forward to this going into this now arc, and we're going to find out exactly who's going to be able to qualify for challenges. And already ASAP with a very good start, taking out Jason, and BBG's hovering around in that left lane to see if we can get a cheeky flank going.
Well, double M's as well, as we saw how effective that was earlier today. Matt gets out the mid, but has the gems and the mid control now given over to Na'Vi. So Jason probably going to wait for his Let's Go Super until all 3 members of Na'Vi are together and collected. Oh, popped a little bit early, didn't quite connect with BBGs, but he's not going to make the biggest amount of bash. No, BBGs might go down because of that. Ace on the right-hand side, just dancing with MMA. He does actually get the takedown there. But it's kind of like this kind of interesting story that we're seeing of kind of like FA Trio. Oh, that's not a good time to go down right there. Those gems would be perfectly there for the taking for Jason. Yeah, big slip up there from FA Trio.
Don't blame him. Jason go for the 100-meter sprint, getting the rest of those gems, needs one more in order to pull back, but knows Calvin's actually on that left lane, but does he know MMA's there? Oh, MMA actually got taken down there by Mamat, and he's literally backing off away, just abusing Max's movement speed to get away, and yeah, BBG still trying to keep him at bay. He hasn't got the numbers advantage, but they should be right. 8 seconds left, and Jason, even with that Max, he should be fine. A good clean-up from MMA and ASAP. He knows it's done, it's dusted, it's finished. That is game 4, Na'Vi. Great way to settle things. And you see some of these teams where, when they start early in the elimination bracket and they win like a couple matches, you see in a lot of open brackets as well, where the fact that normally there's that one team where you just can't stop them no matter who you are. And I kind of feel like Na'Vi are in that kind of beast mode right now. And Trio just thinking like, this weren't the same Na'Vi from earlier. What's going on? It's so difficult to stop, and you have to be a real force to be reckoned with to actually be able to stop a team like this, no matter who you are.
Yeah, they have a serious amount of momentum behind themselves right now, and definitely going to be feeling good about this. But at the same time, as we know, the best teams are those that can kind of regain that composure and keep hold of that, because ultimately you never want to drop the ball. You never want to slip up, and the best of 5 can go a long way down the lines. It can also be over very quickly, but it can also go the whole hog. So definitely, though, early signs would indicate that they want to wrap this up quickly. They want to keep going on the aggressive, but plenty of time still for FA Trio to respond to that idea, and they're going to have to, because Navi are a very aggressive team.
Yeah, even the tempo of the game from Na'Vi, they increased that like tenfold just even between the last 30 seconds. It's completely changed everything. Great teamwork. They weren't too spread out. They could support each other in any means necessary. So it looked so good. And some good flanks. BBG's had a great flank on that left lane as well earlier on, just to get behind him and then get full map control. And Calvin's been very weary of this, but BBG's still sneaking around on that left side. We'll find him though. Ryan's about to take him out left on 554 HP. Mammoth is actually coming through to see if he can continue to clean up BBG's, but it's just not going to happen. Has actually done a huge amount of damage. Calvin taken down. MMA must have finished up in the end, but Calvin did take down Jason in that process. But Mamat is in the middle collecting some of the gems, but MMA and BBG's is just waiting for him. BBG's just waiting for his moment to try and flank behind him.
Yeah, I think Calvin just wants to get as close to his super. I think it's like one hit away from his super, or maybe actually a bit more than that, I feel, unless he used it early on. But he was just trying to kind of get as much momentum behind those shots as he could. A great evasion there as well. Look at ASAP on the top there, just blocking in MMA and Jason. If he'd been able to hold on just a little bit longer, that would have been a great pinch. But BBG's did really well to de-escalate that situation, but has to be left hand side. Now look at this, double stock potential, gets Calvin for his trouble. And I like the positioning here from BBG's very, very aggressive stance, trying to hold on there as ASAP tries to contest the mid.
Oh, dearie me, back and forth, but Na'Vi still have that gem lead, waiting for one more before they can pull back and get some kind of defensive structured setup here. But look at this, so ASAP pushing that right lane and Calvin still on the left, as well as Mamat pushing on through. It's not looking too good for Na'Vi now, as BBG is just trying to stay alive. Countdown's begun, and you can see Mamat is actually the one with 11 gems, and he's pretty far away here. This looks like it's going to be another game for Trio, the first game for Trio, and we could be tied up here. BBG's, it's very weak, it's not going to get anywhere near him. It's not going to happen in the slightest. But good comeback from Trio there, considering what we saw in the game earlier on, Ark.
Yeah, a really, really important moment for them to be able to respond to that early outset, because, even if you just kind of miss by a narrow margin, being in that position to be constantly losing can really take its toll on the mindset. And, having these back and forth battles early on makes a big, big difference in how the mentalities continue on as the sets progress. So I think that's a really, really important time for them to take the win. Even if they don't win the entire set, that will carry itself through into the next one. So tying things up now, a really, really important stage. If they can take the lead in this next game, imagine what that will do for their confidence.
Yeah, that would have been ridiculous. So you can see there as well in that second game, Trio weren't really demoralised too much about it. It was like, okay, let's just shake off, let's go in swinging. And they did, they were swinging hard there, going in towards, the amount of control they did. But they've got to be careful with, some little plays here and there. Like, they let BBGs get away, push up on that left lane. It was a little bit unorthodox approach from BBGs this time around, but still, though, it's about the awareness, just making sure you're keeping your opponents at bay, and they're going to try and avoid this. BBGs are doing the same thing again, but Calvin on that left lane as well, and being a little bit more aggressive, and BBGs is not expecting this. He's actually taken a fair amount, as now Calvin pretending to back away, and that's actually pushed him up again, but Jason is trying to help him at the same time. BBG's actually right next to him, does take down Calvin. That's a good start here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, BBG is honestly always finding himself in really, really good positionings, and I love that about his playstyle. He's just always a thorn in the side of FA Trio right now, as at the moment, you know, it is Navi with the lead, and BBG just continues just to be a real nuisance. ASAP coming in to try to take care of it, gets a lot of value in a super fresh trouble as well, and then uses it very, very quickly on MMA, but the gems are pretty much tied now. If FA Trio can start to hold a bit more of a mid-control position here and try to get some of these gems in the pocket, nice super from Mema to bring everyone moving around, and that's the reason. Oh, I thought Calvin actually evaded that super. No, BBG's connected so nicely, and Mema is all alone, forced out, and then it's a great amount of control then in the hands of Navi.
As if MMA stayed alive again, and that was ridiculous. He just ran out of shots, which is understandable, which is why he couldn't finish him up. Calvin takes down BBG's. Mamat is literally pushing all the way up. He's not exactly overextending either. He's doing his job, just making sure to get map superiority here. But it's not going to happen, though, as Jason's already rejoined the fray. BBG's has rejoined as well. ASAP and Mamat, though, are still there. Calvin's looking to flank from the left if he's able to. BBG does get taken down, and Jason's trying to pull back so he doesn't give him any more additional gems. He does have the 7, still with a gem lead, but ever so slightly, trying to regain a positional advantage with Jason taking down ASAP and looking to gain and try and take advantage of that numbers advantage, but it looks like Mamat will have to pull back here.
ASAP did so well prior to going down there, and you know, credit to him for the amount of aggression on that right-hand side lane. But now it's Navi with the control, and Mema had to use super to get out of the mix. The countdown in play, and ASAP knows it's trying to get behind in this flanking position here to prevent MMA. He's got super, so he's just going to pop this now, surely, to deter the situation. I don't see Jason, going down in this position here. He's in a really, really strong spot. Mema is all alone. A great turnaround. Navi will take the first set.
Good stuff from Jason there, making sure he stays alive and also contributes to a lot of DPS for us. He was pulling back as well. It's one of the players. I can't remember if it was MMA or Jason, but again, you know, just making sure. I think it might be BBG's actually. Just, you know, inflicting a load of damage, purposely getting taken down, and then use that respawn immunity to push up on his opponents as they're pushing up onto the gem leader. So, you know, a lot of little plays here and there which made a big, big difference. And Navi coming out on top. Very nice stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, there's that moment there I saw, you know, some great moments. It genuinely could have gone either way at any point in time, really. There was some fantastic displays of aggression from both sides, but more often than not, I would say that Navi were finding good positions. I think that a lot of the reason that they won was the result of just those things combined, and you know. But having said that, FA Trio are responding to this. Like, they didn't win the first set, but ultimately, I don't think this is out of their reach by any means. And I think going into our next game modes and maps, things might progress to be more in their favor.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? I think Navi realised that they can't just keep coming out, you know, with like high morale and everything coming in with the synchronization they have and the coordination they have. They've got good teamwork, fair enough, but you know, they've got to be careful with some of the strategies that the players use on the opposite side of Trio. Like, don't get me wrong, like the only problem is the fact that BBG's, it works a lot of the time, but they seem to replicate the same issues again and again and again. So even if it works, they just think, oh, it'll work again. They're trying to replicate every single time, but this is where it could be a bit of a detriment, which is why you saw earlier on that Trio was able to counter BBGs in the left lane, and then these little things here and there will start building up, and then they'll start running out of ideas of what to do. So just got to be a little bit cautious and try and be a little bit more unorthodox in this next matchup. Don't get me wrong, they won that first set, which is great, but just be a little bit careful with, you know, if you done one thing and it works, like, you know, don't think twice to repeat it again, because you know full well that the awareness will be, you know, on point for Trio. They're not the kind of team which is literally going to be a walkover and you can keep repeating the same, you know, great plays and made again and again. But we'll be doing a bit of bounty now to see if Trio can come back in this series here, or maybe Navi can increase the lead. Who knows? Who knows at this point?
Yeah, like you say, the mind games play a massive role in Brawl Stars, honestly, and just kind of like whether you change brawlers or comp at any point in time, every team is constantly asking those questions and discussing the prospect of making changes. However, I don't think of all the maps and modes that we're going to see much change here. I mean, Nanny, Piper, and Tick just seems to be like the staple diet for me for Shooting Star. Every time that I've kind of seen variation ideas being implemented, it doesn't tend to fare well. I think that with the way that the gadget for Nanny is in a position of just having so little counterplay also, that return to sender is just the go-to for me. Mema in a bit of a pickle, finds his way out of it, it seems. 2 stars to FA Trio, 1 in favor of Navi.
Yes, these comps make perfect sense here. BBG's almost get taken down, but pulls back away. I don't even know how that even happened. Jason still keeping his distance, keeping the range as well to see if he can dish a little bit of damage, maybe tickle Mamet with a bit of damage here and there, but sadly just barely misses. But Mamet's just keeping that range. But as I'm saying that though, MMA with a good kill there on Mamet there, and you can see ASAP And one of the players as well as Calvin is actually on that right lane. Mamet's still looking to push on that, but Jason's is dishing a little bit of damage here and there, just making sure they keep their distance. So good positional advantage from him, and BBG's just taking his time, just waiting to see when this next engagement is going to be, because in the next 5-10 seconds the push is going to happen, and Calvin's already on the front line, but it looks like he's had to back away because he's taken too much damage.
Oh, the clutch last hurrah there on BBG's side was timed to perfection. Return to center as well from Mamet over towards Jason. I've got to say, I like the positioning here, but Mamet is low and goes down. Jason picked up very, very nicely just to keep the lead in their favor. Now everyone on the back foot towards the end of that game, but had the lead, and that is going to be a really good start for them. And again, you know, some really, really great uses of peep as we saw in previous matchups with MMA. You know, keep an eye on that one, because, like, you know, he is able to connect every single time with those hits.
Yeah, Jason was a little bit off here and there, but towards the end it was just completely different. He just managed to turn things around massively, and that was the first takedown you saw there from Mamet, and Ace up there trying to get away. Jason managed to clean him up here, I feel like.
Double there.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous stuff. And yeah, Na'Vi again, you know, could be set point and could be up 2-0 in the series potentially. And I kind of feel like there's a little bit more discipline and patience from Na'Vi, just a little bit here and there. But, you know, when you've got both teams like that on a match of Bounty as well with the same lineups, it's very, very difficult to kind of find a, you know, an opening, or because there's really next to no room for errors here, as we are going to go into the second game of set 2 to see if the side of Trio will make any changes in terms of how they're going to progress this next game.
I just, like, I've got to say, you know, there's so little in this. Some of the plays in that last matchup where ASAP was just able to survive on Mamet as well, was taking a load of fire, and is not running the Tempered Steel star power, so was taking a lot of hits. And, you know, FA Trio are not behind by much. Jason low here, and Mamet trying to get the pickup at the amount of pressure that BBG supplies, finally gets the hit off. But the question is, can they start to bring back a lead and gain some composure in this matchup? Because this could be over quite quickly, and you know, they do not want to be 2 sets down here.
No, they certainly don't indeed, and it looks like Trio are actually still continuing on with the aggression. Is now trying to push him back as much as possible. BBG's and MMA have realised this, taking a huge amount of damage. Luckily, the amount of hit points BBG's has anyways, he will be fine. As Jason's actually taking a fair amount himself, had to back away, but also keeping Mamet back and ASAP. So this is good stuff from him. Good positional advantage, but also good map presence as well. Just make it, oh, again, another great shot on ASAP. He's so weak. Surely someone's going to be able to finish him. Looks like they're not able to. And BBG's has taken a huge chunk of damage for himself. So Mamet and ASAP as well, just looking to see if they can push any more. 45 seconds left, still plenty of time for Na'Vi to make a difference here.
Oh, a nice pick up Calvin on the right-hand side. Gets the takedown. 6 stars in favour of FA Trio to 5. And Jason under heavy fire. Can't connect with the shots. Calvin on the right-hand side narrowly missed MMA there. But this is where Na'Vi thrive. They love to be in the position of power. I don't think they have to turn. But Calvin again with another pickup on that right-hand side. And BBG's popping the last hurrah, but way out of position here. Surely another casualty to come. No, it's surviving on a glimmer of hope. Can Na'Vi turn this around?
Oh, they could do it. MMA is pushing all the way up. They've actually recovered in HP as well, but ASAP does take down MMA here. But if they turn up his last couple of seconds, no, it's not going to happen. That was really close, though. And the worst bit is out of all three members of Na'Vi, it was only MMA they had to take out to have a 1-star lead, and they actually managed to get him in the end. So MMA only slightly overstayed his welcome there, which is a little bit of a shame, and then they can just pull back and then get ready for the next push on Na'Vi. But you're right, though. Na'Vi are the kind of team that do excel from those kind of pushes. But please, Ark, tell me, how on earth did BBG's actually be able to survive that situation in mid lane?
I think, you know, for me, Calvin was putting down a ton of pressure fire, and that goes a long way there. And, you know, just being able to relieve some of those instances goes, you know, for me, to show how well these teams and players can kind of like connect with each other and communicate effectively. You know, being able to relieve that pressure goes to great effect there. But also, got to be said, Na'Vi did that time and time again also, you know, when Jason was in a position where he could have returned a center early on Mamet there, popping that you know, gadget. I think that's the thing that FA Trio are doing quite well, is the use of gadgets for me at the moment are really on point. Look at MMA on the right hand side as well, so low. But this is the thing, can FA Trio capitalize and actually confirm some of these kills? They're great at laying down a ton of damage, but they're not really able to confirm kills as much as Na'Vi, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like Na'Vi are hesitating less, and as soon as they see an opening, they just go for it straight away. As soon as they can smell blood in the water, they're just going to go straight in, and we've seen it time and time again. And that's the thing, the difference in hesitation. If you hesitate even just for like 2-3 seconds, that could have been a massive play or a massive open you could have exploited there. And it's, that's the difference between some of the top teams as well, between Na'Vi and maybe like some of the tier 1 teams you see, normally on the competitive Brawl Stars scene. But, they want to rejoin and try and get into the challenges here, and they could do if they win this next game and continue the pursuits in this series and try and go 2-0 up if they can. MMA's been very, very aggressive as Mamat does actually take him down eventually, is up 3-0, but we'll see how things change in this next 50 seconds.
ASAP is just got his finger on the trigger, and again, as I'm saying it, his timing of gadget right now is unbelievable. Calvin just being ever so slightly short-changed for a lot of these snipes, and again, just leaving Navi on very low HP but not getting the takedowns as BBG's pops the last hurrah here to stay in the mix. Jump away there as well. Mamat popping the return to sender in. Oh, a nice takedown Jason as well. This could be the perfect opportunity for FA Trio to capitalize with 20 seconds left. Oh my goodness me, Calvin! The homemade recipe connected at the longest of ranges there.
That was just ridiculous now. We have to take out the entire squad with no deaths in order to be able to make something happen. MMA does take down Calvin in the end. And Jason takes down Mamat. So if they take down ASAP, they'll be able to take this. And they actually have done. Oh my goodness. This is not the first time I've seen this. Actually, I was casting it with you earlier. I told you. And it was MMA again. He did it again for Na'Vi. I can't believe it. That's absolutely ridiculous to say the least. And I said it as well. They had to do a complete team wipe with no deaths. And they've done it. Oh, my word.
I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. That was ridiculous, that ending there. Honestly, FA Trio, look, they had it in the bag with a last little follow-up here. Had 7 stars. This is the pickup from Calvin. A beautiful pickup. That homemade recipe went such a long distance. But look at, and then just the turnaround moment there. And the blue star playing that key fundamental factor of determining the tiebreaker. I sort of changed, made all the difference. I'm shocked. Navi will go 2 sets up then.
I just don't know. I just don't know. This is ridiculous. The worst bit is, it's not the fact that what he just did just then. He's been doing it all day. He's been doing it all day. Like I said, it's like 5, 6, 7 games we've seen him do it in, and now he's doing it again. Like the man, it's just, he can do everything and anything here. Like when there's a clutch moment required, it's like, yeah, I've got this, don't you worry about that. Like, and saying it to Jason and BBGs, and then it's like, all right, go on, lad, you go in and try and do what you can. But yeah, honestly, that was just remarkable stuff. Like normally when you see something like that happen and they get to a point where they're on the back foot, 7 stars down, having got a kill all game, you're just like, yeah, okay, this is going to be it. You can see Trio probably going to tie the series, we're going to go to the next set. But no, MMA is just that kind of person who does a little bit of miracle work here and there and get to be able to take that set from their hands. Now, we're talking about a lot of the mentality of the players, demoralisation and all that bits and pieces. But yeah, that's just an understatement for what Trio are feeling right now. 2 sets down, they feel like it should be a tie game. And what we just saw just then, they're probably thinking like, what do we have to do here, Ark, to take a set? Like, my goodness.
I was literally thinking that exact same thing, because more often than not, like every time they got, Navi down to, to 3 figures, sometimes 2-figure DPS, HP, sorry. Like they were just, in my opinion, getting shortchanged. I mean, they just were. They were just hitting their shots so well, and and more often than not, looked like they were going to be in a good spot to take the round. And then just the constant turnaround and survivability of Navi, which I think for me is the big headline, is just their ability to stay on their feet and not give away those all-important stars as it is so important to do in Bounty. They are Navi now have just got to have so much momentum behind them going into what could be a very, very fast set of Brawl Ball and seeing themselves go into the Challenger phase now.
Oh, yeah, mate, Na'Vi are laughing right now. They're probably thinking, we shouldn't have had that, but we got it. And they're probably mad as anything. And, too right, like, I would be as well, especially in Trio's position. But it's not over yet, though. Remember, it is a best of 5. And even though Trio are 2-0 down, they are the kind of team who could bring this back. Mechanically and fundamentally, they're still looking very, very strong. But what can we do is Mamet's just trying to stay alive from Jason. A bit of ring around the rosy on that right side. But it's actually had to leave him and couldn't exactly finish him off. As MMA is going to try and push in and see what he can do. Great takedown there from MMA. Calvin takes down Jason. Jason takes down Calvin, so the trade comes out. ASAP couldn't get it in time, and good start from Na'Vi.
Yeah, BBG's very composed there to just go for the easy shot on goal, no messing around, no trick shots. I mean, this is the sort of thing that, honestly, when a team have got momentum, they can get overconfident. They can start to just do various things which they wouldn't otherwise do under pressure. So I do like to see that they are staying in the moment and not taking anything for granted. BBG's going with more additional pressure. He's right behind this, somehow staying alive. Jason comes with the TP. Oh my goodness me! Jason found the gap, gets the shot off. What was that? BB just was behind the position, just kind of like covering almost for Jason's ability to go in unawares. No way!
I'm just not surprised anymore. They could do the most miraculous thing possible, and then I won't be surprised anymore. I've run out of surprises to give here. Like, I've got to that point now. As now Mama and crew, they're trying to do the best they can. Na'Vi are just, again, continue with the path of destruction. And what can be said here? They're on match point now, Ark. They've gone from, it should have been a 1-1 set to now match point. Just ridiculous. Love it, though. Absolutely love it.
This has escalated very quickly, Lethal. This is getting out of control at this point. Na'Vi are just going from strength to strength. And this is just, in such a short space of time, literally incredible stuff.
It's been brilliant. Like, this has definitely been a series for me. I thought one of the other series earlier on, which we cast, was just remarkable. And again, Na'Vi was involved in that. But no, it's just, this has just been ridiculous. And now, like we said before, Na'Vi, match point. They were very close to actually tying it. And they should have tied it, let's be honest. But yeah, just great stuff on Na'Vi and just putting stuff out the woodwork, pulling a finger out and just making sure they can do whatever they can to stay in this competition. They probably had a little bit of a flashback of what happens at the first play, and we're like, we're not having that same thing again where we had a massive hurdle and we're just going to go on some weird deficit. But they're looking so good right now. Every single one of them should be happy with the way they're playing and the progress they're making. And now they've gone from, solid trio, they've gone demoralised to, we're almost done. Literally, we're almost done, and they need to really change. It's not everything, obviously, because I don't want to give them a shopping list of mistakes, but there's a few things they just need to change and try and at least reset their mindset overall to hopefully make a comeback here. It's already Calvin's pushing that ball up, BBG's MMA just standing the ground, and Jason's just trying to stay alive with ASAP on the other side, but does take down BBG's momentarily. MMA is the last man they're standing. They're doing a lot of damage, and actually stops the ball in the process there.
Good to have the line, and Mamet didn't do anything wrong there, in my opinion. I think that was just like one of those moments where it's just clear off the line. I've got to say, FA Trio are making a couple of mistakes, but not that many, in my opinion. I mean, they just need to slow the pace of the game down, really. That's one thing that Na'Vi do so well. They're very, very aggressive, very fast pace. But if you can kind of take it into a more position of control, maybe shape the map a little bit, I think B's a nice introduction here. Having that slow down from the super will go a relatively long way to counter BBG's. But he's actually super on his own here, going off on a little bit of on a hunt there. Gets the takedown. Pass through from Jason. Can he make this one count? There's a slowdown from Calvin, and that's why B's a pretty smart pick here for me. Be able to shut it down, gave position of power back in favor of FA Trio. This could be the chance for them to bring this one back, because they're going to have to do something pretty big to slow this advance.
And Jason was like, I'm having absolute none of that. I'm getting out of here. Almost got away, but sadly he did not. MMA's the last person left standing. And you can see Jason should be okay. He's going to help MMA out. They need one more team wipe to try and score this. Isn't going to go to overtime as of yet. Still got a minute of play to work with. But one team wipe will definitely do it, taking a little bit of damage. This is a lot better from Trio. But as I'm saying that, though, the damage is coming in. They've got the numbers advantage. Literally push on up. MMA seeing if he can push that right lane. Just waiting to recover just a little bit beforehand. Waiting for the rest of his teammates to get some kind of positional advantage. Good pass there. It's just pass it onto their side just to be a little bit of a nuisance. But ASAP still standing his ground. And Calvin and Mamet trying to deal with Jason here. Jason, good distraction. Still looking to push up. And this could be the moment here. MMA does take down ASAP. BB just going to try and score it. And yes, he does. That's going to be the first goal. That could be the goal winner here going into this potential final set.
The TP there from Jason was honestly so on point as Calvin tried to connect to slow him, and he would have done so if he had been able to connect it. This is a great chance though, 15 seconds. It's plenty of time for FA True with one man down on the Na'Vi side. Now just Jason. Can Mamet capitalize the phase shift in? Jason with a super and the shot goes straight to the hands of BBG's, who phase shifts out, and that is going to take away the moment that FA Trio needed.
Ridiculous stuff there from Na'Vi. Congratulations to them winning that series outright 3-0. It should be 1-1, Ark. It should be 1-1, and we should be discussing what's going on with the fourth set, and it's just been absolute madness. But Na'Vi, they've been through a lot here at the ESL Mobile Open. The first play-in, they lost at the final hurdle against AC Milan's Clash. at the last leg just to see if they can try and get a challenger spot. Clash stopped them. It's been the exact replica, but this time round they've actually managed to get their challenger spot, the last spot available of the 8 spots there. And we see their trio. Commiseration to them. They were taken down. Na'Vi are through. We're going to go for a quick break and, you know, kind of grasp what we just saw there. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Open is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Plains for Brawl Stars. Lethal, Arc. It's been absolute carnage and madness here. You couldn't make up if you tried. It didn't feel like a 3-0 sweep. It felt like something completely different and out of the ordinary, as we do have Na'Vi managed to take the last qualifying spot. But Arc, honestly, mate, it's been ridiculous, but it's been so good. So good.
I mean, we were just saying in the break, I don't think I've ever witnessed a turnaround. It wasn't even like a turnaround, but just the way that it could have gone either way, and then just suddenly went towards Na'Vi just taking it. The explosivity today, for me, was quite the highlight.
Yeah, and we've got to talk about the other side of the bracket as well. Reply Totem and Noble Elite. Totem looked really good as well. Like, you know, it's almost kind of like Navi's situation. There was no stopping them unless they were in the elimination bracket. But they got through on winner's side. Noble Elite did as well. I would say big shout out to Esports Empire as well. They definitely, you know, taken out Navi right at the very beginning. That was a huge upset. We've not heard too much about them, but I do look forward to see how Esports Empire progress in the future of the competitive Brawl Stars scene. And also looking at the other side of the bracket, Trio, a great run. Sadly, they were the ones who lost at the final hurdle, taking out Galaxy Jupiter, Esports Empire, then losing to Navi. So commiserations to them, but hopefully we'll see him again at some point. But Navi will be the ones taking that final spot. So a big sigh of relief there for the guys of Navi.
Yeah, I mean, they brought the fire. Navi were just absolutely on form today. They really clearly wanted it. They fought tirelessly to earn it. And yeah, a fantastic day for them. It was a joy to watch their games, honestly.
Yeah, I've been as well. Like, every time I watch Navi, it's just always a pleasure to watch. Never a chore in the slightest. Always something out of the ordinary or something surprising there. But we do have an interview, I believe, with Augie. I'm assuming to see if he's there. Hello, mate. Always a pleasure to see you once again. We've spoken quite a few times now. And yeah, you must be feeling a sigh of relief there because finally you guys have qualified for the ESL Mobile Open Challenges. Please tell me, how are you feeling? You must be feeling great. Looks like we won't be able to hear him as of yet, which is a little bit of a shame. But the worst bit was I really wanted to, you know, pick his brains and just ask how he felt because there was so much to ask and so much I'm sure that Augie wanted to say as well, Ark. I'm sure there's a lot of things you wanted to ask him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're absolutely trying to get him back. But, you know, I would love to just know, like, how and what goes through their minds in their prep to be able to kind of go through those circumstances where just again, like, their ability to explode is quite incredible, and watching their kind of rise to fame this year has been like really enjoyable to watch. I'd love to know the secret formula behind their recipes, you know.
Yeah, I want, you know, whatever they're eating or whatever they're having, the ingredients and the flavors, so I can somehow be decent at Brawl Stars. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, don't know what they're doing, but whatever they're eating, just keep eating it. You know, if that's part of your diet, it seems to be looking pretty good now. Like Navi has just been looking so strong. Maybe I'm just jinxing all the other teams because every time I cast Navi, they're looking fresh and on form. So, you know, it looks like they hit their peak performance every single time. It's just great to see. But we're just going to be a little bit of time here. We're just going to see if we can get Augie, the coach from Navi, back to see if we can continue that interview on and find out what's going on. But, you know, we're just going to, you know, keep you guys as, you know, as entertained as possible. I know we're not the kind of guys to do it, but we'll definitely do our best anyway.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I was speaking for myself, not Ark. So Ark can do it all day and night. I definitely couldn't. Well, I don't know. No, I definitely couldn't. I don't know why I even questioned it itself. But it's been a great day nonetheless, Ark, and let's see. But I think we do have the interview back to find out if we can hear Augie this time around. And yes, Augie, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can see. That's all. Exactly. Exactly.
It's a shame because I've been muted by myself. Like I think it's a picture for the whole evening. Yeah. I was just about to tell you like. I think I have to give credit to the players because they stepped up after our quite bad performance, I think, in the first game. I mean, Esport Empire, they played great and very convincing, but like in mirror matches, I would have expected us to be better. And yeah, in the end, it was a miracle run, and against FR Trio, probably the best team of the lower bracket. We just made it like insanely. I don't know how this was possible, but yeah, I'm just very proud of the players.
Yeah, Algo, man, I've got to ask, like, the thing that struck me was your player's ability to just go off and be so on the aggressive, just to really steamroll your way through the competition. Like, what is the secret behind your success? Like, what are you guys doing and working on in the background to make those kinds of plays happen as quickly as they are?
I think it's pretty simple. I'm not looking for the single microplay to perfection. I just want the guys to be happy and to synergize well. So it's a lot about communication and kind of the mood. And in the end, if it's slowly starting to work well, like you said, with the momentum, I think we can really do great games, like we did, for example, against SK or XO, even though there have been probably delays or something. I think with the time and some wins, we can just do very good games for sure against the best teams of Europe as well.
Yeah, you're right. Last question from me, Augie, is the fact that you're right there. Comms is important, communication in many ways, especially small talk. That's what separates the good from the great teams. I'm going to be a little bit pessimistic now. I'm going to be a little bit negative. You know me, I'm quite a positive person anyway. But we have to go back to the Esports Empire match in the winners' side. Just tell me a little bit what happened, because we didn't actually catch exactly what happened there.
I think we haven't talked like you just mentioned, probably. Probably we have been safe of the win, or just some bad some bad start in the game, and then it goes worse and worse, and you don't perform as you are used to. You do small mistakes, and I think it was even a very tied up game in the decisive gem grab match, but the luck probably wasn't with us, or I don't know. I have to go over it again to see what happened for real, but I'm just now very happy with our result, and that we are qualified after this very busy week. And I'm looking forward to the monthly finals tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just madness, because it's funny that the first match of the day, in terms of your match of the day, you had a huge upset, jumped elimination bracket, and then you just completely turned it around. So once again, congratulations to you and the rest of Na'Vi, and look forward to seeing you in challenges.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there we go. That's Augie, the coach from Na'Vi, just giving him some lighted words to see exactly what he thought of the entire process. But it's been, a great day. We've had some weird upsets, and, Na'Vi hit the final hurdle again. They finally made it through, of course, as well as Noble, Elite, and the one other team as well. I think it was Reply Totem, if my memory relates correctly. But yeah, if your final thoughts so far, Ark, from the entire course of the day.
I have a lay down, man. I need to give my heart a little bit of a break. It's been on point all day long. Honestly, the level of skill being displayed is super exciting to me. I think the challenge phase is going to be something that you just cannot miss. I think there's so many Titans now that are going to have a run for their money, especially if anything that we've seen today is to go by. I think that we've got an explosive competition to come.
Certainly have done indeed. But for now, that's it from me, from Ark, and from D-Man as well. Thank you all for watching. Thanks to production, but you guys, the viewers at home, without you guys, these events would not be possible. And don't miss, we do have Clash of Clans tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned for that coming up very soon. So apart from that, though, that's goodbye from now.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, this is to